A bolt of lightning struck, and the man traveled back to the prehistoric era 10,000 years ago. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was threatened by a giant rhino and a ferocious giant eagle. Before he could react, a group of alien wolves pounced on him. He struggled to get his Tang sword back, but was nearly torn apart by the wolves. Fortunately, a saber-toothed tiger appeared in time and fought fiercely with the wolves, and he took the opportunity to escape. However, the road to escape was destined to be bumpy. He had just run a short distance when he was chased by 2 alien wolves, and his life was hanging by a thread. Just as the wolf's fangs were about to tear his flesh, 3 cannibals suddenly appeared and shot the wolf king to death with wooden spears. However, the cannibals in front of them are not good people. They are bloodthirsty cannibals. Jang, Yuan, and a beautiful primitive girl Qing were captured by them and taken into the camp. In the cannibal camp, Jang Yuan saw them cruelly dissecting human flesh. When he was thinking about how to escape, a prehistoric python as thick as a bucket suddenly pounced on the cannibal leader Qi Shi. In the chaos, Qing took the opportunity to help Jang Yuan untie the restraints. In the end, although Qi Shi pierced the giant python's head, he was entangled to death by its powerful force. The cannibals saw this and ran away in fear. Jang Yuan did not miss this opportunity, took back the Tang sword, and stabbed the python several times, killing it completely. Qing admired him sincerely and invited him to join his tribe, the Yunshi tribe. However, when Jang Yuan stepped in the Yunshi tribe, he found that people here didn't even know how to use fire. The people in the tribe regarded fire as a symbol of the gods, and their living standards were extremely backward. Jang Yuan demonstrated his skill of making fire by rubbing 2 sticks together without hesitation, shocking everyone. From then on, he was revered as the messenger of the god of fire. But Jang Yuan was not just satisfied with lighting the fire. He brought modern knowledge to the tribe, invented stone-throwing ropes, spear throwers, and even created long hooks for picking fruit. He brought revolutionary changes to the tribe. People no longer ate only raw meat. Tools became more and more sophisticated, and even night blindness was cured by eating animal livers. However, trouble soon came. The nearby chiefing tribe had been bullying the Yunshi tribe. Jang Yuan then led the tribe to strengthen its defenses, building wooden doors, digging trenches, burying bamboo thorns, and at the same time training the tribesmen to master weapons. After several fierce battles, the Yunshi tribe repeatedly repelled the attacks of the chiefing tribe with spear throwers and stone-flying ropes, and even cleverly used poisonous mushroom soup to harm the enemy, causing them to suffer heavy losses. During this process, Jang Yuan not only led the tribe to fight, he also helped the water tribe escape from the crisis of extinction and expanded the power of the Yunshi tribe. Not only was he proficient in technology, but he also had a deep understanding of human nature. He led the tribe to develop production while training the army, and transformed the small tribe that was once bullied into a powerful overlord in the prehistoric era. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. Today, I will bring you the second part of the video of failed man who lit a torch and conquered a primitive tribe, then built an empire of his own. The story will start from Chapter 201. Chapter 201. Fainting. The beast lurked in the bushes, opened its bloody mouth, let out a deafening roar, and pounced on Jang Yuan like a black lightning. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to react. When Jang Yuan saw the pair of yellow beast eyes, his heart suddenly turned cold, and his whole body seemed to fall into an ice cave in an instant. Swish! Jang Yuan subconsciously closed his eyes, rolled over, and pounced to the side. The beast's ferocious mouth brushed Jang Yuan's neck, and its body hit his chest. The huge impact force knocked him out directly. Puff! Jang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell to the ground like a hawk with broken wings. A sharp pain came from his chest. He covered his chest, which was in pain as if it was torn apart, and he couldn't move. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and a severe pain almost made him lose consciousness. It's over. Jang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. Everything in front of his eyes was dark, and the severe dizziness made him unable to see the surrounding scenery clearly. Although he was not bitten by the beast, the collision almost cost him half his life. The beast was a cave lion with gray-yellow hair and a huge body. Chief! Chief! The Yunshi people shouted anxiously. Seeing the huge cave lion, they were extremely angry and rushed towards the beast, waving their spears. The cave lion stuck out its tongue covered with bone spurs and stared at the Yunshi tribe members who were rushing towards it. It did not fight with them, but roared again, swung its thick tail, and fled in the direction of the giant antelopes. The cave lion's huge body quickly disappeared in the withered grass. "Kill this damn guy." Lai's eyes were red. Seeing Jiang Yuan falling to the ground and spitting blood, he mistakenly thought that he had been bitten to death by the beast. Following the fierce roar, the Yunshi tribe members drew their bows and shot nearly 100 bronze arrows in the direction of the cave lion's escape. The arrows fell like a rainstorm, covering the cave lion's hiding place. Roar, roar, roar. Blood splattered and a huge lion's roar was heard in the grass, then gradually weakened. "Kill this damn beast." Lai roared and ran towards the bushes waving the bronze spear. Yinsher had just come back to his senses from dissecting the giant antelope and rushed to Jiang Yuan. Seeing Jiang Yuan spitting blood, he was so scared that he was shaking all over. "Chief! Chief!" Yinsher held the unconscious Jiang Yuan in his arms, his eyes full of tears. He shook Jiang Yuan's body and kept shouting. Even though Jiang Yuan was not dead yet, Yinsher's action caused Jiang Yuan to bleed and faint again. "Don't touch the tribe leader." Man rushed over from a distance, roared, and kicked Yinsher over. In the past, Yinsher and Man would have clashed over this, but Yinsher just wiped his tears and kept blaming himself, saying, "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I didn't protect the chief well." He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He tried Jiang Yuan's breath, and although it was weak, he was still breathing. He breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, "Push the cart over here." He understood that Jiang Yuan must be sent back to the Yunshi tribe as soon as possible so that the medical department of King Gexi could treat him. "Here we come." The tribesmen who had been prepared early in the morning quickly pushed the cart over. Man carried Jiang Yuan onto the cart and pushed it towards Yunshi Valley. Yinsher followed behind, crying like a little woman. At this time, the other tribesmen did not care about the dozen giant antelopes and scattered bronze arrows in the huge pit. They followed Man's steps and ran after him with bronze spears in their hands. Man pushed the cart with all his might and ran wildly. Looking at the weeping rock, he felt upset and couldn't help shouting, "Stop crying. Go to the tribe quickly and ask the medical staff to bring medicine to heal us." The rock seemed to wake up from a dream, responded hastily, quickly past the barbarians, and ran towards the tribe at full speed. Lai pulled out the bronze spear. His face and the animal skin on his body were covered with blood. The cave lion, which had been shot by more than a dozen bronze arrows, had fallen to the ground. Its huge body was covered with blood holes, and its flesh was bloody and horrible. The blood in the cave lion's body flowed like a stream, soaking the soil. Lai's eyes were bloodshot, and he couldn't help but roar. He kept inserting the bronze spear into the cave lion's head until there was only a thin layer of skin and flesh connecting the huge head and neck, and then he finally stopped. "Lord Lai, what should we do?" A soldier who followed Lai to kill the cave lion asked in tears. The soldier also believed that Jiang Yuan had been killed by the beast. Jiang Yuan had a high status in his heart, almost more revered than gods. "Take this lion's head back." Lai dragged the bronze spear and ran towards the Yunshi Valley without looking back. What he was most concerned about at the moment was Jiang Yuan's situation. The soldier quickly cut off the cave lion's head. "What about the prey?" The two Yunshi soldiers looked at each other, and one of them asked timidly. The huge pit was filled with more than a dozen giant antelopes, enough for the Yunshi tribe of 400 people to eat for many days. Lai suddenly stopped, turned around, and kicked the soldier who was asking questions to the ground. His expression was extremely ferocious, and he roared, "Prey! Prey! The tribe leader is about to die, and you are still thinking about prey." His voice became louder and louder until it was hoarse and almost lost. Lai wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, turned around, and ran towards Yunshi Valley. In Yunshi Valley, people were busy everywhere. The entire tribe was preparing for the coming of winter. Tang's engineering department was making animal skin clothing, Elder Wei's animal husbandry department was storing fodder for the winter, and Chief Song was taking inventory of tools and weapons in the cave. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from outside the valley. "Open the door! Open the door!" Rock was breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently, tears on his face as he stood outside the trench and shouted at his tribesmen on the watchtower. The tribesman in charge of security didn't notice anything unusual and asked curiously, "Master Rock, why did you come back from hunting so early today?" Yinsher used up his last bit of strength and shouted to the tribesmen on the watchtower, "Hurry! hurry and save the chief." Before he finished his words, he collapsed to the ground and fainted. What? The tribesmen on the watchtower were so shocked that their hands and feet trembled when they heard the last words of Yinshi. "Chief, what happened?" He did not dare to delay and hurriedly climbed down the watchtower and rushed to the valley. Soon after, the news of Jiang Yuan's injury quickly spread throughout the Yunqi Valley. Chapter 202. Choice. Jiang Yuan's mind was dark, and he was like a submarine lost in the vast ocean, without a goal or direction, as if being swallowed by endless darkness. Jiang Yuan's consciousness was in a daze, and he was in a vast void. Suddenly, a strong light appeared in front of Jiang Yuan's eyes. The light was blazing and dazzling, like a small sun, illuminating the originally dark world into a vast sea of white light. Jiang Yuan instinctively covered his eyes, but still felt the strong brilliance. Jiang Yuan felt that he was involuntarily walking towards the light, and his body seemed to be pulled by some force like a puppet, moving closer and closer. As they got closer, the light gradually became softer, like a torch slowly going out. Jiang Yuan's consciousness also began to return, and his vision gradually became clear. Where is this? Jiang Yuan asked himself in confusion, finding himself in an empty space where darkness and white light intertwined. Am I dead? Jiang Yuan laughed bitterly in his heart, thinking in disbelief that he had come to this place because of the impact of a cave lion. Was he really dead? No one responded to him. The light finally faded away, and Jiang Yuan unconsciously turned his gaze to the scene in front of him. It was an ancient and primitive world, with majestic mountains winding and undulating, vast grasslands stretching as far as the eye can see, and in the distance was a turbulent sea. Carnivorous beasts are running wildly on the land. Giants as tall as pillars are treading in the mountains and forests, and a large number of cannibals with red hair and green faces are launching wars and invading other tribes wantonly. The war is raging, and the atmosphere is bloody and cruel. Is this the primitive world I traveled through? Jiang Yuan's mind suddenly became clear. Staring at the screen in front of him that looked like a projection, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He searched anxiously. Where is the Lizhan mountain range? Where is the Yunqi Valley? Jiang Yuan's eyes scanned this primitive world eagerly and finally saw the familiar mountains and valleys in the distance. A smile unconsciously appeared at the corners of his mouth. However, the scene before him stunned him. He saw a group of people from the Yunqi tribe surrounding his corpse and crying loudly. Shit! Jiang Yuan was filled with doubt. Am I really dead? He looked anxiously for Qing and Shi, but saw that they were still sleeping soundly in the room. Qing Heshi's belly was slightly bulging, and she was pregnant with a new life. In half a year, I will be a father. Seeing Qing Heshi's face, Jiang Yuan smiled happily. However, Lai cried loudly on the screen, Master Wu! Master Wu! How is the patriarch? Wu looked in pain, tears streaming down his white-haired face, and he stroked Jiang Yuan's cold face with trembling hands. The clan leader is dead, he announced sadly. When the witch finished speaking, everyone in the Yunqi tribe burst into tears. The mournful cries echoed throughout the valley, and the entire Yunqi Valley was filled with gloom and sorrow. No, I don't believe Lord Jiang Yuan will die. Yinshi rushed forward, hugged Jiang Yuan's body, and shook him continuously. Lord Jiang Yuan, Lord Jiang Yuan, wake up soon. Although Yinshi shook the corpse in his arms desperately, there was still no response. Shou walked forward with tears in his eyes, pushed Yinshi to the ground, and cried loudly while holding Jiang Yuan's corpse. Jiang Yuan looked at the grief-stricken tribesmen in front of him, and his heart was filled with warmth. He finally understood how deeply he was loved by the Yunqi tribesmen. Just as he was moved by this, he suddenly realized, if I am really dead, then where is this place? Is it hell or heaven? He looked down at the vast world beneath his feet, his heart full of doubts. At this moment, the screen in front of him suddenly disappeared. No! Jiang Yuan shouted anxiously, and he ran forward, trying to catch the disappearing light and shadow. However, the screen had completely disappeared, and Jiang Yuan only felt a sense of emptiness and melancholy. He wished so much that he could take one more look at King Gexi and his unborn child. Suddenly, the front became bright again, and a figure slowly appeared in the light. The figure was surrounded by brilliant light and had a sacred aura, like a god descending from the sky. The figure said coldly, You are really useless, Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan took 2 steps back and looked at the figure warily. Who are you? I am a god, the figure responded arrogantly, his tone full of disdain. I originally sent you to the primitive age so that you could accelerate the process of world evolution. I didn't expect you to die so soon. Jiang Yuan was confused. Are there really gods in this world? Is it really these so-called gods who caused him to travel to the primitive world? Jiang Yuan tried hard to stay awake, shook his head, and tried to sort out his thoughts. The god spoke again. I originally planned to wait for you to die naturally in the primitive era so that you could ascend to the divine realm and join the ranks of immortals. I didn't expect you to be killed by a wild beast. The god paused for a moment, and his tone became more severe. Without further ado, you now have 2 choices. One is to return to the primitive age, continue to lead the tribe to develop, and accelerate the evolution of the world, but you will no longer be able to ascend to become a god after death. The other is to return to your original world. Jiang Yuan was full of doubts, not knowing whether God's words were true or false, but he had no choice but to make a decision. He looked at the god in front of him, his face full of pain and struggle. One was a primitive world filled with his beloved and unborn children, and the other was a modern world filled with relatives and parents. Between the two, his choice became extremely difficult. Choose quickly. God's tone became urgent, urging Jiang Yuan to make a choice. Jiang Yuan suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes. His lips trembled slightly, but his eyes were firm. I choose to return to Chapter 203. Return to the primitive age. Jiang Yuan's body was held tightly in Shou's arms. The atmosphere in the central lobby of Yunchi Valley was filled with sadness. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan's fingers moved slightly. He was crying so hard that she suddenly felt something was wrong. She rubbed her eyes, thinking that she was dizzy from crying for so long. You felt uneasy, staring at Jiang Yuan's corpse, expecting the faint movement to appear again. However, Jiang Yuan still did not move. You lowered his head again, tears flowing like a spring. Jiang Yuan had actually regained consciousness a long time ago. Listening to the crying around him, a sense of warmth welled up in his heart, but over time, this emotion slowly turned into a subtle smile. Jiang Yuan's mouth corners rose unconsciously, and he made a decision in his heart. He wanted to go back to that primitive era. Thinking back to this era, Jiang Yuan couldn't give up his wife, the children he had never met, and the lives of his tribesmen. This world is full of dangers, wild beasts, giants, cannibals. These threats make Jiang Yuan feel uneasy. Despite this, he is still determined to return to this primitive era, not only because he cannot leave the family affection in this world, but also because he cannot bear the plight of his people after he leaves. Jiang Yuan knew that he might never see his parents again, but his younger brother was still there to help him fulfill his filial duties. He felt the wet animal hide on his body and recalled the severe pain after being hit by the cave lion. Now, it had completely disappeared and his body was back to normal. Just when Jiang Yuan was feeling mixed emotions, he suddenly opened his eyes and coughed lightly. All the crying stopped abruptly, and the scene suddenly became silent. The Yunchi tribe members looked at Jiang Yuan, who had miraculously revived, in astonishment. They were stunned and could hardly believe their eyes. Jiang Yuan slowly got up from Shou's arms, stretched his limbs, and felt that everything was normal. Jiang Yuan patted Shou's shoulder and said to everyone with a smile, "Why are you all looking at me? What happened?" Everyone's reaction was a little slow. After a while, Shou stuttered and asked, "Chief, aren't you already dead?" Jiang Yuan pretended to be confused, frowned, and joked. "Dead? How dare you curse me?" As he spoke, he twisted Shou's ear. Shou's eyes were filled with joy, and the tears and snot on his face were almost pouring out, but he still couldn't believe it and murmured, "But Lord Wu said that you are dead." Wu stood aside and rubbed his eyes. He dared to swear to the gods of the Yunchi tribe that Jiang Yuan was indeed dead just now. But now, Jiang Yuan in front of him came back to life, which made him a little confused. Jiang Yuan felt the gazes of the people around him, and his heart was filled with warmth. He said softly, "I'm fine. I'm sorry to have made everyone worried." After seeing Jiang Yuan resurrected, Yu jumped up with excitement and said repeatedly, "I knew it. I knew that the clan leader must be fine. I just saw the clan leader's fingers move." Jiang Yuan smiled and rubbed Yu's head. Since this child joined the Yunchi tribe, he has been following him like a tail. As time goes by, Jiang Yuan gradually treats Yu as his own brother. Jiang Yuan smiled and said to everyone again, "I'm sorry to make you worry, but I'm really just injured. I might have had a stitch in the side just now. The people of the Yunshi tribe showed confusion on their faces. They were puzzled. How could a stitch in the side make a person unable to breathe for such a long time? But for Jiang Yuan's sake, they did not ask any more questions. The head of the Tang clan hurried to the front and asked with concern, "Is the injury serious? Is there any problem?" Jiang Yuan patted his chest and smiled. "It's okay, I just need to rest for a while." Jiang Yuan looked around and deliberately asked, "Were Qing and Shi?" He understood that the two did not know that he was dead, but he still asked this question deliberately. The head of the Song clan replied, "We didn't tell them that you were injured because we were afraid they would worry too much." Jiang Yuan nodded, walked out the door and said, "Okay, I'll go see them." In Jiang Yuan's heart, all his thoughts of Qing Hushi surged up and almost swallowed him up. Even though Jiang Yuan knew that he had died once, he was unwilling to leave them and his children again. "Okay, go quickly," Chief Song urged. Jiang Yuan hurriedly walked out of the hall and quickly returned to his house. He hugged Qing Hushi tightly, and the feeling of death made him deeply unwilling to leave them. Qing Hushi woke up from her sleep and saw Jiang Yuan's eyes were red and his body was shaking slightly. Although she was a little surprised, she hugged him naturally. Jiang Yuan gently kissed their foreheads, wiped away the tears from their eyes, and whispered, "I swear, I will never leave you again." Qing Hushi gently placed Jiang Yuan's hand on her belly and said with a smile, "Our child will not leave you either." Jiang Yuan touched their hair and said gently, "Okay, you two can rest for a while." The two nodded, and they didn't ask any more questions. Although they had many doubts in their hearts, they believed in Jiang Yuan. No matter what happened, he would solve all the problems. Jiang Yuan walked out of the house with firm determination, wiped the tears from his face, and adjusted his emotions. He walked out of the house, and the leaders and tribesmen of the Yunshi tribe were waiting outside the door. He saw their concerned eyes, smiled slightly, patted his chest, and said, "My injury is not a big problem. Don't worry, everyone, go away." Although they were reluctant, they followed Jiang Yuan's request and began to leave and return to their respective posts. The severe winter was approaching, and they had to prepare for the next challenge. Chapter 204. Preparations for the winter. Jiang Yuan stood in the Yunshi Valley, looking up at the vast sky. Although there was no expression on his face, his heart was surging with uncalmed waves. The time travel he experienced, the different civilizations in the primitive world, and the appearance of the god all made him extremely confused. Each experience was like a light ball in the fog, waiting for him to explore in depth and uncover the secrets. Jiang Yuan shook his head slightly, thinking, it seems that this world is not as simple as it seems. Especially when Peng told him that there are also spear throwers outside the Lizon Mountains. He realized that the complexity of this world has far exceeded his initial imagination. "What are you thinking about?" The chief of the Tang tribe had stood beside him and asked with concern. Jiang Yuan replied, "Nothing." These things that confused him were incomprehensible to him as a modern man. So how could he help a primitive man? Chief Tsang heaved a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you're okay. I was really worried that something might happen to you." He stared into Jiang Yuan's eyes and said sincerely, "Without you, I can't imagine what would happen to the Yunshi tribe." Jiang Yuan smiled at Chief Tsang and comforted him. "Everything is fine, don't worry." The two sat on the bamboo chair in front of the house and chatted for a long time before Chief Tsang got up and left. At this moment, Lai came trotting over with the cave lion's head in his hand and threw it in front of Jiang Yuan. "Master, it was this beast that injured you." Jiang Yuan looked at the cave lion's head without saying anything for a long time. His eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, Jiang Yuan sighed and said, "Skin and kill the beast, and let the tribesmen taste the meat of the beast." After hearing this, Lai left to arrange the handling of the cave lion. Jiang Yuan suddenly remembered something and called Lai. "Have you transported the dozen or so giant antelopes we caught today back to the tribe?" Lai slapped his head suddenly. "Oh no, I forgot." He had been worried about Jiang Yuan's injury and had completely forgotten about this matter. "Go," Jiang Yuan urged. The meat of the dozen giant antelopes was enough for the entire tribe to eat for several days, and Jiang Yuan also wanted to make the meat into jerky or store it. So much time has passed, and the meat of the giant antelopes has probably been eaten by carnivorous beasts. There's almost nothing left. Lai hurriedly led the tribesmen from the hunting and military tribes to the northern grassland. As the sky grew darker, a cold winter wind began to blow. Jiang Yuan sat in the valley, thinking about everything that had happened. He didn't come back to his senses until his tribesmen brought him food. The moon hung high in the sky, its silvery light shining on the earth. The stars were hidden in the cold wind, and the sky and earth were filled with a biting cold. Jiang Yuan asked softly, "Have the members from the hunting tribe and the military tribe returned yet?" The members shook their heads, indicating that they had not yet returned. Jiang Yuan nodded, fed King Gexi, and then went to the watchtower to wait. Half an hour later, Li Hu finally led his tribe back, but more than a dozen carts were empty, and there was no sign of the giant antelope. Lai and Shou lowered their heads and reported to Jiang Yuan with an annoyed look. "Master Chief, when we arrived at the northern grasslands, only bones and meat scraps of the giant antelopes were left." Jiang Yuan patted their shoulders and comforted them with a smile. "This is not your fault." Jiang Yuan knew that groups of herbivorous beasts had already migrated south, and the carnivorous beasts that accompanied them were following closely behind. The ferocious animals in the wild made it impossible for the giant antelope to survive. Although the loss was not small, it was nothing to the Yunchi tribe. Jiang Yuan knew that the tribe had enough resources to deal with the losses. As the cold winter approaches, all the major tribes in the Lizhan Mountains are making intensive preparations for winter. One day, a member of the Yunchi tribe came hurriedly and reported, "Master Tribe Leader Tsang invites you to worship the cloud tree and pick cloud fruits." Jiang Yuan responded, and the cloud fruits were finally ready to be harvested. The 3 sturdy cloud trees are full of snow-white cloud fruits, with white skin like jade and sweet flesh. Every year, the Yunchi tribe relies on these cloud fruits to survive the long winter. After offering sacrifices to the cloud tree, the picking work began. The Yunchi people carried baskets of cloud fruits into the cellar and stored them with other fruits and sweet potatoes. Jiang Yuan instructed Peng's engineering department to make wooden racks for the fruits to prevent them from rotting. Elder Wei and the tribesmen from the animal husbandry department were busy cutting grass and storing hay in preparation for the coming winter. Elder Pan led the tribesmen of the construction department to expand the fence and build a shed. They were also firing mud bricks to provide a warm habitat for the livestock of the animal husbandry department. Elder Pan asked Jiang Yuan what these bricks were for, but Jiang Yuan just smiled mysteriously and did not explain. Since the last loss of the giant antelope, the hunting department has never stopped being busy. They continue to go out hunting, trying to capture more prey before the mountains are closed by heavy snow. According to Wu's memory, the winter in the Lizhan Mountains is extremely long, and the snow is deep enough to bury people, which makes Jiang Yuan pay more attention to winter preparations. Peng's engineering department continued to work hard to produce animal skin clothes and blankets. The Yunchi tribe had sufficient reserves of animal skins to cope with the cold winter. The medical department was also not relaxed, especially since Qing Hushi was pregnant. Jiang Yuan also specially arranged for the tribesmen to manage the medical department to ensure timely treatment for winter diseases. After the harvesting department stopped working, Wen led his tribesmen to help in other departments to ensure that all preparations went smoothly. Every department of the Yunchi tribe is making careful preparations for the cold winter, and no one is idle. Every member of the Yunchi tribe is working hard to prepare for the upcoming severe winter and ensure that the tribe can safely survive this long and harsh winter. Chapter 205, Choice of Expansion. Jiang Yuan held a fire stick and gently stirred the firewood in the copper basin. Since the Yunchi tribe began to mine copper, or on a large scale, copperware has begun to be widely used in the tribe. The wind was howling outside the window. Jiang Yuan glanced at Qing Hushi, who was walking around in the house with a big belly. He walked to the window and carefully closed it, fearing that the cold wind outside would blow on her. The fire in the copper basin was blazing, and the heat gradually spread, and the whole house became warm in an instant. Jiang Yuan added a few more pieces of firewood to the pottery basin. Although the tribe had already stored a large amount of charcoal, Jiang Yuan still did not dare to use it easily, fearing that carbon monoxide leakage would affect the safety of the tribe members. He whispered to Qing and Shi, "You two can take a rest after your walk. I will have dinner with you in the evening." The two girls nodded slightly to show that they understood. Jiang Yuan wrapped himself tightly in his sheepskin coat. Sheepskin coats are very warm, and many tribesmen like to wear clothes made of wild-horned sheepskin in winter. The valley was quiet, with only a few Yunchi people walking around. When they saw Jiang Yuan, they bowed their heads respectfully and greeted him. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, responding to everyone's greetings. "It's so cold." Jiang Yuan pushed open the door of the central lobby and felt a gust of cold wind blowing in his face. Yuan took a deep breath and exhaled a cloud of hot air. Then he lit a fire in the brazier. He didn't turn and walk towards the sand table until the room became warm. The sand table marked the topography of the entire Lizhan mountain range, especially the locations of the 13 tribes. The salt lake and copper mines in the Chiefing Valley and the limestone tribes that produced lime all were carefully marked. Yuan held the copper dagger and kept giving instructions on the sand table. His tiger-toothed dagger, which was once made of saber-toothed tiger canine teeth, has now become a decoration and is hung on the wall. The tip of the copper dagger stopped at the low mountain where the limestone tribe was located. Yuan lowered his head and pondered. Should the limestone tribe be annexed? Lime was essential to the construction of the tribe in the primitive era, and this low mountain that produced lime was obviously an extremely important resource. Now there are only two forces left in the Lizhan Mountains. One is the Lizhan Alliance headed by the Yunshi tribe, which includes 6 tribes: Yunshi, Songlong, Shurhu, Xiongying, Fengshe, and Chanchuan. The other force is 7 tribes headed by the Manxiong tribe. Although the Manxiong tribe is powerful, with about 250 people, their cohesion is obviously not as good as that of the Lizhan Alliance. Yuan muttered to himself, if we annex the Greystone tribe, will it trigger a war between the 2 tribal alliances? The Barbarian Bear tribe was respectful to the Yunshi tribe, and some tribes even approached the Yunshi tribe. Ever since the Songlong tribe and the Yunshi tribe established contact, the spear throwers, spear guns, and even the fire used in the tribes have made the Barbarian Bear tribe envious. Yuan understood that the goodwill of the Barbarian Bear tribe was based on the strength of the Yunshi tribe. After careful consideration, Yuan decided not to take action for the time being. Yuan knew that although the Yunshi tribe was stronger than the Manxiong tribe, the consequences of the war were unbearable and would inevitably cost a huge price, and the Lizhan Mountains would become a bloody battlefield. Let's put it aside for now. Yuan made a decision in his heart. The Limestone tribe was now in awe of the Yunshi tribe and always treated Yunshi tribe with hospitality when doing business with them. He didn't want to have a conflict with them over the lime issue. Yuan's eyes turned to the 3 gaps in the Lizhan Mountains, the passages in the north, east, and south. The mountains in the west were impassable, and according to the witch of the Chiefing tribe, the west was inhabited by cannibal tribes, which made Yuan worried. The number of cannibal tribes must be astonishing, and according to Yuan's memory, the number of cannibals in the west was extremely large. An idea occurred to him. Since we can't take action inside the Lizhan Mountains, we can only expand outward. The dagger in Yuan's hand pointed back and forth at the 3 gaps on the sand table. Just as he was hesitating, he heard hurried footsteps and noisy conversations outside. Yuan knew that the tribesmen from the hunting tribe had returned. He put down the dagger and walked out of the central lobby. The cold wind was biting, and Yuan shivered involuntarily as soon as he walked out of the door. Seeing Yuan, Shou excitedly shouted, "Master Patriarch!" He hurried over with excitement on his face. "How much did you get today?" Yuan asked. Shou smiled and replied, 9 large prey." Yuan nodded slightly, feeling a little disappointed. 70 people spent a whole day, but the prey was so small. 9 prey was not even enough for the entire tribe to consume in a day, but it was better than nothing. There was a gleam of excitement in Shou's eyes. "Lord Yuan, we caught a few ponies today. We will stew the horse meat later." Yuan's eyes lit up after hearing this. The hunter continued nonchalantly. "The horses are running really fast. I'm really lucky today. I encountered a herd of wild horses." Yuan smiled, and a glimmer of anticipation emerged in his heart. Although there were fewer and fewer prey now, there was always a glimmer of hope. The tribesmen of the hunting tribe, even though they had advanced weapons and rich experience, still faced considerable difficulties. Chapter 206, Cavalry. Yuan walked into the center of the hunting tribe. Many tribesmen were holding prey in their hands. Some were pushing carts covered in blood and filled with cut pieces of meat. The so-called ponies were indeed small enough. Yuan could tell at a glance that they were all foals that were less than a year old. There were 4 foals, 2 males and 2 females. One of the females had a broken leg. Yuan was overjoyed. He came to the foals and kept stroking their shiny manes. The joy in his eyes almost turned into reality and overflowed. Seeing Yuan so happy, Shou thought Yuan wanted to taste horse meat. After all, wild horses are so hard to catch. Yuan had joined the Yunchi tribe for more than half a year, but he had never eaten horse meat. Sho immediately shouted, "Quick, skin and kill this horse with a broken leg. Make it into barbecue, and let the tribe leader taste the taste of horse meat." Jiang Yuan stroked the broken leg of the mare, looking a little regretful. Before traveling through time, he had read related information that the pain a horse would endure after breaking its leg was so great that it was almost worse than death. The Yunchi tribe didn't have the means to heal a horse with a broken leg. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and then said, "Kill this little mare. After all, her leg is broken. No one is allowed to kill the other foals." Sho was slightly stunned. He did not understand what Jiang Yuan meant and asked in a low voice, "Master, why are you keeping this prey if you don't kill it and eat it?" Jiang Yuan's eyes were firm and fiery. "I want to form a cavalry." Jiang Yuan's mind had already begun to picture the scene of that powerful cavalry, unstoppable, invincible cavalry galloping across the primitive land, dominating the world. Jiang Yuan wanted to use this cavalry to conquer the primitive world and make the whole world bow down to the iron hoofs of the Yunchi tribe cavalry. How could primitive people holding wooden spears resist this cavalry that could destroy mountains and uproot peaks? Cavalry. Sho repeated the word with confusion on his face. Obviously, he did not understand what cavalry was, but the word soldier had made him realize that this kind of cavalry must belong to the combat department like the 30 Yunchi soldiers. Yes. Jiang Yuan nodded heavily and stroked the mane on the foal's neck. Wild horses are as fiery as fire and are extremely difficult to tame. These foals are still young and are just right for taming. When they grow up, they can be trained as mounts for the cavalry. Jiang Yuan asked hurriedly, "How many horses are there in the tribe now?" Sho thought for a moment and replied, "There are only 4 in total, and we just caught them today." As the head of the hunting department, all prey captured by the Yunchi tribe must be confirmed by him and Elder Wei. Jiang Yuan sighed softly. How could 4 foals form a cavalry? Moreover, one of the 4 foals was a mare with a broken leg. Jiang Yuan was silent for a moment and then said, "First, give these 3 foals to Elder Wei and feed them with the best grass." "Yes." Sho nodded, and then ordered the tribesmen of the hunting department to hand over the foals to Elder Wei's animal husbandry department. Some of the tribesmen went to hand over the prey to the logistics department of Chief Song. Ever since Jiang Yuan set up multiple departments in the Yunchi tribe, the weapons and tools of each department had to be returned at night and picked up in the morning. Jiang Yuan and Sho were walking in the cold wind. The biting cold wind almost made the 2 of them shrink their heads into their animal skins. Jiang Yuan said, "Hunting, winter is coming soon. See if you can catch more wild horses before winter comes, preferably foals." Sho nodded and agreed. "Okay, Chief, but these wild horses run too fast and are really hard to catch. We may not be able to catch one in a day." Sho hesitated and asked, "What if we delay hunting in order to catch wild horses?" Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "The tribe's food reserves are enough to last the entire winter. Don't worry, just catch wild horses. We have enough dried meat and stored meat, so the tribesmen won't starve." Sho smiled innocently after hearing this. "Master, I feel relieved when you say that." As the 2 continued their conversation, Jiang Yuan suddenly looked up at the watchtower and discovered that the members of the Ministry of Security were shivering and nose-draining in the cold wind while on guard up there. Jiang Yuan frowned slightly, thinking that if this continued, the people of the security department might freeze to death. So he said to Sho, "You go find Elder Peng or Pan and ask them to send people to help add a few wooden boards around the watchtower to reduce the impact of the cold wind on the people of the security department." "Yes." Sho agreed and immediately turned around to do it. Jiang Yuan looked at the shivering members of the security tribe, feeling somewhat reluctant, and turned around and walked towards the building of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The 11 departments of the Yunchi tribe were built around the central hall and arranged in a circle. Jiang Yuan pushed open the door and saw Yang, the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, discussing something with several tribesmen. "Chief." When they saw Jiang Yuan coming in, they bowed respectfully. Jiang Yuan asked, "What are you discussing?" Yang pointed to the gap in the north of the Lisan Mountains marked on the sand table and said, "Master, in autumn, countless animals migrate south from this place. When I went to the lion and tiger tribe a few days ago, the tribe leader said." "What?" Jiang Yuan stared at the gap with a burning gaze. Yang explained, "The chief of the lion and tiger tribe said that they saw many people coming from the north and migrating to the south with the animal tribe." Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up, and he nodded gently. "Okay, I understand." He paused for a moment, then said, Yang, I have a task for you. Please speak, Chief. Yang asked respectfully. Yuan said, let the Ministry of Foreign Affairs contact other tribes to see if they have caught wild horses that have not been slaughtered. If so, exchange them back. Yuan knew that as the animals migrated south, other tribes would definitely catch a lot of prey, no matter how poor their weapons and experience were. Maybe among them was the wild horse foal he had been dreaming about. Chapter 207. Changes in Yunshi Valley. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yuan got what he wanted and got more than a dozen wild foals. Some of them were captured by the hunting department, and some were obtained by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs through trade with other tribes. Each foal had smooth and shiny fur and a slender and strong body. Yuan was very satisfied with these foals. In addition to these foals, the hunting department also captured an adult wild horse, whose mane almost dragged on the ground and whose hair was as red as fire, as if it were a reincarnated dragon horse. Despite this, the wild horse had a fiery temperament and did not want to be kept in captivity. It kept neighing in the newly built stable and even broke several reins. Yuan wanted to tame it, but seeing how violent it was, he couldn't bear to do it. He couldn't just break the horse's legs like he did with the wild boar. If he did that, how could he form a cavalry? After a few days of domestication, the adult wild horse still refused to eat grass or drink water and eventually died. Yuan had no choice but to order the tribe to slaughter it and cook the horse meat for the tribe to eat. There were more than a dozen wild horses in the stable, wearing bridles and reins, much more docile than adult wild horses. Among them, Yuan liked a foal that looked like it was stained with blood, with its mane and tail spread out like a burning flame, and its personality was similar to that of the adult wild horse that had starved to death. Yuan named it Red Rabbit. After feeding the wild foals, Yuan went to the hound training ground. The cold wind was howling, and the bare branches on the trees were trembling slightly in the wind. Suddenly, a goshawk's cry was heard in the sky. Genghis Khan, the bird of prey, circled in the air for a moment and then rushed down like a ball of fire. Yuan quickly wrapped the animal skin around his arm so that Genghis Khan could rest steadily on his arm. The eagle's claws were deeply embedded in the animal hide. If it was a small prey, it would have its skin torn and bones broken if it was grabbed by Genghis Khan like this. Yuan stroked Genghis Khan's long eagle feathers and walked towards the hunting dog training ground. The Yunshi tribe has a total of 15 hunting dogs, which are usually fed by members of the hunting department. Most of their food is the leftover bones, minced meat, and broth of the Yunshi people. Now these hounds are 6 months old and are close in size to adult wild wolves. It must be said that the Songlong tribe's dog training method is very clever, making these hounds loyal to their masters while retaining the ferocity and wildness of wild wolves. Yuan stroked the head of a hound and said softly, after the winter, you can participate in hunting. These hounds will be close to adulthood after the winter, so it should not be a problem for them to assist the hunting department in hunting. In order to feed these wild wolf cubs who only eat meat, the Yunshi tribe has consumed a lot of meat. Let's go, Yuan said softly as he closed the wooden door. Genghis Khan flew off his arms, broke through the air, and disappeared into the gray sky. In winter, the sky is gray. Yuan looked up at the sky and walked towards his room. He was eager to spend some time with King Gexi. Qing Hashi's belly was already noticeably bulging, and Yuan was unable to take care of her alone, so he found a clever and experienced female member of the tribe to help. Thank you, Yi. Yuan said to Yi gratefully. You're welcome, clan leader. Yi bowed respectfully and then retreated to the living room to warm himself by the fire and wait. Yuan gently put his ear on Qing Hashi's belly. There was no pregnancy test technology in the primitive era, but Yuan guessed that the two of them got pregnant around June, which means that he will become a father next spring. Why aren't these two little guys making any noise? Yuan thought with some disappointment. As a modern person who graduated from a traditional Chinese medicine university, Yuan himself felt that this question was a bit stupid. How could there be any noise in a 6-month pregnancy? Soon after, the tribesmen brought some egg custard and stewed meat. Yuan picked up a wooden spoon to feed them until they were full, and then he started to eat. During this period, the Yunshi people's diet became more and more diverse, and Yuan carefully made various game and vegetables into delicious food. In addition to the indispensable salt, Yuan also found chives and ginger as seasonings. More importantly, he also used chicken bones to make a thick soup and made chicken essence. The food with chicken essence was fragrant, and every member of the tribe praised it. You two take a rest. I'm going to inspect the tribe. Yuan stroked King Gexi's soft hair and said softly. The two girls nodded slightly, indicating that they were relieved to let him go. When I came to the living room, Yi was eating food around the brazier, 2 fruits, a roasted sweet potato, a bowl of hot soup, and a piece of barbecue. Although the food they ate was not as rich as that of King Gexi, it was far better than that of the people of other tribes. Even the food that ordinary people of Yunchi tribe ate was better than that of the chiefs of other tribes. Thank you for your hard work, Yi. I'm going to go out for a while and take care of Qing and Shi. Yuan said to Yi before leaving. Okay, clan leader. Yi stood up quickly and nodded to indicate that it was no problem. Now the defense of the Yunchi tribe has been further strengthened. Although the Chiefing tribe has been destroyed and the Centipede Mountain Alliance has been destroyed, the Yunchi tribe has no rivals in the Lizhan Mountains. But Yuan was always prepared for danger and was unwilling to relax. A few days ago, the wooden doors of the Yunchi tribe were repaired and even covered with copper. The cross bridge at the entrance of the valley was also reinforced, and the corridors on both sides of the cross bridge were built into walls with lime, stones, and fired bricks. From a distance, the front of the Yunchi Valley was as solid as a golden city. Even so, Yuan still did not relax his vigilance. There were 2 catapults stationed on both sides of the wooden gate. The Yunchi tribe could not only throw rolling stones when the enemy approached, but also attack the enemy from hundreds of steps away. Is it cold? Yuan climbed up the watchtower and asked the security tribesmen on duty. The watchtower had just been built, and wooden boards were nailed around it to keep out the cold wind. Yuan noticed that the boss of the public security department, Wolf, was holding a bronze spear and carrying a bronze knife. There was a bamboo bow and bronze arrows next to him, and there was steaming meat soup on the table. The wolf smiled innocently. Master, it's not cold. He picked up the ceramic bowl and drank a mouthful of the broth. Then he remembered something and quickly held it in front of Yuan and asked, Master Yuan, do you want a sip? No need. I just ate. Yuan smiled and patted the wolf on the shoulder. You stay alert. I'll go check the back of the valley. The back of the valley was divided into 2 halves by a river. There were bamboo thorns buried in the riverbed at the 2 gaps. Fences were set up in the river, walls were built on the shore, and there were also security tribesmen on guard in the watchtower. Yuan was sure that no one could attack Yunchi Valley through these 2 gaps. After patrolling the valley, it was already completely dark, and Yuan returned to the house holding a torch. Yi was still waiting, so he handed the torch to Yi. Go and have a rest. Yi took the torch, nodded in response, and turned around and left with the torch in hand. Yuan looked at the torch that was getting smaller and smaller, feeling the chill of the cold wind, and couldn't help feeling a little desolate in his heart. Yuan shook his head gently to dispel the emptiness in his heart, and added a few pieces of firewood to the brazier to make the flames burn brighter and the room warmer. Afterwards, Yuan took off his heavy animal skin, lay down beside the Qinghe River, and fell asleep quietly. Chapter 208. Winter. The cold wind howled outside the window, and heavy snow fell. Everything seemed to be wrapped in jade, and the sky and the earth were covered in frost white. Yuan took off the animal skin blanket, got dressed, and got up. Qing and she were still sleeping soundly in their thick blankets. Yuan walked out of the room and came to the living room. He pushed open the solid wood window, leaned against the windowsill, and quietly looked at the snow scene outside. It started snowing early this morning, and the heavy snow has been falling all morning without any stopping. Outside the window, the roofs of the houses in the valley and the mountains outside the Yunchi Valley are all covered with thick white snow, as if entering a world of ice and snow. The cold wind blew through the window onto Yuan's face, causing him to shiver. The snowflakes outside were flying like goose feathers, like white flowers spinning in the air. Yuan stretched out his hand and caught a snowflake. It was crystal clear and melted quickly in his hand. The cool touch made him mutter to himself, "It's winter." Yuan unknowingly traveled to this primitive world. More than half a year has passed since spring. At this time, many Yunchi people had opened the wooden doors and came out of the windows to play in the snow. There were especially many children. The clever Yu became the king of the children in the tribe, leading a group of children to split into 2 teams, throwing snowballs at each other, kicking up the snow, and having a lot of fun. The adults were also wearing thick animal skins, standing by with smiles, watching the children playing happily. Today, the Yunchi tribe has sufficient food reserves and life has become stable. The tribesmen seem to have forgotten those who died of hunger and cold in the past winters. Seeing Jiang Yuan coming, many tribesmen bowed respectfully to greet him. Even the children who were playing were no exception. Jiang Yuan smiled and nodded in response, which was enough to show the awe and love that the Yunshi people had for him. Jiang Yuan's status in their hearts was comparable to that of a god. Arriving at the big kitchen, Jiang Yuan saw many tribesmen busy at work. Food was usually prepared by Yu's agricultural department, but one was a woman who could not sit still, so she was helping out with the women from the picking department. Seeing one, Jiang Yuan quickly called out, "Aunt Wen." "Chief, you're here." Wen nodded gently and said, "I was just thinking of looking for you. What's wrong?" Jiang Yuan walked to her side and asked. Wen pointed at the stone jar and pottery basin next to him and said helplessly, "Chief, come and have a look. The water is frozen and we can't make soup." The other female tribesmen who were cooking also had worried looks on their faces, as they were at a loss as to what to do with the frozen water. Seeing this, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "It's okay, I'll do it." It was freezing cold outside, and it was obviously unrealistic to melt the ice in the pottery basin with fire. Jiang Yuan called a few people from the Ministry of Construction, picked up the copper hammer and copper pickaxe, and walked toward the river next to him with the pottery basin and wooden barrel. Now that heavy snow has just begun to fall, all the tribesmen are huddled in the valley and have not gone out. Elder Pan curiously followed Jiang Yuan and asked, "Patriarch, what are you doing?" Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Cut the ice to get water." Winter had just arrived, and Jiang Yuan didn't believe that the river behind the valley would be frozen 3 feet deep. Sure enough, there was only a thin layer of ice on the surface of the river behind the valley. Jiang Yuan could even see the water flowing slowly under the ice with his naked eyes. Jiang Yuan's every move attracted the attention of the tribesmen. Many tribesmen followed him along the road, wanting to see what he was going to do. At this time, many Yunshi tribesmen had gathered on the wooden bridge on the shore. Jiang Yuan stood on the shore and smashed the ice hard with the copper hammer in his hand. The ice cracked instantly, and the fragments fell into the water. The river water also washed away the ice. Jiang Yuan shouted, "Hurry, get some water for cooking." Several members of the Jinshi tribe who were holding ceramic basins and wooden barrels nodded hurriedly and lay on the shore to dip the wooden barrels and ceramic basins into the cold river water to get water. Jiang Yuan's action of breaking ice to get water attracted the surprise and admiration of many Yunshi people. After getting water, Wan Yue immediately led the people to make a fire and cook. After Jiang Yuan and Qing Hashi finished their breakfast, they asked you to take good care of them and went to the central hall. The snow in the Yunshi Valley was already a finger deep. When Jiang Yuan walked towards the central lobby in front of the valley, his shoes were soaked by the snow. The shoes of the Yunshi tribe were mostly made of animal skins and had poor waterproof properties. Jiang Yuan pushed open the door and walked into the lobby, sighing slightly. He took off his wet shoes, walked to the brazier to warm himself by the fire, and waited for the heads of other departments to arrive. Today he had something important to discuss with everyone, which was to use the winter time to recruit wanderers from the Lizan Mountains. The snow in Yunshi Valley was already a finger deep. When Jiang Yuan walked from the residential area at the back of the valley to the central lobby in front of the valley, his shoes were soaked. The shoes of the Yunshi tribe were mostly made of animal skins, and the waterproof effect was not very good. Jiang Yuan pushed open the door, walked into the central lobby, and sighed slightly. He took off his wet shoes, lit a fire in the brazier, and waited for the heads of other departments to come while warming themselves by the fire. Chapter 209. Recruiting Wanderers. When everyone walked into the central lobby, Jiang Yuan noticed that almost none of their shoes were dry. The snow outside had already penetrated the uppers of their shoes, and it was obvious that everyone had experienced a cold in the heavy snow. "This winter is so cold." Chief Tsang patted the snowflakes on his shoulders and stomped his feet carefully to remove the mud and snow on his shoes. "Everyone, take off your shoes and warm yourself by the fire." Jiang Yuan called out to everyone. The youngest Yang took a fire stick and threw a few pieces of charcoal into the brazier, and the flames suddenly became more intense. Wen shook his head slightly and said with a smile, "What does it look like for a group of people to talk with bare feet?" As the living conditions of a Yunshi tribe gradually improved, the concept of etiquette gradually emerged in the tribe. Chief Tsang, who was about to take off his shoes, froze. Seeing that his wife had already spoken, he could not continue taking off his shoes. He could only smile awkwardly and stopped. Since Chief Tsang, the deputy chief, did not take off his shoes, naturally no one else dared to take them off either. Elder Wei, who had already found a seat and sat down, asked, "By the way, Patriarch, Did you ask us to come here for something important? The arrangement of the people's seats was very subtle. The more powerful the person, the closer he was to Zhang Yuan. The chief of the Tsang clan, the Elder Pan, and the Elder Wei were the closest to Zhang Yuan, followed by the three heads of the military department and Shou and Wen. Zhang Yuan motioned for everyone to sit down. He turned to look at Xiang Yang and asked, "Didn't you tell me 10 days ago that a large group of people were heading south from the northern part of the Lizan Mountains and passing through the Lizan Mountains?" "Yes." Yang nodded. "The chief of the Lion and Tiger tribe told me this when I went to the Lion and Tiger tribe to trade for foals." Yang paused and continued. "At that time, the chief of the Lion and Tiger tribe asked me to ask you whether we should declare war on them because they were hunting on our territory." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, indicating that he already knew it. Then Zhang Yuan turned to Shou and asked, "Have you seen these guys?" Shou thought for a while and replied, "I often run into them when I'm hunting. These people should be from different tribes, with different numbers of people. Do you know where they are?" Zhang Yuan asked again. Shou replied, "Of course I know, but they have been migrating all the time, and they should no longer be in the Lizan Mountains now." Zhang Yuan smiled gently and said, "No, these wanderers come from different tribes. They have migrated south one after another, and there will always be people stranded in the Lizan Mountains." "Chief, what are you going to do?" Elder Pan asked at this time. "I want to absorb these wanderers into the tribe," Zhang Yuan said bluntly. Everyone present looked at each other, obviously finding it difficult to understand. In winter, recruit new tribesmen? As we all know, food reserves are the key to whether the tribe can survive the winter safely. How to accommodate more people? Chief Tsang thought to himself, was Zhang Yuan frozen silly by the severe winter cold? These wanderers were not only useless, but also wasted the tribe's food. Elder Wei hesitated and said, "Master Chief, if we recruit these people into the tribe now, they will only waste our food and they will not be of any help." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. "I know, but when they come to the tribe, we can let them participate in the construction with the construction department, or make tools and smelt copper with the engineering department." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Besides, it doesn't snow all the time in winter. When the snow stops, the wanderers can go mining copper or join the hunting department in hunting." Zhang Yuan asked Shou, "Didn't our tribe hunt in winter before?" Shou replied, "We would hunt in the winter when it didn't snow, but we basically couldn't catch any prey and instead wasted a lot of energy. So we rarely went out hunting in winter before." Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, "Are there no large prey in the Lizan Mountains in winter?" Shou shook his head and said yes. In winter, a kind of elephant with long hair on its body is often seen in the Lizan Mountains. "Mammoth!" Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up, and he suddenly shouted. As soon as he heard Shou's description, Zhang Yuan knew that the giant elephant he was talking about was the mammoth, a huge creature that lives in ice and snow. Shou asked cautiously, "Chief, do you want us to hunt mammoths?" Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "Didn't the tribe capture a mammoth a few days ago? I remember that the tribe's preserved meat was made with elephant meat." Shou smiled bitterly. "Chief, that elephant was a baby elephant and was injured." Zhang Yuan didn't care. "It doesn't matter. We now have sharp copper spears, copper knives, and copper arrows. It is very easy to hunt mammoths. Moreover, this is an opportunity to expand the power of our tribe, a rare opportunity." Seeing Zhang Yuan's determination, the others nodded in support of Zhang Yuan's decision. However, Elder Wei's brows were still furrowed. Although the Yunchi tribe had raised more than 600 large prey and countless small prey, these prey had to survive the 3-month winter. Now Zhang Yuan was planning to recruit new tribesmen, and he was worried that these prey would not be enough to support the tribe's food needs. Zhang Yuan looked at Shou. "Shou, when the snow stops, you lead the members of the hunting tribe to go out and look for the wanderers in the Lizan Mountains." Shou nodded slightly to show that he understood. "Clan leader, please leave this matter to me and the Bingyu department." At this time, the taciturn Lin suddenly spoke. He was confident that the 10 Yunchi soldiers he trained were no less capable than those of the Bingwu department and Bingzhan department. Lin was also anxious. He had not been able to make any contribution since he joined the tribe. Especially that big stupid guy Rock was always looking for trouble, which made him depressed. Zhang Yuan gave him an approving look, but still shook his head and said, "Lin, after we recruit wanderers, we will let your military department take action." Hearing Zhang Yuan's promise, Lin finally smiled, nodded in agreement, and then said goodbye and left. Zhang Yuan noticed that Peng had not left yet, so he called him back. "What's wrong, Lord Zhang Yuan?" Peng was a little confused. Even though it is winter, the copper smelting work cannot be stopped. Jiang Yuan reminded him. Peng nodded and said, "Okay, Lord Jiang Yuan." At this time, the copper smelting of Yunshi tribe was jointly responsible by the construction department and the engineering department. Jiang Yuan went on. "I remember there are some dry cowhides in the tribe. Cowhide is waterproof. You should quickly make some cowhide shoes and send them to the military department and the combat department. They have to camp in the snow, and we can't let them get cold." "Yes," Peng responded, and hurriedly turned around and left to complete the task assigned to him by Jiang Yuan. Chapter 210. Snow Wolf. The sky and the earth were filled with snow and wind, and gusts of cold wind howled in the air. Jiang Yuan and 10 strong Yunshi tribesmen were pulling a cart and moving forward in the snow. In addition to pottery pots, bowls, and spoons for cooking, there were also a lot of food and thick animal skin blankets on the cart. The most eye-catching thing was the dozens of thick cowhide shoes, which were made by Peng and the engineering department working overtime. Jiang Yuan looked at the white earth and the gray sky and couldn't help sneezing, feeling the cruelty and coldness of winter in the wild. Snowflakes carried by the cold wind kept drilling into his neck, freezing him. The direction in which the Yunshi people were heading was exactly the southern gap of the Lizhan Mountains, where the military and combat departments were stationed. "You know what? These leather shoes are really warm." Sho dug a snow pit with every step he took. He stared at the leather shoes on his feet, a smug smile appearing on his face. Jiang Yuan stopped and looked around. The whole world was covered with white snow. "What's wrong, Chief?" Sho, who was pulling a cart, saw Jiang Yuan stop and put down the cart. He curiously stepped forward to ask, "Are we going in the wrong direction?" Jiang Yuan asked doubtfully. As an experienced hunter, Sho has traveled almost all over the Lizhan Mountains. He looked around and said, after confirming that everything was correct, "We are not going in the wrong direction, Chief. Believe me." Sho easily determined the direction to go by using the winding mountains in the distance. "What's going on? Am I dazzled?" Jiang Yuan saw that the snow in front of him seemed to be moving a little, but he looked again and found nothing unusual. Jiang Yuan subconsciously rubbed his eyes, thinking that he might have snow blindness. "Chief, are you okay?" Sho pulled out the copper knife from his waist and asked with concern. "Nothing." Jiang Yuan stared ahead for a long time and saw nothing unusual, so he shook his head gently, thinking that he was just overthinking. Jiang Yuan still felt uneasy, but he couldn't explain why he felt that way. He tightened the hide in his hand and continued to push the cart, moving forward with difficulty. The military and combat departments had left the tribe for a whole night, and Jiang Yuan had promised to deliver all kinds of tools and supplies to them today. "I wonder if Lion Man will be frozen silly by this winter." Sho laughed and made fun of the two. "Be careful." Suddenly, a Yunshi tribe member shouted loudly, drew out the copper knife from his waist, and rushed forward. Jiang Yuan heard the shout and immediately turned around, only to see several white shadows rushing from a distance in the snow, approaching everyone quickly. "Not good." Sho's face immediately became solemn, and he quickly drew out his copper knife and rushed towards the white shadow. Jiang Yuan's heart tightened, realizing that they were attacked by a ferocious beast again. This barbaric and brutal primitive world was really full of dangers. They did not carry spears this time, but simply equipped themselves with copper knives. Jiang Yuan also rushed forward waving the copper knife, which drew sharp shadows in the air, forcing the enemy to retreat. However, those white shadows quickly dodged the copper knife in Jiang Yuan's hand, lying on the snow, showing their long canine teeth, and kept howling. "Wolf!" Jiang Yuan looked at the white wolf in front of him and felt relieved. As long as they didn't encounter large beasts such as saber-toothed tigers, cave lions, giant crocodiles, short-faced bears, and giant pythons, Jiang Yuan was not too worried about a few wild wolves. However, Sho's eyes became solemn. He held the bloody copper knife in his hand, and under his feet was the wolf that had been ripped open. "This is a snow wolf, Chief." Sho stared at the remaining snow wolves and said slowly, "I didn't expect to run into these guys. Are these things very powerful?" Jiang Yuan couldn't help but ask after hearing the solemnity in Sho's tone. How powerful could a snow wolf be that was killed by them in one encounter? Sho smiled bitterly and said, "Chief, although these guys are not powerful, they are numerous." Sho paused for a moment and continued. "Every winter, these snow wolves will enter the Lizhan mountain from the north in groups, often with hundreds of wolves." Jiang Yuan was stunned when he heard this. The largest wolf pack he had ever seen was only a pack of dozens of mountain wolves or alien wolves. A pack of hundreds of snow wolves. The hunter with rich hunting experience looked at these snow wolves and said, Lord Jiang Yuan, these snow wolves should be the pioneers of the wolf pack's hunting, and they are specifically responsible for exploring the way for the wolf pack. These snow wolves were obviously very alert and did not retreat easily. Instead, they showed their sharp teeth and were ready to meet the challenge. Jiang Yuan looked at the snow wolves calmly and had made a decision in his heart. Kill these wild wolves. He ordered decisively and never allowed the wolves to find their tracks. As soon as Jiang Yuan finished speaking, everyone immediately swung their knives, and the atmosphere of the battle quickly heated up. The snow wolves obviously did not take these people seriously, and they showed their teeth, ready to fight them to the end. Chapter 2:11 Watashin. Jiang Yuan sneered. Just these few beasts, you dare to dream of eating us. After fighting with several snow wolves for a while, he had already cut off the claws of one of the snow wolves with a copper knife. The wolf was now lying on the snow with its bare hooves stretched out, howling. Kill. The people in Yunshi shouted loudly and chopped hard with the copper knives in their hands. The moves were wide and open. These snow wolves did not dare to fight them head-on and were forced back by the shadows of the knives. Puff. The sound of a copper knife entering the body was heard, and Sho pulled the blood-stained copper knife out of the snow wolf's body, then threw the limp snow wolf aside. The hot and boiling wolf blood sprayed onto the ground. The bright color of the wolf blood was extremely dazzling in the snow and wind. The dots of wolf blood looked like plum blossoms blooming on white paper. Howl. A wolf howl with extremely penetrating power was heard, echoing in the white sky and earth, accompanied by the shrill whistling of the wind. It really sounded like the howling of ghosts. The wolf is a carnivorous beast with the toughest, most cunning, and ferocious character. It is a top predator and the biggest enemy of primitive people in ancient times. It can be said that it is quite difficult to deal with. The offensive was thwarted, but the remaining snow wolves still had no intention of escaping. They bared their long fangs and let out dull roars at Jiang Yuan and his men. Snort. Jiang Yuan took a step forward and slashed with his knife. The sharp blade ripped open the belly of the snow wolf that had lost its front paws. Blood gushed out from the wolf's belly, dyeing the white snow under the wolf's body deep red. The snow wolf let out a very shrill howl, and hot steam came out of the wound on its abdomen. It twitched for a moment. Then its body went limp and it died in the snow. The extremely shrill wolf howl frightened the other snow wolves so much that their bodies trembled. The snow wolf's deep blue eyes flickered with hesitation, staring at the bronze knives in Jiang Yuan and his men's hands without blinking. When this group of snow wolves were roaming the snowfields in the north, the upright apes they encountered did not have such sharp weapons. So sharp that they can be killed easily. So this group of snow wolves were wondering whether they should continue hunting. Kill these beasts. We still have to move on. Jiang Yuan shouted. It takes half a day to go from Yunshi Valley to the gap in the southern part of Lizhan Mountain Range and back. What's more, we are pulling the baggage through the snow. Jiang Yuan didn't want to waste any more time fighting with these beasts. Okay, Sho nodded in response. Just now, they were fighting with the snow wolves. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 snow wolves were dead, and they only paid the price of one person being scratched by the wolf's claws. At this moment, there were only 3 snow wolves left in front of them. Sho strode forward. Relying on the sharp bronze knife, he was not afraid at all when facing this lonely snow wolf. Howl. The 3 snow wolves howled at the crowd, then turned and ran away. Want to run? Jiang Yuan shouted. He picked up the tiger tendon bow, took out the copper arrow, and pulled the bowstring. He didn't want the large group of snow wolves to discover their location. When they are besieged by hundreds of snow wolves in this icy and snowy environment, they will have no room for resistance at all. Whoosh! The bronze arrow shot out and hit a snow wolf. The snow wolf staggered and continued to run wildly with the bronze arrow. The blood from the wound spread out in a straight line behind it, and a moment later, the snow wolf fell headfirst into the snow. Several more bronze arrows whizzed out and shot towards the snow wolf. However, most of the bronze arrows missed the target, and only one arrow hit the target. Damn it! Sho looked at the direction where the last snow wolf escaped and couldn't help but curse. He strode forward, raised his knife, and ended the lives of the 2 snow wolves that were shot by arrows. Let's leave quickly. Jiang Yuan looked at the vast snow and wind and urged everyone. Everyone hurriedly collected the bronze arrows scattered in the snow. Lord Jiang Yuan, what should we do with the corpses of these snow wolves? Sho asked, holding a snow wolf. Jiang Yuan stared at the white fur of the snow wolf and said after a moment's hesitation, Peel off the skin and keep it, and throw away the rest. The skin of the snow wolf can be said to be the best camouflage in the snow. It was because of this fur that the snow wolves were able to escape no one's notice just now. Everyone was a good hunter, and with a few moves of their knives, several snow wolf skins were completely peeled off. Hurry up! Zhang Yuan had already wrapped the animal skin strips around his palms again and pulled up the cart. It's okay, Lord Zhang Yuan, Shou said to Zhang Yuan. With such a heavy snowstorm, even if the wolf's nose is sharp, it won't be able to find us after we leave. Zhang Yuan nodded gently. I know. I'm worried that if we delay for too long, the snow wolves will come back, and then we'll be in trouble. Shou nodded slightly, called upon all the tribesmen, and set off again in the snow. The wolf carcass in the snow, the bright wolf blood, and the deep wheel tracks disappeared in an instant under the heavy snow, buried by the wind and snow. Not long after Zhang Yuan and others left, a majestic snow wolf as big as a leopard reappeared here, leading a large pack of snow wolves. At first glance, the entire snowfield is covered with inconspicuous white dots. At a quick glance, there are actually hundreds of them. When the entire wolf pack was moving, it was so quiet that it was difficult to detect. The snow wolf king sniffed with his black nose and soon arrived at a place. It stretched out its claws and dug away the snow. After a while, several naked wolf corpses appeared under the snow, and the bright wolf blood could be vaguely seen on the snow. Howl! Staring at the wolf corpses, the snow wolf king let out a shrill howl. The snow wolf king's nose twitched, and it was not clear what it was sniffing. Its huge body circled around the wolf corpse. However, after a long time, the snow wolf king still couldn't find a direction. He looked around and howled unwillingly. The entire snow wolf pack followed the wolf king and howled continuously. Across the empty sky and earth, the sound of wolves howling echoed. After a long time, the wolf howls gradually stopped, and the snow wolf king stared at the snow wolf corpse in his eyes, and suddenly a faint green light appeared. It lowered its head, opened its ferocious mouth, and aimed its sharp fangs at the wolf corpse in the snow. The place where Lai's military department and Man's military department were stationed was a low mountain. The low mountain is called Wutao Mountain because it grows a kind of peach with black skin in summer. Wutao Mountain is not originally short, but it looks much shorter compared to the steep cliffs on both sides that are difficult to climb. Therefore, Wutao Mountain became the only entrance and exit to the southern part of Laisan Mountain Range. Almost all the beasts and wanderers that pass through the Laisan Mountains must pass through Wutao Mountain if they want to migrate south. The Military Affairs Department and the Combat Department were stationed on the top of Wutao Mountain. Chapter 212, Building a Fortress. Strong. Quite. The hunter put his hands in front of his mouth in the shape of a trumpet and shouted loudly. Zhang Yuan and others pulled the cart, stepped on the slippery snow, and climbed to the top of Wutao Mountain with difficulty. The top of Wutao Mountain is flat, several dozen steps long and wide, and you can see the end at a glance. On both sides of the top of Wutao Mountain are towering mountain walls. Hearing Shou's shout, the snow on one side of the mountain wall fell down, and a large rock was pushed away, revealing a dark cave inside. At this time, a primitive man was tilting his head to look at Zhang Yuan and the others. Judging from his appearance, he is a Yunshi soldier from the military department. Seeing Zhang Yuan and the others, the Yunshi soldier shouted excitedly, Master Patriarch, Master Shou, we are here. Zhang Yuan asked his tribesmen to pull a few carts towards the cave. Hearing the shouts of their tribesmen, Lai and Man also hurried out of the cave. Chief, you are here. Lai lowered his head and put his hands in his pockets, with hot air coming out of his mouth and nose to greet Zhang Yuan and others. Yes. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. He looked at the people who were almost frozen to death and asked, Didn't you make a fire? Don't mention it, Lord Zhang Yuan. Man's face was full of bitterness. He patted the snowflakes on his shoulders and said, Let's go into the cave and talk. It's too cold outside. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. The heavy snow had started falling yesterday morning and had not stopped for a moment until now. They had traveled for half a day in the snow and wind, and their hands and feet were now somewhat stiff from the cold. Everyone rushed into the cave, which was much warmer inside than outside. 20 Yunshi soldiers huddled in the cave, shivering with cold. In the center of the crowd was a small flame. The interior of the cave is spacious, with dozens of people squeezed in. Apart from the unpleasant smell, it is not crowded. Lai complained to Zhang Yuan. Master, we would like to start a fire, but the firewood we picked up here is all wet. Once it burns, the smoke will choke people to death. Zhang Yuan burst out laughing. In this wilderness where the snow is ankle deep, if you can pick up dry firewood, you're considered capable. While everyone was talking, a cold wind mixed with snow blew into the cave, making everyone shiver. Hurry up and block the entrance of the cave with stones, man said hurriedly. The two Yunshi soldiers closest to the cave entrance quickly returned the stone to its original position. Is there anything to eat, Chief? Lai's eyes lit up. He rubbed his stomach and asked Jiang Yuan. The dried meat and fruits they brought here yesterday have been eaten up. Jiang Yuan hurriedly shouted. Move everything on the cart into the cave. The two Yunshi soldiers who had just blocked the cave entrance with stones were so helpless that they had to push the stones away again and walk out of the cave to unload the supplies from the cart. Animal skin blankets, food, pottery pots and bowls, firewood and various supplies were transported into the cave. Jiang Yuan threw the dry firewood into the flame, and the flame immediately burned vigorously. The warmth in the cave increased noticeably. Looking at everyone wolfing down the dried meat, Jiang Yuan felt a little apologetic. Lai chewed his food and said incoherently, Master Patriarch, fortunately there is a cave here, otherwise we would have frozen to death outside. Man also agreed. There was originally a big black bear sleeping in this cave, and we stabbed it to death with our bronze spears while it was sleeping. As he spoke, he pointed deep into the cave, where a black bear skin was hanging, and there were several large pieces of frozen hard meat. Oh, Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up, and he asked, where are the paws of this black bear? He has grown up and has never eaten bear paws. Hearing Jiang Yuan's question, Lai Wei was stunned for a moment, and then said, Master Patriarch, what's so delicious about this bear claw? I threw it away yesterday. There is bear meat over there. If you want to eat it, I can stew some for you. Jiang Yuan felt a little disappointed. You threw away such a delicious food. What a waste of resources. Where did you throw it? Jiang Yuan asked unwillingly. Lai replied, I threw it down the mountain. The black bear had a few cubs in its belly, which I also threw down. Jiang Yuan completely gave up the idea of eating bear paws. He took out a pair of leather shoes and placed them in front of everyone. These are leather shoes that the engineering department has just made. They are waterproof. You should put them on quickly. Okay, man said as he stuffed food into his mouth. My shoes are already wet, and my toes almost froze off last night. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Yuan sighed slightly in his heart when he heard this and said to everyone, It's not hard. Under the leadership of Lai and Man, the Yunshi soldiers from the Military Affairs Department and the Combat Department hurriedly shook their heads and said. Lai laughed and said, Master, compared to fighting, this is nothing. Yeah. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. He placed a clay basin on the flame, took some snow from outside the cave, and put it into the basin, then made broth for everyone. While cutting meat with a copper knife stained with snow wolf blood, Jiang Yuan asked, Are there any wanderers passing by here? Now that we have talked about small talk, it's time to get down to business. Yes. Man wiped the juice from the corner of his mouth. More than a dozen people wanted to pass through here, but we stopped them all. These guys are trying to force their way in, Man said with a disdainful smile. They are all as skinny as monkeys and look like they are about to freeze to death. I think I can kill more than a dozen of them by myself. We threatened them with the bronze spears, and they went back obediently. Lai couldn't help laughing when he said this. He was laughing loudly, and seeing Jiang Yuan remain silent, he quickly added, But I also told them to go to our Yunshi tribe. As for whether they will go or not, I don't know. Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes when he heard this. These guys must have hunted a lot of prey in our territory these days. If they don't come to the Yunshi tribe and starve to death or freeze to death in this icy and snowy place, it's not our fault. Yes. Shou interrupted. I have seen these wanderers hunting in our territory more than once. After hesitating for a moment, Man asked again, What if they defect to another tribe? No. Jiang Yuan shook his head gently. All the tribes in the Lizhan Mountains don't store a lot of food like us. It's still a question whether the people in their own tribe can survive this winter. How can they accept these wanderers? This group of wanderers has no other place to go except the Yunshi tribe. After listening to Jiang Yuan's analysis, Lai, Man, and Shou all nodded in agreement. Hold on for a few more days. Jiang Yuan said to the soldiers from the military and combat departments. Once we find the home base of the wanderers, we'll let you go back. Yes. The 20 Yunshi soldiers in the cave shouted in unison, their eyes shining without any sign of fatigue. Jiang Yuan looked at the vast snow and wind outside the cave, lowered his head and thought, not knowing what he was thinking about. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly said to everyone, Tomorrow, at the end of winter or the beginning of spring, there will definitely be a large number of animals and wanderers heading north from here. I have decided to build a wall and a fortress on Wutao Mountain. Chapter 2:13 Sense of Crisis. Build a fortress? Lai repeated to himself. He looked at Jiang Yuan with a puzzled look. Master Patriarch, I know what a city wall is, but what is this fortress? Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and explained to everyone. A fortress can be understood as a solid house. Once the fortress is completed, our people can live in it and don't have to suffer from the cold in this cave. Zhang Yuan walked out of the cave while talking. He stood on the top of Wutao Mountain and tapped the surrounding peaks with his big hand. Wutao Mountain is the key point of Lizhan Mountain Range. We must control it. Zhang Yuan wanted to build a fortress. Fundamentally speaking, he wanted to turn the Lizhan Mountains into a solid iron barrel. It was because outside the Lizhan Mountains, there were many dangers. Not to mention the giants and cannibals he had seen in the past. The ordinary tribes in the Lizhan Mountains were much more powerful than the tribes inside the Lizhan Mountains. According to Peng, the level of civilization of the primitive tribes outside the Lizhan Mountains has far surpassed that of the primitive tribes in the Lizhan Mountains. After all, when the tribes in the Lizhan Mountains were still eating raw meat and drinking blood and did not know how to use fire, the tribes outside the Lizhan Mountains had already learned how to use fire and even created spear throwers. For Zhang Yuan, the spear thrower was just a copy, but for the primitive people in this primitive world, it was a brand new invention and creation. This primitive world shrouded in fog gave Zhang Yuan a strong sense of crisis. He urgently wanted to take control of the three gaps in the north, south and east of the Lizhan Mountains and build them into an iron wall. Only in this way can he have the confidence to face the various challenges outside the Lizhan Mountains. Recruiting wanderers and expanding the strength of the Yunshi tribe was also based on this consideration. Lai, Man and others also walked out of the cave, braved the heavy snow, and stood beside Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan seemed to be explaining to everyone, but also seemed to be muttering to himself. The top of Wutao Mountain is flat, only a few dozen steps long and wide, and is easy to defend but difficult to attack. As long as we build a wall, a fortress, and a pass here, it can be said that one man can block the pass and 10,000 men cannot break through. Lai, Man and others did not understand what Zhang Yuan said. They were confused and puzzled. Instead, Shou asked, Lord Zhang Yuan, I asked you to build fortifications in the valley in the north of Lizhan Mountain Range. Isn't what you said now the same as what I thought at that time? Zhang Yuan looked at him and nodded slightly. You are right. I did not consider the factors outside the Lizhan Mountains at that time, so I rejected your proposal. After Zhang Yuan's death, the giants and countless cannibals he saw were too shocking to him. So at this moment, he changed his mind. Zhang Yuan added, We will not only build a pass in Wutao Mountain, but also in Zhili Gorge in the north of Lizhan Mountain Range and the gap in the west of Lizhan Mountain Range. Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, everyone couldn't help but open their eyes wide. Building so many passes. What on earth does the patriarch want to do? Zhang Yuan didn't say much to the crowd, as they couldn't understand the dangers outside the Lizhan Mountains. The current situation of the Yunshi tribe is like a player located in a novice village in the Lizhan Mountains, but the novice village has no novice protection, and the big guys outside the novice village can slaughter the novice village at will. What Zhang Yuan wants to do now is to transform this novice village in Lizhan Mountains into a golden city and hot springs. That's why Zhang Yuan was eager to recruit vagrants in the winter when food was scarce. Lai frowned slightly, and he said, Master Patriarch, you said that building fortifications will block the passage of animals. Zhang Yuan heard this and shook his head slightly. He pointed to the towering mountains on both sides of Wutao Mountain and said, You underestimate animals. These steep cliffs are difficult for us humans to pass, but that doesn't mean animals can't pass. At this point, Zhang Yuan pursed his lips and said, And I participated in several large hunts before winter. I have observed the animals migrating south. They don't just pass through the Lizhan Mountains. Lai retorted, Then no animals will pass through the Lai Mountains in the future. How can we hunt? Zhang Yuan glanced at him and was not angry because of his repeated questioning. Instead, there was a smile on his face. He was not afraid of his tribesmen raising questions. Instead, he welcomed their opinions. The more questions these primitive people asked, the happier Zhang Yuan became, because this means that these primitive people have also learned to think. Zhang Yuan explained to everyone, I have considered all of this. First of all, the Lizhan Mountains are too large, and there are a lot of prey. It is more than enough to support our 13 tribes. Also, who told you that you can't install wooden doors when building a pass? Why don't we just install a few more wooden doors and open them when animals pass through? Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Lai smiled awkwardly, knowing that he was worrying too much. Zhang Yuan had thought of everything he thought of before him and had already found a solution. Immediately, Zhang Yuan became a little taller in Lai's heart. Shou immediately shouted, Master Patriarch, I support you. Others also echoed. Zhang Yuan looked at everyone's reactions and couldn't help but smile. He looked up at the snowstorm and said, "All I have done is for you. You don't know how terrifying and dangerous it is outside the Lizhan Mountains." After hearing what Zhang Yuan said, everyone looked at each other. They had never left the Lizhan Mountains in their entire lives. Hearing Zhang Yuan say this, their curiosity about what was outside the Lizhan Mountains increased a little more. Zhang Yuan then said to the crowd, "Moreover, building a pass will not only protect us from the wind, sun, freezing weather, but also protect us from attacks by wild beasts." "Yes," Shou nodded and said, "We encountered several snow wolves on the way here." Lai heard this and had a worried look on his face. "Then you go back and be careful." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. "We will be careful. On the contrary, you must be prepared and alert in this wilderness. Remember to block the cave entrance with stones when you sleep at night, and leave someone to watch at night." Man patted his chest and said, "Master Chief, don't worry. With the copper spears and copper knives in our hands, if the wild beasts dare to attack us, they are just giving us food." Zhang Yuan glared at him and scolded, "Don't take it lightly." "Yes." Man smiled and said no more. These 20 Yunshi soldiers fought against ordinary people from other tribes, and it was no problem for them to fight 1 against 3. Moreover, relying on their advanced and sharp weapons, Zhang Yuan believed that they would not encounter any danger unless they were besieged by a group of hundreds of ferocious beasts. Zhang Yuan glanced at the gray sky, where heavy snow was falling. He said to Lai, Man, and the others, "Let's go back to the tribe first. When the snow stops, I will immediately ask Elder Pan's construction department to build the fortress." Now all the members of the Yunshi tribe have nothing to do. Zhang Yuan believes that with the efforts of the 400 people in the entire tribe, this pass on Wutao Mountain can be built within a few days. Moreover, the Ministry of Construction has never stopped firing mud bricks in recent days, and all kinds of raw materials for building the pass are also sufficient. A pass is not a problem at all for the Yunshi tribe. "Yes." Lai and Man nodded heavily at the same time. Lai said again, "Master Patriarch, you should go back quickly. It's so cold and snowing." "Okay." Zhang Yuan nodded and said to everyone in the military department and the combat department, "We are going back now. You must be more careful." "Yes." The 20 fierce soldiers under Lai Heman shouted in unison, stirring up the snow and wind in the sky. Chapter 214, Two-Handed Preparation. Zhang Yuan, Shou, Yanshi, and 10 strong members of the Yunshi tribe set out on their journey home. They wore bronze knives on their waists and carried bamboo bows and bronze arrows on their backs. They were fully armed. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. In the Lizhan Mountains, where wild beasts roamed freely, without effective weapons and fellow tribesmen, one would be the food of the carnivorous beasts. Zhang Yuan walked on the snow. Although the snowflakes kept falling, a thin layer of sweat had already appeared on Zhang Yuan's forehead due to the long journey. The same is true for the rest of the Yunshi tribe. "Wait a minute." Zhang Yuan suddenly called everyone. "What's wrong, Chief?" Shou turned around and asked. Zhang Yuan asked, "Is there any other way to return to Yunshi Valley?" Everyone immediately understood that Zhang Yuan was worried about encountering a pack of snow wolves. After all, if they walked further, they would reach the place where they had just fought with the snow wolves. "Yes." Shou thought for a moment and said, "But that place is not easy to get to. It may be late when we get back." "It's okay, let's go that way." Zhang Yuan looked at everyone. "Does anyone have any objection?" Everyone shook their heads. Shou immediately led everyone to change the direction of travel. However, what they didn't know was that if Zhang Yuan did not change his route, they would encounter a huge wolf pack with hundreds of snow wolves ahead. By the time Zhang Yuan and his group returned to Yunshi Valley, it was already night. Although we took a long detour and wasted some time, fortunately we escaped without any danger. On the way, they encountered an unknown beast covered with scales, which looked like a crocodile and a lizard, crawling in the snow. However, when the beast saw that Zhang Yuan and his group were so large, it stared at them with its green eyes for a long time and then left on its own initiative. Rock shouted at his tribesmen to open the wooden door and build the trench bridge. Wolf immediately led the security tribesmen on guard to go out to greet them. The crowd walked on the trench bridge, crossed the trench, and returned to the valley. "Chief, Yu's Ministry of Agriculture has already prepared the food. You can go and eat it," Wolf said with a smile to Zhang Yuan and the others. "Okay." Zhang Yuan patted his shoulder and said, "I've been traveling all day, and I'm already hungry." The wolf chuckled. Before Zhang Yuan left, he warned, "Be alert and don't take it lightly." "Yes," the wolf shouted immediately. After Zhang Yuan returned to the tribe, he did not eat immediately, but ran back to his house. Qing Hushi has been pregnant for several months. If it weren't for the complicated matters in the tribe and Zhang Yuan had to do everything himself, he really wouldn't want to leave Qing Hushi's side. In the house, Qing Hushi had just finished dinner and was walking back and forth. Yi Zheng, who was taking care of the two of them, was fiddling with the brazier with a fire stick and adding firewood from time to time to make the flames burn more vigorously. Seeing Zhang Yuan, Yi quickly stood up, bowed and called respectfully, "Master Patriarch. Thank you for your hard work." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly in response, but he couldn't wait to find Qing Hushi and be affectionate with her for a while. "You should go back and have a rest first." Seeing Yi standing aside with an awkward look on her face, Zhang Yuan called her. "Yes," Yi responded. She picked up a burning stick from the brazier, used it as a torch, and then disappeared into the darkness. "Are you cold?" Zhang Yuan gently stroked Shang Qing's lower abdomen and asked with concern. "Not cold." Qing shook her head slightly and leaned in Zhang Yuan's arms. "Humph." She on the side snorted coldly and was about to get up and leave. "You're throwing a tantrum again." Zhang Yuan gave a helpless smile and quickly hugged Xi. Looking at Xi's pouting lips due to jealousy, Zhang Yuan coaxed her for a long time before giving up. The flames in the brazier were burning fiercely, and the temperature in the room was very high, which was very different from the cold wind and heavy snow in the room. After a while, Zhang Yuan felt a little hot and even sweated. He was just about to take off the outermost layer of animal skin when he suddenly heard the shouts of his tribesmen outside the house. The wooden door was knocked open, and cold wind mixed with snowflakes blew towards me. "I saw you holding food and a torch, looking out the door. Come in quickly," Zhang Yuan shouted at him. You trotted all the way into the house. Zhang Yuan patted the snowflakes off Yu's body and asked, "Are you cold?" "Not cold." Yu shook his head and greeted Qing and Xi. Zhang Yuan took the food from his hand, a bowl of wild vegetable porridge, a bowl of meat soup, a large piece of roasted lamb, 2 pieces of roasted lamb, 2 fruits, and a boiled sweet potato. Looking at the earthenware jar full of food, Zhang Yuan asked in surprise, "So much?" "Yes." Yu nodded. "Lord Wen was afraid that you wouldn't have enough to eat, so he asked me to bring some more. My mother-in-law still cares about me." Zhang Yuan sighed slightly in his heart and said with some emotion, "Let's eat together. I can't finish it by myself." Zhang Yuan took out a clean dagger and cut the tender roast lamb. Yu quickly shook his head. "I'm full. I don't want to eat anymore." "Okay." Zhang Yuan was not polite. He knew that Yu was not a polite person. He asked Qing and Xi if they wanted to eat some more food, but both girls refused. "Go back to your room and sleep," Zhang Yuan said to the 2 women. Zhang Yuan stood up and sent them back to the inner room, then undressed them and covered them with a warm, thick animal skin blanket. After settling the 2 people, Zhang Yuan began to enjoy the food. While chewing the mutton, he said to Yu, "Go and call Elder Pan and show over." "Yes." Yu responded and ran out quickly. Soon, Elder Pan and Shou walked on the snow and arrived at Zhang Yuan's house. "Close the door," Zhang Yuan shouted to Yu, who was at the back. As soon as the wooden door was opened, the cold wind rushed into the house desperately. The rapidly dropping temperature caused him to sneeze several times as he had just taken off his animal skin. "Chief, what do you want to talk to me about?" Elder Pan and Shou sat on the stools that you brought and asked him. "Nothing." Zhang Yuan wiped the oil stains off his face and said, "I just want to tell you something. Shou, after the snow stops, you must immediately find the large group of wanderers in the Lizhan Mountains. They will definitely huddle together for warmth. Try to take in any wanderers who are alone." "Yes." Shou nodded slightly. He heard a sense of urgency in Zhang Yuan's tone. Zhang Yuan also told Elder Pan about the construction of a pass on Wutao Mountain after the snow stopped, and asked him to be prepared. After some instructions, Elder Pan and the other 2 left together. Zhang Yuan burped and stretched himself. After he cleaned up the dishes, he filled a ceramic basin with snow water, put it on the brazier to boil, washed himself with hot water, and then lay down beside King Gexi and fell asleep. Zhang Yuan had been traveling in the snow all day today, and he was already exhausted. Chapter 215, Morning in Yunshi Tribe. The next day, Zhang Yuan crawled out of the warm bed early. The heavy snow outside the window gradually subsided, and some fine snowflakes mixed with icy rain fell from the sky. The air was damp and cold. It will only get colder from now on, Zhang Yuan muttered to himself as he watched the icy rain outside the window. I don't know how those wanderers who were trapped in the Lizhan Mountains and unable to go south survived this cold winter in the vast wilderness. What's more, there are some extremely hungry beasts looking for food in the wild. Zhang Yuan walked out the door. Heavy snow had been falling for several days in a row, and the tribesmen in the tribe had gotten over their novelty of winter and heavy snow, and few of them were playing in the snow. Even the usually lively and active children were nowhere to be seen. I guess all the tribesmen are still curled up in their beds and don't want to get up. The icy rain continued, and the cold was biting. This rain is so icy that it can freeze people's fingers off, Yuan complained, then went back to the house, took out a straw raincoat, and put it on to prevent his clothes from getting wet by the icy rain. In the big kitchen of the Yunchi tribe, Yuan were leading the tribesmen to prepare morning food. They had already learned how to chisel ice to get water, and were now making hot soup in a large clay basin. It is not easy to prepare enough food for the 400 people in the tribe at one time. Master Patriarch, you're here. Seeing Yuan coming, Yu hurriedly greeted him. Yuan laughed and said, "It's so cold. Make more hot soup." As he spoke, he picked up a piece of cooked mutton from the chopping board and put it into his mouth. I have to say that food with seasonings such as salt, ginger, and chives is really delicious. Although the mutton was cold, which slightly affected the taste, Yuan still had a long aftertaste for it. You know, when he first came to the Yunchi tribe, he ate barbecue that had no taste for several months. It's so delicious. Yuan tasted it, said hello to a few people, and turned to leave. By the time Yuan left the kitchen, some members of the tribe had already started to get up early. Not everyone is leisurely. After all, except for the people from the picking and hunting departments, most of the Yunchi people work in caves. The cave can shelter them from wind and rain, so they can't be lazy even if they want to. The tribesmen of the construction department have started to make bricks. The tribesmen of the engineering department have started to smelt copperware, and the tribesmen of the public security department have started their routine morning patrols. Yuan went to the greenhouse and the stable to observe the prey and foals raised. Hundreds of prey were walking back and forth under the greenhouse. Livestock such as wild sheep and wild deer were relatively docile. Only the wild boars kept grunting, and a few healthy ones kept hitting the sturdy fences. Whenever a wild boar went berserk, several tall and strong livestock tribesmen would walk into the fence with copper hammers and smash the disobedient wild boar's hind legs with 2 cracks. Yuan looked down at the shed where the wild boars were kept. All of them had their hind legs broken. Some had both legs broken, but they still kept eating. Even more of them were lying on the hay and snoring. Several tribesmen from the animal husbandry department were pushing carts towards this side, and the carts were piled with fodder for feeding the prey. Seeing Yuan, several people bowed hurriedly. "Thank you for your hard work." Yuan nodded slightly to everyone. He pointed to the shed that was shielded from the wind and snow and said, "Go to Chief Song to get a few wooden ladders, and use sticks to knock off the snow on the shed." The snow on the greenhouse was a foot thick. Yuan was worried that the greenhouse would collapse and hurt the livestock below. Yes. Several members of the animal husbandry department nodded quickly to show that they understood. Yuan returned to the house, lit a fire, took some snow and put it in a clay pot to boil it, and then made some hot water. It has to be said that ever since Yuan invented the fire starter, it has become extremely convenient for the Yunchi tribe to make fire. In this cold winter, when water is a problem for other tribes, the Yunchi tribe has an inexhaustible supply of hot water. Ultimately, it's all because of the fire. Even tribes like the Savage Bear tribe did not have the ability to use fire. Those wanderers who migrated south and ended up in the Lai mountain range could probably only quench their thirst by freezing their hands with snow. Soon, Yi came out of the house with food. At this time, outside the residential area, many tribesmen were squatting in front of the doorstep with steaming hot food in their hands, talking loudly and laughing. Yuan and Yi helped Qing Hushi wash up with hot water, then brought a wooden table, put food on it, and invited Yi to enjoy it together. Yi, who was originally planning to sit on a small stool and eat alone, was flattered. She couldn't refuse the enthusiastic invitation from Yuan and the other two. The food of Kingexi is different from that of ordinary tribesmen who eat in a big pot. These foods were all prepared by Wen himself. Not only were the foods richer than those of the ordinary tribesmen, but they were also more exquisite. Chapter 216, Fight Between Wanderers. While the Yunchi tribe was enjoying the steaming, delicious food, many wanderers gathered in a cave on a remote low mountain in the Lizhan Mountains. The entrance of the cave was blocked by stones to keep out the biting cold wind and ice and snow. There was no light in the cave, it was pitch black. If you could see the scene inside the cave, you would be shocked. In such a freezing winter, these wanderers were wearing thin animal skins, and some even covered their bodies with leaves. Many people were frozen to the point of pale faces and blue lips. They huddled in a corner, motionless, and it was unknown whether they had been frozen to death there. "No, we can't stay here anymore." A voice suddenly sounded in the dark cave, but the voice sounded weak. "If we don't hunt anymore, we will just freeze to death or starve to death here." After he finished speaking, No one responded for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, someone finally whispered back, "Go to your tribe. Our people are too hungry to walk anymore. Are you just going to stay here and wait to die?" The primitive man who spoke first stood up with difficulty. His body was shaky, and he could hardly stand still. It is hard to imagine how he could hunt in the snow where prey is scarce when he has trouble walking. The man smiled miserably. "We have been fleeing here for so long. My tribesmen have been killed, starved to death, and frozen to death. There are only a few of us left out of hundreds of people. Let's just die." The primitive man who asked the question fell silent. In order to escape the cold winter in the north and the pursuit of hostile tribes, their tribe migrated all the way south, and only a dozen people were left from hundreds of people. It is simply impossible for their small tribe to survive in the cold and cruel northern snowfields. Thinking of this, the primitive man who originally wanted to hunt collapsed to the ground, muttering, "Damn fox tribe, they stole all our food." The name of this mumbling primitive man was Jang. They came from 8 or 9 tribes and migrated south from different places. After reaching the Lizhan Mountains, they gathered together, originally intending to help each other and move south together. Their original plan was to wait until the snow stopped before setting off together. Who would have known that on a snowy night a few days ago, the fox tribe stole everyone's food, and everyone in the tribe disappeared without a trace? This plunged the remaining wanderers into complete despair and forced them into a dead end. There was no one in the cave who responded. Some of them had no strength left, or had starved to death or frozen to death. After a long time, the huge rock blocking the cave suddenly moved, and then someone pushed it away with force. The biting cold wind and bright light all poured into the cave. The primitive man muttered, "Shang," and subconsciously hugged the tattered animal skin on his body, then looked forward in the dazzling light. When he saw the faces of several people at the entrance of the cave clearly, his eyes immediately widened, and he struggled to stand up with all his strength and pressed one person to the ground. Shang grabbed his neck and said sternly, "You guys from the fox tribe, how dare you come back?" The icy rain hit Shang's face, causing him to feel as if it was being cut by a knife, making his expression even more hideous. The cold wind poured into the cave, waking up many primitive people. They all held up their heads and looked towards the cave entrance, trying to see clearly what was happening. The companions of the man whose neck was being strangled immediately knocked Shang to the ground, and Shang's tribesmen immediately joined the fight. A group of people who were about to starve to death or freeze to death were fighting each other. Their movements were so slow that they looked a bit funny. "Is there any food? Save our leader." The fox tribe member whose neck was being strangled blushed. He glared at Shang and shouted, "As long as you don't let our leader starve to death, I'll tell you where to find food." Hearing the shout from the fox tribe member, Shang immediately stopped his fists and his eyes widened. Everyone in the fox tribe is in a state of despair and grief. They are extremely unlucky. The red fox, the chief of the fox tribe, knew that if he stayed with other wanderers and waited for the snow to stop before setting off again, the only consequence would be starvation and freezing to death. So he asked the members of his tribe to steal everyone's food and migrate south in the wind and snow. Who would have thought that when they were full of hope and thought they were about to get out of the Lizhan Mountains, more than 20 burly men suddenly jumped out from the Wutao Mountain. These burly men were dressed in thick animal skins, and each of them was strong and ferocious. Especially the weapons in their hands, which flashed a sharp cold light in the air and looked extremely sharp. They were simply incomparable to the shabby wooden spears in the hands of the fox tribe members. These burly men blocked their way and prevented them from passing. The red fox did not have the courage to fight with them, so it could only lead its people back the way they had come, with its tail between its legs. Fortunately, these burly men gave them a direction and told them to submit to the Yuni tribe. However, the food stolen by the fox tribe had long been consumed. When the fox tribe was halfway towards the Yuni tribe, the red fox fainted from hunger. The tribesmen under the red fox discovered that the wanderer's cave was right next to them. They were left with nowhere else to go and could only muster up the courage to seek help from these people. As for whether these wanderers whose food was stolen would beat them to death, the people of the fox tribe didn't care about that. Chapter 2:17 The Snow Stops. The falling snow and sleet gradually stopped, but the sky was still gray. Looking around, the sky and the earth were covered in silver and a vast expanse of white. There was thick snow everywhere on the ground and between the mountains, and transparent icicles hung down from the eaves. "Come, the snow has stopped. Let's clear the snow." Yuan shoveled the snow with a stone hoe and called on the tribesmen to join in the work of clearing the snow. Copper ore is difficult to mine and copper tools are difficult to refine. Apart from being used to make weapons, copper is rarely used in other tools. For example, the tool used for shoveling snow is still a stone hoe. The people in Yunshi, who had already eaten and drunk their fill, took up their tools and started working. The snow in Yunshi Valley is a foot thick, but it is a scene of people working hard. Many children were wearing animal skins, playing happily in the snow, and laughing and playing around their parents and elders. With hundreds of tribesmen working together, the snow in the valley was not a problem at all and was cleared away easily. The wheat seedlings in the field are already several inches tall, and their lush green appearance is extremely attractive. Auspicious snow means a good harvest. Looking at the wheat seedlings in the fields, Yuan smiled and imagined the scene of a bumper wheat harvest next year. He carried the stone hoe on his shoulders and walked towards his own courtyard. He was going to build 2 snowmen for Qinghe Creek. Call. Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. He cleared the snow in the yard and built 2 tall snowmen. With round heads and white bodies, and eyes, mouths and noses decorated with fruits by Yuan. The 2 snowmen looked naive and extremely cute. Yuan couldn't wait to support Qing and Shi and come to the yard to see his work. Where had King Gexi seen a snowman? In the winter before, they were struggling on the line between life and death. When the 2 girls saw the snowman, they were extremely happy and delighted. After clearing the snow, there was a lot of water and broken ice in the yard, and the ground was muddy. Yuan was afraid that the 2 would bump into each other, so he forced them into the house and asked them to lie in front of the window to watch. After instructing Yi to take good care of the 2 of them, Yuan quickly came to Peng's engineering department. What's wrong, Lord Yuan? Peng was using a copper knife to cut bamboo for arrow shafts. When he saw Yuan coming, he quickly stood up. Are there any sawdust? Yuan asked. Yes. Peng responded and led Yuan to a cave filled with piles of broken wood, sawdust, and bamboo nails. Peng said to Yuan, these are the leftovers from making the doors and windows. You often comes here to use these pieces of wood to make fire and cook. Not bad. Yuan nodded with satisfaction and said, use a cart to load 2 carts and push them to my yard and spread them on the ground. What are you doing? Peng was slightly stunned, not understanding Yuan's actions. Yuan explained, there is a lot of snow and water on the ground. If we lay wooden blocks on it, it will not be so slippery. It can prevent the tribesmen from falling. Great. Peng's eyes lit up. He had never thought that wood pieces and sawdust could have such a use. Peng immediately said, I will let the tribesmen do it now. Yuan instructed again. Pave some on the main roads in the valley. Although there are not many elderly people in the tribe, there are still many. Yes. Peng nodded slightly to show that he understood. Just as Yuan was about to leave, Elder Pan walked towards him in the mud. From a distance, Elder Pan shouted in his loud voice, Patriarch. When Elder Pan approached, he said to Yuan impatiently, Master, Shou Gang has just led the tribesmen of the hunting tribe out to look for those wanderers. When will our construction department go to Wutao Mountain to build a fortress pass? Yuan looked at the muddy ground and shook his head. No hurry, let's go after the snow melts. If you want to build a pass at Wutao Mountain, you will have to use carts to transport various materials and supplies. However, in the vast wilderness, the snow was a foot thick and the cart could not move at all. The last time we transported supplies to the Military Affairs Department and the Combat Department stationed in Wutao Mountain, we also took advantage of the fact that the snow was not deep. Thinking of this, Yuan calculated the days, and it was time to deliver food to the Military Department and the Combat Department. Okay, Elder Pan responded with a slightly disappointed look. Seeing his expression, Yuan said with a smile, Elder Pan, why don't you take your people with you to deliver food to the soldiers of Wutao Mountain this time? Okay. Elder Pan's eyes lit up. He instantly became energetic and nodded in agreement. Elder Pan is a person who cannot sit still. After watching Elder Pan leave, Yuan returned to the cave, picked up a piece of charcoal, and began writing and drawing on the stone slab. After recruiting homeless people, the demand for food will inevitably increase sharply. Now that the snow has stopped and the wind has died down, it is a great time to hunt mammoths. However, how can you hunt mammoths, the overlords of the land, without powerful weapons? Chapter 2, 18 Large Meteor Hammer. With a piece of charcoal and a slate, Yuan wrote and drew on the slate, his fingers already stained black by the charcoal. And on the stone slab is a drawing of a copper hammer. Chief, what is this? You appeared out of nowhere. This is an enlarged copper hammer. Yuan put down the charcoal and said with a smile, perhaps it would be more appropriate to say that this is a meteor hammer. How big is it? He was full of curiosity. Yuan said to him, you will know once you make it. He marked the dimensions on the slate, and only he and Peng, who knew how to use a ruler, could understand the dimensions. Jiang Yuan asked you to help, and the two of them carried the stone slab and walked towards the work location of the engineering department. Soon, the two came to a cave. The interior of the cave is extremely spacious, and it can be said to be the largest cave in Yunshi Valley. The inside was full of working engineers, and outside the cave entrance, there were several furnaces, kilns, and a small hill made of red copper ore. Jiang Yuan put down the stone slab, grabbed a handful of snow at his feet to clean the carbon black on his palms, and at the same time shouted Peng's name loudly into the cave. Peng, sweating profusely, immediately walked out of the cave. In this cold winter, Peng was only wearing a thin animal skin coat. Even so, he was sweating profusely from the heat. It seems that the work in the engineering department is very hard. What's wrong, tribe leader? Peng came over with a long bamboo ruler in his hand, with scratches on it representing scales. Jiang Yuan pointed at the stone slab and said to him, "Follow this picture and make a meteor hammer." Peng bent down and looked at the stone slab carefully. He took a look and said in surprise, "Master, why did you make such a big copper hammer? An ordinary copper hammer is only the size of a fist, but this meteor hammer is as big as a head." Hunting mammoths. Jiang Yuan said to him, "Mammoths are so big, like a mountain of meat. How can we catch mammoths if our weapons are not big enough? But can the people in the tribe lift it?" There was hesitation in Peng's eyes, and he asked Jiang Yuan uncertainly. "Huh." Jiang Yuan laughed loudly. He patted Peng on the shoulder and said, "Don't we still have rock? Rock is so big that I think he can swing 2 meteor hammers." Hearing the name of the rock, Peng nodded in approval. Since the demise of the chiefing tribe, Yanshi can almost be said to be the strongest person in the Yunshi tribe, or even in the Lizhan Mountains. Rock's fighting skills may not be good, but he can definitely rely on his brute force to fight against Lai, Man, Lin, and others. "Okay, I understand." Peng nodded slightly to show that he understood. "Don't worry too much," Jiang Yuan told him. "I'm worried that there won't be enough food after we recruit the wanderers, but there's still a lot of food in the tribe. It's probably still a while before we can hunt mammoths. In the Lizhan Mountains in winter, apart from mammoths and some carnivorous beasts, other animals are hard to find, and at most a few snow hares can be caught." Jiang Yuan didn't want to hunt mammoths, the land overlords, unless it was absolutely necessary. "What are you doing recently?" Jiang Yuan and Peng walked side by side, checking the work of the engineering tribe members. Peng took the initiative to fall behind and said, "Recently, we have been mainly making various weapons." He took Jiang Yuan to see the furnace for smelting copper, the molds for making weapons, and the blower in operation. As soon as Jiang Yuan approached, he felt a rolling heat wave coming towards him. The scorching temperature made it difficult for him to open his eyes. Jiang Yuan squinted his eyes and saw the molten copper in the furnace flowing slowly. A tribesman next to him was holding a container and pouring the molten copper into a copper knife mold. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. Today, the Yunshi tribe's copper smelting technology is still at the lowest level, and Jiang Yuan cannot demand too much from his tribe members. "Thank you for your hard work. You did a great job." Jiang Yuan patted his shoulder. Peng went from being a slave of the barbarian bear tribe to a department head of the Yunshi tribe. This change of identity was inseparable from his tenacity, diligence, and hard work. To Jiang Yuan, Peng feels like a hardworking bull. Peng's eyes moistened slightly, and he shook his head gently. "Master Chief, it's not hard. If you hadn't exchanged me from the barbarian bear tribe with prey, I would have starved to death or been beaten to death in the barbarian bear tribe. Let's go back. It's so cold outside," Jiang Yuan said to Peng. As the two of them took a few steps, they had already reached the outside of the cave. There was piled up snow all around them, and a biting cold wind blew from time to time. "Okay." Peng bowed towards Jiang Yuan, saluted again, and then returned to the cave with the bamboo ruler. Jiang Yuan stared at Peng's back, lost in thought. Peng's knowledge, wisdom, and background made him wonder more than once whether Peng came from a tribe with a more advanced civilization outside the Lizhan Mountains. "Master Patriarch." A loud shout suddenly awakened Jiang Yuan, who was in deep thought. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a member of the hunting tribe running towards him. Chapter 219 News from the Wanderers. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yuan asked as he walked towards him. The hunter was panting with exhaustion, and his thick animal hide was soaked with hot sweat. The man said intermittently, "The tribe leader, the hunting leader. He has brought the hunting tribe and found the wanderer." So fast. Jiang Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard that. On the first day of the hunting team's outing, they found the gathering place of the hunting team, and it only took half a day. Yes. The tribesman opened his mouth to speak, but he couldn't breathe. After holding it in for a long time, He couldn't utter a word. Take a break first. Zhang Yuan pulled a wooden chair and asked him to sit down. The tribesman was flattered and took a long time to calm down before he slowly said, "Because the place where this wanderer is staying is very close to our tribe." "Okay." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and then asked anxiously, "Where are Shou and the others? Why don't they bring them back?" He couldn't wait to see how many wanderers there were in the Lizhan Mountains. "There are too many wanderers. Lord Hunter is guarding them there. He asked me to ask you, the tribe leader, to go over and take a look first." "Okay." Zhang Yuan nodded quickly, a smile on his face. "Why would I be afraid of too many people? We are recruiting clan members. The more the better." As he spoke, Zhang Yuan had already pulled the tribesman beside him and walked quickly towards his own house. He wanted to take the Tang sword and the tiger tendon bow. The Tang sword that Zhang Yuan brought with him when he traveled to this primitive world was far sharper than the bronze sword made by the Yunshi tribe themselves. In the past, he used a Tang sword as the spear tip and tied it to a wooden stick to make an iron spear. Today, the Yunshi tribe is able to forge bronze spears, so naturally, he has to use the Tang sword again. After all, the Tang sword has witnessed Zhang Yuan's glory along the way, beheading giant pythons, killing tigers, exterminating wolves, and destroying giant crocodiles. Zhang Yuan sheathed his sharp Tang sword, took a tiger tendon bow and a few bronze arrows, and led the hunting tribesmen towards the valley gate. The tribesman said hurriedly, "Master, those wanderers are almost starving to death. They don't even have the strength to walk. Master Shou also asked me to ask you if you would like to bring them some food." Zhang Yuan suddenly realized, no wonder Shou didn't bring the wanderer back. It turns out these guys were so hungry that they couldn't walk. Zhang Yuan immediately asked you to find 10 tribesmen to get food. 10 tribesmen filled animal hide bags with a large amount of cooked meat, fruit, and roasted sweet potatoes. There were 2 other tribesmen, each holding a clay pot filled with mutton soup that was almost solidifying. Zhang Yuan took a quick glance and immediately understood that the food they brought was all the leftovers from the tribe's breakfast. Zhang Yuan urged so urgently that the tribesmen in charge of preparing food had no time to make new food. In desperation, "I can only make do with leftovers." Zhang Yuan didn't say much. Even if it was the leftovers of the Yunshi tribe, it would not be an exaggeration to call it a delicious delicacy for the wanderers. Zhang Yuan and Yinshi led the team, with the members of the hunting tribe acting as guides, and 10 members of the tribe following behind with food in their hands. A group of 13 people walked out of the gate, stepped onto the trench bridge, crossed the trench, and headed towards the wilderness covered with endless snow. Damn, the snow is so thick. Zhang Yuan walked on the snow, 1 step deep and 1 step shallow. With every step he took, the snow buried him up to his calves. It was naturally tiring to travel this fast. Before long, the group was already out of breath. Yinshi held the larger bronze spear and said to Zhang Yuan, "Master Zhang Yuan, let me carry you on my back." Zhang Yuan looked at his extremely serious expression and couldn't help but smile slightly. He shook his head gently. "No, I'm just complaining." "Oh." Yinshi touched the back of his head and responded innocently. He didn't understand what Zhang Yuan meant. The group continued on their journey. There were 13 of them in the group, and except for Zhang Yuan, Yinshi, and the members of the hunting tribe, the rest of them did not carry any weapons. Zhang Yuan was originally a little worried that he might encounter some ferocious carnivorous beasts in the wild. After all, the last time they went to Wutao Mountain to deliver supplies to the military department and the combat department, they encountered several snow wolves and a ferocious beast covered with scales that looked like a crocodile and a lizard. However, this time the road was flat. Led by this hunting tribesman, they followed the footprints left by the hunters in the snow. Zhang Yuan and his companions walked for about an hour before they saw dozens of figures in the vast snowfield ahead. Chapter 220, Wanderer's Gathering Place. Looking at the figure that was getting bigger and bigger in front of him, after confirming that it was Zhang Yuan, Shou hurriedly stepped forward on the snow to greet him. "Master Patriarch." Shou's tone was very respectful. "Great. It only took us half a day to find this group of wanderers." Zhang Yuan patted Shou's shoulder approvingly. He. Shou laughed, looking very proud. 70 hunting tribesmen stood in the snow in front, all of them with copper knives on their waists, copper spears in their hands, and bamboo bows and copper arrows on their shoulders. This set of equipment, not to mention the Lizhan Mountains, even in the entire primitive world, is not as good as the weapons of the Yunshi tribe hunting department. When they saw Zhang Yuan, all the members of the hunting tribe bowed and saluted. In these people's minds, Zhang Yuan's status is comparable to that of gods, or even surpasses gods. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly in response. "Are they in here?" Zhang Yuan looked at a low mountain in front of him. There was a huge cave at the foot of the mountain. The entrance of the cave was blocked by a stone to prevent the wind and snow from outside. Yes, Sho nodded. Master, these guys are as thin as the monkeys on Wutao Mountain, and many of them have starved to death or frozen to death in this cave. How many people are there in total? Jiang Yuan asked as he walked towards the cave. Sho thought for a moment and replied, I just took a look and there are probably more than 100 people in the cave. I just don't know how many of them have died. Is this cave so big? Jiang Yuan looked slightly surprised when he heard this. There is a cave that can accommodate more than 100 people, and this cave is so close to Yunchi Valley, but he didn't even know about it. Sho gave a bitter smile and said, Master, the guys in the cave are all crowded together. There is no place to step. No wonder. Jiang Yuan responded softly. He waved behind him and asked several tribesmen to follow. Push the stone away, Jiang Yuan ordered. Yes. 2 members of the hunting tribe responded and worked together to push away the stone blocking the cave entrance. As soon as the interior of the cave was revealed, Sho hurriedly pulled Jiang Yuan to hide aside. The next moment, a strong stench from the cave hit me in the face. There are all kinds of stench, including the smell of feces and urine, the smell of corpses, and the body odor of homeless people. Even though Jiang Yuan avoided most of the stench, he was still nauseated by it. After a long time, when the smell in the cave had almost dissipated, Jiang Yuan dared to go forward and stood at the entrance of the cave looking inside. Jiang Yuan was shocked when he saw the scene inside. More than 100 primitive people with dark skin, messy hair, and skinny bodies huddled together in a cave, hugging each other for warmth. There were more than 100 of them, but they didn't even have a piece of thick animal skin. Some of them even covered their bodies with leaves. Many people had their eyes closed, and it was unclear whether they had fallen asleep or had starved to death or frozen to death. The biting cold wind blew into the cave, causing a few people's bodies to move slightly. They opened their dead fish-like eyes, without any life. Looking at the situation in the cave, Jiang Yuan frowned deeply. He had not imagined that this group of wanderers who had migrated south from outside the Lai mountain range would end up in such a miserable state in the cold winter. It seems that not all tribes outside the Laizhan Mountains are very powerful. Is there anyone who can breathe? Come out and say something. Jiang Yuan stood at the entrance of the cave and shouted inside. No one answered. After a long time, a wanderer wearing relatively complete animal skins slowly crawled out of the cave. That's right. I used my hands and feet to crawl out with great difficulty. The man had disheveled hair, sunken cheeks, and his skin had cracked from the cold. It was Shang, one of the wanderers. Shang struggled to get up and tried to stand straight. However, after his body swayed for a while, he collapsed head first into the snow and was unable to stand up. Jiang Yuan gave a look, and 2 members of the Yunchi tribe quickly pulled him out of the snow to prevent him from being suffocated in the snow. What's your name? Jiang Yuan squatted 3 feet away and asked him. Shang looked at the man in front of him wearing thick animal skins. His lips slightly opened and closed. Shang. To be honest, Jiang Yuan didn't hear clearly what he said. He only saw the lips of the starving guy in front of him moving. Jiang Yuan looked a little speechless. I'll give you 2 choices. Lead your people to submit to our tribe, or starve to death or freeze to death here. You don't have to say anything, just nod and shake your head. As long as you agree to submit to us, all the food here will be yours. As Jiang Yuan spoke, he brought out an animal skin bag and threw it in front of Shang. The animal hide bag, filled with cooked meat, suddenly scattered all over the floor. By chance, a piece of cooked meat rolled in front of Shang. When they heard the word food, not only Shang, but also the dozens of wanderers who were still alive in the cave, all opened their eyes suddenly. There was a green glow in their eyes. This group of wanderers don't look like humans, but more like dozens of starving wolves. Chapter 221. The Surrender of the Wanderers. Bang! Shang threw himself head first into the snow, holding the piece of cooked meat that had rolled to his feet, and began to chew it in big mouthfuls. The fist-sized piece of meat was swallowed into his stomach in an instant and disappeared without a trace. These wanderers have always been eating raw meat and drinking blood. On weekdays, they can only eat raw meat and fruits. When have they ever eaten this kind of delicious cooked food with added seasonings? What's more, they are currently in a state of starvation and dying. Shang licked the oil stains at the corner of his mouth, then put his head into the animal skin bag containing food and started to chew it. And those wanderers who were originally dying in the cave came back to life one by one. They used their hands and feet to scramble towards the bag of food on the ground. This group of wanderers now looked like awakened zombies, their eyes full of desire for food. Their ferocious faces combined with their skinny bodies make them even more terrifying. A foul smell was approaching, and Jiang Yuan quickly took 2 steps back. Looking at the people in front of him who were fighting for food like hungry wolves, Zhang Yuan had a playful smile on his face. Some people were already fighting desperately for food. Large amounts of blood were spurting out on the white snow, dyeing it red. The animal skin bag of food was empty in a moment. A wanderer, covered in black, was licking a greasy animal hide bag frantically with his tongue. Shang collapsed in the snow, with a piece of meat stuck to the corner of his mouth. Among this group of wanderers, he eats the most, although it is still far from filling my stomach. Bang! A muffled sound. A wanderer stretched out his fist and punched Shang on the head. His eyes were red, and a dark palm was pinching Shang's chin. 2 fingers had already reached into Shang's mouth, holding the food that had not yet been swallowed. Crack! The wanderer who tried to snatch the food from Shang's mouth let out a wail, and 2 of his fingers were severed at the root, with large amounts of blood flowing from the wounds onto the snow. Shang's chest was heaving violently. He had a creepy smile on his face, and his mouth was still chewing nonstop. Looking at the scene before him that displayed human nature to the fullest, Zhang Yuan frowned slightly. But he did not speak to stop it. He was waiting for an opportunity to establish his authority. The next moment, a wanderer apparently discovered the animal skin bag held in the hands of the Yunshi tribe member behind Zhang Yuan. He staggered forward, his dry and cracked hands pointing directly at the pockets of the Yunshi people. The rest of the wanderers also came forward, crawling in the snow like dried-up zombies. Zhang Yuan said loudly, "Join our tribe, and all this food will be yours." No one paid any attention to Zhang Yuan. At this moment, the only thing in this group of people's eyes was food. Zhang Yuan sneered and kicked the leader, sending him flying backwards. However, this kick did not scare these hungry guys at all. Crack! A streak of blood splashed in the air. A head fell into the snow, half covered by it. Zhang Yuan took back the blood-stained Tang sword and looked coldly at the group of people in front of him who were so frightened by the human head that they dared not move. "Join our tribe, and we will give you as much food as you want." Zhang Yuan shouted coldly at everyone again. The sound echoed in the vast snow. I am willing to join your tribe," said a wanderer with sunken eye sockets with difficulty, his voice as dry as the friction of dead wood. Zhang Yuan immediately picked up a piece of meat and threw it in front of him. "Who dares to rob?" Zhang Yuan shouted loudly, and the blood-dripping Tang sword shocked everyone who was ready to make a move. All the wanderers looked at the man wolfing down the piece of meat, and they all used up their last bit of strength and said that they were willing to join the Yunshi tribe. Zhang Yuan smiled slightly, gave Shou a wink, and then left. Shou nodded slightly to show that he understood. Shou immediately called the Yunshi people behind him, took the food in his pocket, and distributed it to these vagrants. Zhang Yuan looked at the group of miserable wanderers eating voraciously from a distance, his eyes calm and peaceful. Now he will definitely be able to subdue this group of wanderers. As for whether they would sincerely surrender, Zhang Yuan estimated that 9 out of 10 would do so. After all, when you give a piece of food to a starving person, he will regard you as a god in his heart. After a long time, the food that Zhang Yuan brought from the tribe was eaten up by this group of wanderers. After enjoying the food, these dark and skinny guys just lay in the snow wearing thin animal skins, motionless and gasping for breath. Many of them still had wounds from the fight, and their faces were stained with their companion's blood. Shou walked quickly towards Zhang Yuan, who was sitting on a rock, and said, "Master, these guys have eaten up all the food." "Yes." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, and then asked, "How many people are there in total?" 73 people, Shou replied. "They all agreed to submit to our tribe." "Okay." Zhang Yuan stood up and walked towards the group of wanderers. There was not a single elderly person or child among this group of surviving wanderers. After all, it is difficult for the elderly and children to survive during this long migration to the south and in the freezing winter. "Everyone, stand up and kneel down to worship our chief." Shou shouted at the wanderer who was lying limp in the snow to rest. After a while, Shang was the first to stand up. He walked in front of Zhang Yuan and knelt down at his feet. Many people in the crowd followed Shang's example and knelt down. "Are these all your people?" Zhang Yuan glanced at the 30 or 40 people kneeling. Shang glanced back and said in a hoarse voice, "There are more than a dozen." "Okay." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, staring at the dozens of people who had not yet kneeled down. Immediately, many people knelt down in front of Zhang Yuan. In the field, only a dozen people had not yet kneeled down. "Chief, should we kneel?" A member of the Fox tribe asked an embarrassed man with a lock of red hair. This middle-aged man was none other than Red Fox, the chief of the Fox tribe. The clan leader hasn't knelt down yet, so how dare they, the ordinary clan members, kneel down? The Red Fox did not answer him. He looked at the young man, the benefactor who gave them food when they were about to starve to death. The red fox suddenly met Jiang Yuan's cold and terrifying eyes. He trembled suddenly and felt cold all over. The red fox lowered his head quickly, not daring to look Jiang Yuan in the eye. He gritted his teeth, crawled all the way to Jiang Yuan, and kept kissing Jiang Yuan's leather shoes. I, the red fox of the tribe, am willing to submit to the tribe leader. The other members of the fox tribe looked at the scene before them, and after being stunned for a moment, they also followed the red fox and knelt down. All the wanderers knelt in front of Jiang Yuan at this moment. Jiang Yuan looked down at the homeless man who was kissing his shoes. His eyes were calm and his face was expressionless. He could see that this person didn't want to kneel. But after looking into his eyes, the wanderer chose to kneel down again. Moreover, this person's smile was extremely flattering, and he seemed more loyal than the other wanderers. Jiang Yuan tilted his head and placed his hand on the hilt of the Tang sword. He was wondering whether he should kill this guy. However, before he could make a decision, Shang, who was kneeling beside him, suddenly stood up and knocked the red fox to the ground with one punch. Chapter 222 Red Fox's Thoughts. Shang and the red fox wrestled with each other. Snow flew into the air, and in a moment, their bodies were covered with muddy water from the melted snow. Shang's tribesmen and the fox tribe joined the battlefield one after another, and a melee broke out in the snow. Jiang Yuan had a puzzled look in his eyes, while the other wanderers tried to avoid him and fled the battlefield. Pooh! Shang flipped the red fox to the ground. He pinched the red fox's neck and spat the residue from his fingers on the red fox's face. Damn you! How dare you steal our food? The red fox couldn't breathe. His neck was being strangled, and his face turned extremely red. Huff, huff, huff. The red fox struggled to break free from Shang's restraints. He rolled to the side, gasping for breath. Shang stood up to chase him, but Chihu knelt down behind Jiang Yuan with a plop. Chief, save me, save me. This guy is crazy. He wants to kill me. Shang looked at Jiang Yuan, not daring to offend him. He sat down in the snow. The fight just now had used up all his strength. Chief. Who? Chief, this guy stole our food. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan looked down at the red fox with meat scraps stuck to its face. The red fox immediately retorted, Master Chief, don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't steal his food. The two of them immediately started arguing and cursing at each other in front of Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan listened to the conversation between the two and understood why Shang wanted to attack the red fox. Deep down, he still believed Shang's words. After all, Jiang Yuan felt that red fox had ulterior motives from his unwillingness to kneel down just now. Stop arguing, Jiang Yuan shouted, frowning slightly. Shang stopped talking immediately, but the red fox continued to curse. Shou's eyebrows were raised when he heard this. He immediately stepped forward and slapped the red fox's cheek, which was originally sunken due to hunger, until it swelled up. My clan leader told you to shut up, didn't you hear me? The red fox was already very weak, and the powerful slap from the hunter made his eyes blurry. He rolled on the ground for several times before his vision gradually became clear. A flash of resentment flashed across Chihu's eyes, and he quickly knelt in front of Jiang Yuan. Master, I was wrong. Master, I was wrong. Jiang Yuan looked at his panicked and frightened eyes, and suddenly a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The hint of resentment in the red fox's eyes did not escape his eyes. Jiang Yuan originally planned to kill this guy, but at this moment he suddenly changed his mind. Perhaps this red fox could be of some use in the future. Stop arguing, let me ask. Jiang Yuan spoke to Shang and Chihu. Did the red fox only steal your food? Jiang Yuan asked Shang. No. Shang shook his head heavily. This despicable guy stole all our food. Jiang Yuan immediately turned his inquiring eyes to the wanderers who had not participated in the fight between Shang and the red fox. Did the red fox steal your food? In addition to the members of the fox tribe, dozens of wanderers nodded frantically. Jiang Yuan immediately stared at the red fox. The red fox suddenly became panicked. He kowtowed frantically in the snow, mumbling something unclearly and difficult to understand. Forget it, Jiang Yuan suddenly said. From now on, you are all my people, so just pretend this never happened. You are not allowed to fight again. Shang and the other wanderers looked puzzled. Is this new patriarch so stupid? He didn't even punish the red fox. However, although they had complaints in their hearts, they did not speak out. After all, they had just eaten the food given by Jiang Yuan and were grateful to Jiang Yuan. Another reason was that the 70 or 80 Yunshi people behind Jiang Yuan, holding shining copper spears, were all fierce and strong, so they did not dare to think of resisting. After hearing Jiang Yuan's words, the red fox looked ecstatic. He quickly crawled to Jiang Yuan and kissed his leather shoes madly. Zhang Yuan looked at the embarrassed and humble red fox and laughed in his heart. Don't be too happy too soon. I kept you alive because I want you to be useful in the future. Zhang Yuan didn't explain too much. He waved his hand and said, Go, burn all the bodies in the cave. Yes. Several Yunshi people responded. They found some dry firewood and grass, lit them with the fire starters they carried, and threw them into the cave. I know there is no dry firewood and grass in the snow. Dear readers, please don't argue. A raging fire suddenly broke out in the cave containing dozens of corpses. Clouds of black smoke mixed with a burnt smell emerged from the cave, making it difficult to move forward. Looking at the blazing fire, the wanderer's eyes showed sadness and shock. The sadness came from the fact that the bodies of his relatives and tribesmen were inside the cave. The shock was because why was the tribe that recruited them so powerful? It's so easy to summon the divine fire. Zhang Yuan ordered Shou, send a few tribesmen back to the tribe to prepare hot water and animal skins. Yes. Shou responded and immediately sent several members of the hunting tribe to Yunshi Valley. The rest of the Yunshi people drove these 73 wanderers towards the Yunshi Valley. The temperature was low and the accumulated snow froze their feet. Many wanderers were shivering and unable to move forward. However, Zhang Yuan had no other choice but to force them to move forward. The red fox's eyes rolled around, and he turned his head to look. He was extremely curious about the weapons in the hands of the dozens of Yunshi people, because he had seen weapons exactly the same as those of the Yunshi tribe in Wutao Mountain, both of which were sharp and extremely hard. Moreover, the group of guys who intercepted them at Wutao Mountain told them to go to the Yunshi tribe. The Yunshi tribe is so powerful, Red Fox said secretly in his heart. He was somewhat glad that he had joined the Yunshi tribe and received the attention and favor of the Yunshi tribe leader. I finally don't have to suffer this winter. The weapons of the Yunshi tribe are so powerful, and the food is so abundant. While daydreaming, Chihu glanced at Shang in the crowd again. A fierce look flashed across his eyes. This guy, is he worthy of joining the Yunshi tribe? It seems that I have to find a way to drive them out of the tribe. After all, the chief favors me so much. Shang on the side and Zhang Yuan behind him naturally had no idea what the Red Fox was thinking. It took them more than 2 hours, twice as long as it took to get here, before they finally got back to Yunshi Valley. Chapter 223, Cleansing in the Snow and Ice. The clan leader is back. Open the door quickly. Yanshi, who was standing next to Zhang Yuan, shouted loudly at the watchtower in the Yunshi Valley. The security tribesmen on guard in the watchtower glanced down, quickly opened the wooden door, and pushed out the trench bridge to welcome them. Zhang Yuan was the first to cross the trench bridge, followed by the others. The wanderer behind him was already shocked by the front gate of Yunshi Valley. The solid and majestic city walls, the bridge suspended in the air, the watchtowers soaring into the sky, and the tall and heavy wooden doors. They were dazzled by all the things they had never seen before. Some of the wanderers even rubbed their eyes, as if they could not believe what they saw. Chief, Wolf came to Zhang Yuan holding a bronze spear and bowed. When he looked up, his brows furrowed, because Zhang Yuan brought back some extremely dirty and smelly guys. This was almost unbearable for the Yunshi tribe, who were particular about hygiene and safety. But the wolf seemed to have forgotten that before Zhang Yuan joined the Yunshi tribe, most of them were so dirty and unhygienic. Zhang Yuan pointed at the group of stunned wanderers behind him and said, "Don't let them enter the valley yet. Find a place for them to wash up." "Yes," the wolf responded. The tribe had already prepared a lot of hot water and animal skin clothes, waiting for the arrival of this group of wanderers. "Stop!" The wolf shouted coldly at the red fox who was trying to step into the wooden door. The red fox was preparing to walk into the Yunshi Valley with excitement on his face, but everything he saw shocked him and made him extremely ecstatic. The strength of the Yunshi tribe was far beyond his expectations. When the red fox heard a cold shout in his ear, he stared blankly at the young man who was holding a bronze spear and scolding him. As the chief of the fox tribe, Red Fox subconsciously wanted to scold the guy in front of him, but he suddenly remembered that he was nothing now. The red fox's eyes rolled around, and he immediately put on a flattering smile. "My lord, what do you want?" I have to say that the red fox is a smart guy. The wolf took a look at the guy in front of him with a flattering and dirty smile, frowned slightly, and said coldly, "Come with me." The red fox didn't understand why, but still followed the wolf obediently out of the valley, and the other wanderers did the same. "Go help the wolf. There are too few people from the security department." Zhang Yuan looked at the direction where the security department was leading the wanderers away. He felt a little worried and said to Shou immediately. Shou nodded slightly and immediately led 70 fully armed hunting team members to follow the wanderer. The Red Fox glanced behind him and felt vaguely uneasy and very anxious. The Red Fox didn't understand why the Yunshi tribe didn't let him enter the valley, nor did he know where they were going to take him now. He glanced at Shang in the crowd again and saw that Shang was calm and composed, with no change in his expression. He snorted in disdain in his heart. "Go and wash yourself clean." The wolf pointed at a pool of water covered with a thick layer of ice and shouted coldly at everyone. Many wanderers looked at each other in bewilderment. How could they wash in this frozen pond? Besides, it was freezing cold out in the wild. If they washed in this icy water, wouldn't they freeze to death? The Red Fox was about to ask with trembling courage, but he found that behind the hunting tribe, dozens of Yunshi people came with strange-shaped objects, and there was steam coming out of them. The Red Fox's eyes lit up, thinking that the Yunshi tribe had sent food again. Just as he was getting ready to have a hearty meal, he was greatly disappointed the next moment, because this strange-looking thing did not contain food, but steaming hot water. The wolves and their tribesmen broke the ice on the pool, revealing the freezing cold water below. "Pour it in," the wolf said to the Yunshi tribe member who was holding the pottery jar. At that moment, dozens of cans of boiling water were poured into the pool. Hot air suddenly emerged from the surface of the pool. "Why aren't you washing yet?" The wolf scolded the wanderers who were standing in a daze in the snow. "Yes, yes." The Red Fox quickly lowered his head and responded, taking the lead and jumping into the pool. Hiss! The Red Fox fell into the water and felt the frozen wounds on his body were cold, hot, painful, and itchy, making him grimace. "You must clean yourselves. When the water gets cold, if you freeze to death in it, don't blame me," the wolf on the shore said to everyone in a cold voice. When the other wanderers heard this, they immediately jumped into the pool. Dozens of men and women, regardless of their relationship, scrubbed their dirty, dark skin desperately, fearing that they would not be able to enter the valley if they did not wash it thoroughly. The pond was filled with running water, and dozens of pottery jars of hot water only temporarily raised the water temperature. After a short period of time, the water temperature immediately dropped again. Looking at the people shivering in the pond, the wolf and hunter standing on the shore looked at each other and smiled in tacit understanding. Chapter 2, 24 Surrender. "Chief, I brought them here." Wolf walked into the central lobby and said to Jang Yuan, who was staring at the map of Lizhan Mountains. "Okay." Jang Yuan responded and walked out of the central lobby. 73 wanderers were all standing outside the door. They were wearing new and warm animal skins, and their wet hair was still dripping with water. Many people even had ice chips on their hair. Jang Yuan glanced at everyone. Although they were not cleaned thoroughly, and some people even had black dirt on their bodies, the pungent smell had disappeared. "Come on, let's go worship the Yunshu and the gods," Jang Yuan said to the group of wanderers. He knew the importance of gods in the hearts of these primitive people. As long as they worshipped Yunshu, the god worshipped by the Yunshi tribe, most of these wanderers would completely surrender. Of course, there are always exceptions. Worship the heavens. Worship the earth. Worship the cloud tree. Worship the ancestors. Worship the sacred fire. Kneel down and pay homage to the clan leader and witch. Jang Yuan and Wu stood on the high platform, accepting the kneeling worship of 73 wanderers. "Be careful." Jang Yuan helped Wu walk down the platform. When winter came, the witch looked older than before, with his hair and beard completely white. The witch nodded slightly, and then was helped away by a member of the Yunshi tribe. "Get up," Jang Yuan said to the people who had not yet stood up. 73 wanderers stood up one after another, their foreheads stained with snow and mud. "From now on, you are members of my Yunshi tribe," Jang Yuan said loudly to everyone. He paused for a moment, then continued, "Join my Yunshi tribe, and I'll give you meat to eat and clothes to wear. But you must be loyal to me and to the tribe, understand?" He shouted loudly and plunged the Tang, sword in his hand, into the mud. "Yes." Many wanderers responded, and they knelt down and kowtowed again. Some kneel out of loyalty, while others kneel out of necessity. However, the eyes of most of the wanderers looked at Jang Yuan with gratitude and enthusiasm. It was Jang Yuan who pulled them back from the brink of death and allowed them to continue living. Jang Yuan said, "Wolf, take them to learn the 9 criminal laws. Only after everyone has memorized the criminal laws can they enjoy the food." "Yes," Wolf responded. As the head of the public security department, he usually mediated disputes and punished tribesmen by relying on the 9 criminal laws formulated by Jang Yuan. It is forbidden to steal, rob, cause trouble, fight, blaspheme, and offend the clan leader. All the Yunshi people know these 9 criminal laws by heart. If these wanderers want to join the Yunshi tribe, they naturally have to memorize it. When they heard that they would be reciting criminal laws and enjoying food, The eyes of the wanderers lit up, their throats rolled, and they kept swallowing their saliva. Although they had eaten a lot of food in the wild, it was barely enough to fill their stomachs for those who were almost starving to death. By the time Lang led these people away, Jang, Yuan, and a group of Yunchi executives had already arrived at the central lobby. Having just recruited so many tribesmen, there are naturally many things to discuss. Everyone sat down in turn around the round table in the center of the central lobby. Chief Tsang sighed and said, "After recruiting them, our Yunchi tribe will have 473 members. The Yunchi tribe has grown from a small tribe of only 100 people to the largest tribe in the Lizhan Mountains, with nearly 500 members." This change made Chief Tsang feel like a dream and incredible. He looked at Jiang Yuan, who was sitting in the first seat, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. It was this young man who made the Yunchi tribe achieve its current success. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "There must be more than just these many wanderers in the Lizhan Mountains. There must be many people we haven't found yet. Now that the snow has stopped, the hunting tribe should not give up the search when they are hunting. The more people from our tribe, the better." "Yes," Shou responded happily. With so many tribesmen surrendering today, he should be credited with the greatest achievement. "Master Patriarch, how are so many people going to live?" When asked, when the houses were being built, more than 130 houses were built in the residential area, and now more than 30 houses are still idle. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Aren't there many empty caves where the tribesmen used to live? Let them live in the caves first. After all, they have just surrendered, and I don't know if they have any other intentions." "Okay." When nodded to show that he understood. "But don't mistreat them in terms of food. They should eat the same food as us ordinary people," Jiang Yuan instructed. As soon as the words fell, Elder Wei's face turned bitter. 73 people had to kill 2 more prey every day. He felt distressed. "Then how do we arrange their work?" Elder Pan looked at Jiang Yuan, waiting for his instructions. Chapter 2, 25 Arrangement of Tasks. "Any tasks?" Jiang Yuan lowered his head and thought for a while before saying, "The heavy snow has stopped. It's time to start construction on the Wutao Mountain Pass. In addition to Wutao Mountain, there is also the Zhili Gorge in the north of the Lizhan Mountains and the Gap in the east of the Lizhan Mountains. They also need to build passes. We will certainly be very short of manpower by then." Wasn't the task of mining copper, lime, and Salt Lake originally the responsibility of the Ministry of Construction? Now all these tasks will be handed over to the tribesmen who have just surrendered. Zhang Yuan had his own plans for doing this, because mining copper, lime, and Salt Lakes was almost the dirtiest and most tiring job in the entire tribe. As long as these wanderers can hold on, Zhang Yuan will naturally treat them as real members of his tribe. Elder Pan frowned slightly, and he slowly said, "Master Patriarch, the work of mining lime can be handed over to them, but isn't it a bit too much to hand over the mining of copper mines and salt lakes to them as well?" Elder Pan didn't finish his words, but Jiang Yuan already understood what he meant. Lime mining is nothing. After all, mining lime requires cooperation with the limestone tribe. However, this copper mine and Salt Lake are the core of the Yunchi tribe. Except for the Yunchi tribe, no other tribes in the entire Lizhan Mountains have salt and copper utensils. Therefore, Elder Pan was not confident in entrusting these 2 tasks to these newly surrendered wanderers. Jiang Yuan smiled softly upon hearing this. He shook his head and said, "It's okay. You know, only our Yunchi tribe knows the salt purification technology and copper or smelting technology. Even if they want to escape, they can't take the Salt Lake and copper mine with them. What's there to worry about? Besides, where can they escape to? The north is even colder, and escaping to the north is courting death. Wutao Mountain, the only way to migrate south, is guarded by our military department and the war department." When everyone heard Jiang Yuan say this, they no longer expressed any objections and all agreed to Jiang Yuan's proposal. Only you suddenly said, "What if these guys leak the news of the copper mine and the Salt Lake to other tribes in the Lizhan Mountains?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan looked at you with approval. You was originally not qualified to sit here, but Jiang Yuan made an exception and let him sit here. Firstly, you is a smart boy and is quite popular with Jiang Yuan. Secondly, you is the grandson of the former chief of the Gu tribe, and Jiang Yuan intends to train him. Jiang Yuan laughed and said, "Have you ever thought about whether other tribes in the Lizhan Mountains would offend us because of the Salt Lake and copper mine? Moreover, they don't have the strength and courage to offend us." Hearing what Jiang Yuan said, everyone felt their blood boiling. Yes, the Yunchi tribe is no longer the weak tribe with only more than 100 people. Do other tribes really have the courage to offend the Yunchi tribe because of the Salt Lake and copper mine? What's more, behind the Yunchi tribe is the entire Lizhan alliance, as well as 5 allies. the Songlong tribe, the Xiongning tribe, the Shihu tribe, the Fengshe tribe, and the Changchuan tribe. You stuck out his tongue embarrassedly, knowing that Jiang Yuan not only thought of what he had thought of one step ahead, but also had a solution in mind. After discussing the affairs of these wanderers, everyone present stood up and left. Jiang Yuan also couldn't wait to walk out the door. He hadn't seen Qing and Shi all day, and he now wanted to return to the two women immediately. If it weren't for the numerous matters that needed his attention in the tribe, Jiang Yuan would have almost wanted to stay by the side of the two women. Jiang Yuan saw Lin sitting at the round table and didn't leave. He stopped and asked in confusion, "Lin, why don't you leave?" Jiang Yuan had just finished speaking. Lin suddenly raised his head, his eyes wide open, his face full of dissatisfaction, and even his tone was filled with a hint of anger. "Master Chief, didn't you say that you would send me and the Bingyu tribe to subdue these wanderers? Why did you go out today without even telling me? Don't you regard me as one of your tribesmen?" Chapter 226 Wu Tao Mountain Pass. Construction begins. Jiang Yuan was stunned for a moment when he heard Lin's question, and then he burst into laughter. He looked at Lin's angry expression and felt a little apologetic. Because Jiang Yuan had indeed forgotten his promise to mobilize the military defense department to subdue the wanderers. Jiang Yuan shook his head and explained, "It's not what you think. You have been in the tribe for several months. You must know how I treat you." Lin was silent when he heard this. He knew very well how good Jiang Yuan was to him, and Jiang Yuan had even saved his life. But this matter really made him feel dissatisfied. "I was negligent about this matter. So, if there is any important matter in the future, I will let the Bingyu department be the first to go. How about it?" Jiang Yuan stared into Lin's eyes while speaking. Lin sat there with his head down and didn't say a word. After a long time, he finally grunted and agreed. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but smile when he saw this. It seemed that he should use more troops to defend his territory in the future. It's just that he is very good at using the military and war department. No matter what he does, he subconsciously thinks of the military and war department first. It's not his fault. Moreover, deep down in his heart, Jiang Yuan's positioning of the military defense department was to defend the territory and protect the tribe. He was unwilling to mobilize the military defense department for such a battle. After the two of them resolved their misunderstandings, Lin immediately bowed respectfully to Jiang Yuan and left. After Lin left, Jiang Yuan hurriedly locked the door of the central lobby and ran towards his room. Let's not talk about the affectionate moments between Jiang Yuan and Qing Hushi in the house for now. On Wu Tao Mountain, Lai Heman led 20 Yunshi soldiers and trained in the snow. They have cleared the snow on the top of Wu Tao Mountain, revealing the gray-brown soil underneath. Lai looked at the figures walking away at the foot of the mountain and suddenly said, "Man, this is the first batch of wanderers we have driven away?" "I don't know." Man gently shook his head. "There should be 4 or 5 waves." Alas, Lai suddenly sighed. He looked up at the gray sky and said, "I don't know if these guys can find our tribe. Who cares about them? We have already pointed out the direction for them." Man suddenly waved the bronze spear, blowing the surrounding snow into the sky. "Come to think of it, the tribe should be sending us supplies again, right?" Lai seemed to be talking to himself. There was not much firewood and food left in the cave. "Yes." Man put away his spear and stood still, breathing slightly. "I really want to go back to the tribe. I haven't been back for several days." Lai stretched and said lazily. While waving the bronze spear, Man asked curiously, "Why do you have to go back? Isn't it good here?" Lai rolled his eyes speechlessly when he heard this. "Do you think everyone is like you, only knowing how to train soldiers and practice martial arts? In the tribe, there is the woman I love." "Who is your beloved woman?" The gossip fire in Man's heart suddenly had the urge to burn fiercely. "That is a very beautiful woman. She is as beautiful as the wife of the patriarch, Qing Hushi. She has a pair of big, bright eyes and a beautiful mouth." Lai kept describing the appearance of his beloved woman with an intoxicated look on his face. When he finished his story, he was about to meet Man's envious and jealous eyes. But suddenly he found that Man was waving a bronze spear and practicing his moves in the distance, and it was obvious that he was not listening to him at all. Instead, the 20 Yunshi soldiers gathered around him gossiping, each with a sly smile on their face. "Go away." Lai's face turned red instantly. He was so angry and embarrassed by being stared at by these guys that he kicked one of his soldiers on the butt. The 20 Yunshi soldiers laughed and dispersed. With a vengeful heart, Lai came to Man's side and observed his spear skills. After a moment, Lai suddenly said in a gloomy tone, "Man, your martial arts have improved. You are almost catching up with the tribe leader." Man was slightly stunned. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Haven't you seen me and the clan leader compete? We are almost the same." "Really?" Lai's eyes rolled around. and he suddenly asked with a smile, "How many of those chiefing guys do you think you can beat now?" "I don't know. Maybe I can beat 4 or 5. The snow melted, the warm sun began to rise, and a few days passed in the blink of an eye. It's time to start construction on the pass on Wutao Mountain. Yuan looked at the 60 people from the construction tribe standing in a neat line and said, It's time to set off. Let's get started." Elder Pan excitedly waved the trowel in his hand and shouted with excitement on his face. He has always been restless and can't wait to start building the pass on the top of Wutao Mountain. The people from the picking department and the engineering department will help you. Everyone, let's go. Yuan waved his arm and shouted loudly. Immediately, carts lined up in a long queue, loaded with fired mud bricks, lime, stone, and wood, and headed towards Wutao Mountain one after another, with no end in sight. Yuan looked at the figures of his tribesmen going away, secretly calculating how many days it would take to complete the construction. There are a total of 3 departments and a total of 170 Yunchi people involved in the construction of the Watashan Pass. I believe that this pass, which is only a few dozen steps long, can be easily built. What's more, they have 120 newly recruited wanderers who can be recruited at any time. In the past few days, in addition to the first batch of 73 vagrants recruited, dozens of more vagrants have come one after another. Today, the population of the Yunchi tribe has reached more than 520, including the original 400 tribesmen and the newly recruited wanderers. Moreover, the Yunchi tribe had prepared sufficient materials for building the pass. Under Yuan's instructions, the Yunchi tribe has never stopped firing mud bricks and collecting stones and wood over the past few days. These things are preparations for the construction of the pass. Yuan stood on the horizontal bridge, looking at the vast wilderness and muttering to himself, "Only when I control all the passages in and out of the Lieshan Mountains will I have the confidence to expand beyond the Lieshan Mountains." Not long after, Lai returned from Wutao Mountain with 10 Yunchi soldiers from the Bingwu department. "Thank you for your hard work." Yuan patted Lai's shoulder. "Master Patriarch, what does this matter?" Lai said to Yuan with a slight smile. Yuan looked at Lai and Lin with a serious expression. "There are only 10 soldiers from the military defense department left in the valley. I am really worried, so I transferred the military department back. You two must guard Yunchi Valley well." "Yes." Lai and Man answered at the same time, their tones solemn. "Chief, my tribesmen and I are out hunting." Shou, who had been staying with the crowd, bowed and said to Yuan, "Now that the snow has melted, they must try to hunt as many prey as possible. Although the Yunchi tribe has a lot of stored food, they cannot just sit there and eat it all." Yuan nodded slightly. Shou immediately led 70 fully armed hunting tribesmen towards the vast wilderness. "Rock, go!" Yuan took a deep breath and shouted loudly. It was unknown how long it would take to build the pass, so he couldn't just leave it alone and could only go to Wutao Mountain to supervise the construction. However, Yuan was very worried about Qing and Shi, the 2 pregnant women. After leaving this time, he estimated that he would not see them again for more than 10 days. "Yes," Yinsha responded. He picked up a larger bronze spear and followed the back of Yunchi's army. Chapter 227, Building a Pass. A majestic and solid pass must have a solid foundation. At this time on Wutao Mountain, Yuan was directing everyone to build a foundation. Many people from the Ministry of Construction were waving masonry knives and working hard in the deep trenches. Mud bricks were being laid one after another, and lime dots were flying in the air. For the construction tribesmen who already had experience in building houses, building this pass was a piece of cake. At the foot of Wutao Mountain, dozens of carts are parked there, loaded with all kinds of tools. Many Yunchi people were building simple wooden sheds, while others were constructing stoves, washing food, and preparing to cook. During the days of building the pass, they had to live here, and it was impossible for them to travel back and forth between Wutao Mountain and Yunchi Valley, because it takes most of the day to go back and forth between the 2 places. Yuan looked at the foundation that was gradually taking shape, and a look of joy appeared on his face. The speed of foundation construction had far exceeded his expectations. With the joint efforts of hundreds of tribesmen, the foundation of this pass, which is dozens of steps long and several steps wide, can be built in one day. If construction continues at this speed, the entire pass will not even take 10 days to build. Don't get me wrong, Yuan has no intention of building this pass as huge and majestic as Hanga Pass and Wugu Pass. Yuan planned the height of the Wutao Mountain Pass to be only 4 meters. However, the speed at which mud bricks were consumed was somewhat beyond Yuan's expectations. According to the current situation, the mud bricks prepared by the Yunchi tribe are only enough to build a Wutao Mountain Pass. It is far from enough to build passes in the north, south, and east of Lisan Mountains. Master Patriarch, do we have to wait for a while after the foundation is built? Elder Pan, whose animal hide was covered in mud, came to Jang Yuan and asked. Originally, after the foundation was completed, it would take some time before the above-ground part could be built, because this will make the city wall stronger. Jang Yuan thought for a while. He considered the primitive people's ability to attack the city and the fact that it was still winter, and he didn't know when the next heavy snow would come. Jang Yuan made a decision and said immediately, "Don't wait, build it right away. The sooner the better, but the quality of the pass must be guaranteed." Yes. Elder Pan nodded to show that he understood. This pass is not as simple as building a city wall. It also requires parapets, kitchens, rooms for soldiers to rest, and places to store equipment and supplies. The pass is originally a preparation for war, so we must not be careless. Elder Pan laughed and said, "Master Patriarch, are you still worried about the work of our construction department? Which of the houses in our valley was not built by our construction department? You have seen the quality." "Okay." Jang Yuan smiled knowingly. "Come on, give me a hand." Two Yunshi people carrying a thick tree trunk shouted towards the top of the mountain. Although Wutao Mountain is a low mountain, it only allows wild animals and humans to pass through on foot. It is almost impossible for this cart to climb up the mountain. Therefore, the various materials and equipment on the cart can only be transported to the top of the mountain by manpower. Unless Jang Yuan is willing to spend a lot of effort to build a road from the foot of the mountain to the top that can accommodate carts. Jang Yuan heard the tribesmen shouting, and quickly came to the two men and carried the tree trunk on his shoulders. "Chief!" Two members of the Yunshi tribe exclaimed in surprise, their faces filled with shock. One person quickly said, "Master Patriarch, please get out of the way. This is not what you should do. Stop talking nonsense." Jang Yuan felt the weight on his shoulders and urged, "Don't delay the work of the tribesmen on the top of the mountain." "Yes." Two members of the Yunshi tribe responded quickly. They had never dared to imagine working side by side with the Patriarch before. At that moment, both of them were filled with endless energy and strength, and the slogans they shouted while working became louder and louder. The warm sun disappears, and the bright moon rises. Torches had been lit everywhere on Wutao Mountain. Many Yunshi people were wearing thick animal skins and huddled in the newly built greenhouse, eating delicious stewed meat, soft and glutinous sweet potatoes, and the fragrant broth. Jang Yuan sat in the shed, with Elder Pan, Man, Yinshi, and others sitting on the ground beside him. Jang Yuan felt the whistling of the cold wind in his ears. He put down the wooden bowl of hot soup in his hand and seemed a little absent-minded. Has the tribe member who went back to the tribe to pull mud bricks not returned yet? No. Elder Pan shook his head slightly. The speed of building the pass was extremely fast, and the mud bricks were consumed extremely quickly. This afternoon, 20 members of the Yunshi tribe returned to the valley with carts, ready to bring back 10 more carts of baked mud bricks. Jang Yuan frowned. He walked out of the greenhouse and looked at the foot of the mountain. "Why haven't you come back yet?" When he thought of the ferocious wild beasts everywhere in the Lisan Mountains, his heart began to weigh heavy on his shoulders, and he could no longer feel at ease. Man comforted him. "Don't worry, clan leader. There are 5 soldiers from the combat department following us, so there shouldn't be any problem." Jang Yuan's frown did not ease at all. He was not worried about ordinary wild beasts, but he heard from a hunter not long ago that a wolf pack with hundreds of snow wolves had just migrated from the north to the Lisan Mountains. A wolf pack of this magnitude cannot be dealt with by even 10 Yunshi soldiers, let alone 5. Jang Yuan gritted his teeth and wondered whether he should let the hunting department and the military department cooperate to wipe out the snow wolf pack first. In this way, he would not have to worry too much when his tribesmen came and went between Wutao Mountain and Yunshi Valley. While he was thinking, a little fire suddenly appeared at the foot of Wutao Mountain. Man took a closer look and said with a smile, "Master, they are back." Jang Yuan walked quickly down the mountain. Looking at the familiar figure of the Yunshi tribe member in front of him, he breathed a sigh of relief and a look of joy appeared on his face. As the night deepened, many members of the Yunshi tribe had gone to bed. Only Jang Yuan was lying under the warm animal skin blanket, tossing and turning. "What's wrong with you, Lord Jang Yuan?" Yinshi from the side asked in a rough voice. When all the Yunshi tribe members changed their way of addressing Jang Yuan to clan leader, only Yinshi still called Jang Yuan Lord Jang Yuan as before. Jang Yuan sighed softly, but did not answer. Yinshi suddenly smiled innocently. "You can't sleep. Are you thinking about Master Qing and Master Shi? You bastard." Jang Yuan laughed dumbly. He sat up and kicked rocks, "But when did you become so slick?" Where is your simple and honest personality from before? Then what are you thinking about? Rock also sat up. He was nearly 2 meters tall, and his body was like a small mountain in the dark. I'm wondering if we should wipe out the snow wolf pack in the Lizhan Mountains. Chapter 228. A visitor from Fengshe Changchuan. Yinshe knew about the existence of the snow wolf pack, because when Zhang Yuan and others were attacked by the snow wolves that day, Yinshe was next to Zhang Yuan. When Yinshe saw that Zhang Yuan was having a headache because of the snow wolf pack, he did not say anything at first. After a while, Yinshe said, Master Zhang Yuan, I think you have already thought about what to do, right? Haha. Zhang Yuan smiled when he heard that. He had indeed made a decision in his heart. Hoo-hoo. Suddenly, a snoring sound like thunder was heard nearby. The huge snoring sounded extremely harsh in the silent wooden shed. Zhang Yuan was quite speechless. He whispered to Yinshe, Okay, let's go to sleep first. We'll talk about this later. Okay. Rock nodded and lay down again. Hoo-hoo. This night was spent in the sound of man snoring and the whistling of the cold wind. The next day, man was gnawing on the bones in his hand. He looked at Zhang Yuan's listless appearance and asked curiously, Chief, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so weak? Just like the sick wolf in the forest. How dare you say that? Zhang Yuan, with dark circles under his eyes, glared at him. Last night was really a torture for him. Man snored first, and then Rock also snored after he fell asleep. Zhang Yuan was trapped between the two men and was tortured to the point of nearly collapse. He only fell asleep in the late night. After being scolded by Zhang Yuan, Man touched his head in confusion, not understanding why Zhang Yuan was angry with him. Okay, after dinner, let's get to work. Zhang Yuan put down the wooden bowl in his hand and called to everyone. Yes. Many Yunshi people who were enjoying the food responded loudly and passionately. The pass must fit tightly against the mountain walls on both sides. Zhang Yuan gave orders while standing next to the tribesmen who were working on the construction. Zhang Yuan scolded again. Look, there is such a wide gap between the pass and the mountain wall. The enemy can easily get in. What's the point of building the pass? Yes. The two Yunshi people lowered their heads with shame on their faces. Here, give me the hammer. Zhang Yuan asked the tribesman for the copper hammer. He swung the copper hammer with all his strength and knocked off the protruding stone on the mountain wall. Okay, now the construction will be much easier. We must not be careless when doing things. Clan leader, the mud bricks fired by my construction department are harder than stones. Elder Pan picked up a green mud brick and said excitedly to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan nodded and said, Yes, the bricks made by our Yunshi tribe are indeed hard and strong enough. The journey from Yunshi Valley to Wutao Mountain is so far, and the road is rough and bumpy, but these bricks rarely break. Haha, then why don't you take a look at who made these bricks? Elder Pan laughed, casually smeared a pool of lime slurry on the city wall whose base had already been built, and then placed the mud brick in his hand on it. Looking at the bustling scene on Wutao Mountain, Zhang Yuan felt quite relieved. When designing the Watashan Pass, Zhang Yuan made the city wall very wide, leaving a corridor on it that was wide enough for the Yunshi soldiers to walk back and forth while guarding the pass, as well as a parapet to avoid enemy attacks. In addition, several stone stairs were built on this pass for passage. I believe that when this pass is completed, it will be extremely majestic and solid. Chief, the hunters are here. Rock put down a solid piece of wood on his shoulder. The ground was hit with a dull bang. It would take at least 3 or 4 people to move this piece of wood, but the rock can be easily carried by one person. Okay, I understand. Zhang Yuan put down the wooden ruler he was using for measuring. He was the one who informed the tribesmen of Shou's arrival. Master, Shou ran to the top of the mountain panting. He looked at the base of the pass in front of him with a surprised look in his eyes. Is this pass built so quickly? Yes, it's really fast. Zhang Yuan glanced at him and said, Aren't you tired carrying so many weapons? Bronze spears, bronze swords, bamboo bows, bronze arrows, flying stone ropes and stones. This adds up to dozens of kilograms in weight. I'm used to it. Shou smiled and said, Wasn't it always like this before? Besides, the 70 hunting tribesmen under his command were all like this. Chief, you called me here. Is there something wrong? Shou put down the bronze spear, took a deep breath and asked. Zhang Yuan said directly, I want you to wipe out the snow wolf pack. Shou was slightly stunned. The threat from the snow wolf pack is too great. There are hundreds of wolves. It's too unsafe for our tribesmen to come and go. Okay, I understand, Chief. Shou nodded slightly. Zhang Yuan told him, You must be more careful. Find out the wolf pack's tracks first, and don't act rashly. I will arrange when to act. Shou nodded. Hundreds of wolves could easily destroy any tribe in the Lizhan Mountains. Even though the hunting tribe had 70 members, he did not dare to act rashly. After seeing off the hunter, a tribe member suddenly came running over and said, "Master, the chiefs of the Fengshe and Changchuan tribes are here." Zhang Yuan was a little confused when he heard this. How could these two allies come to Wutao Mountain? Chapter 2, 29 Free Labor. Zhang Yuan remembered that the Fengshe and Changchuan tribes were located between the Yunxi Valley and Wutao Mountain. Could it be that his high-profile construction of the pass had aroused their curiosity and interest, and they wanted to come and investigate? Zhang Yuan walked towards the foot of the mountain while guessing in his mind. Two clan leaders, long time no see. Zhang Yuan stepped forward quickly and welcomed the two clan leaders. Lord Zhang Yuan. Lord Zhang Yuan. The chiefs of the Fengshe tribe and the Changchuan tribe quickly bowed in response. Their past interactions with Zhang Yuan have also taught them some etiquette. Two clan leaders, let's go to the mountain. Zhang Yuan invited them. I have asked people to prepare food on the mountain. The two clan leaders' eyes lit up when they heard this, but they still refused. No, we already had food before we came. Although they said so, their bodies were very honest and they walked towards the mountain one after another. They will never forget how delicious the food of Yunxi tribe is in their lifetime. However, what puzzled them was that even though they had the fire and salt given by the Yunxi tribe, why was the food they made so much worse than the food of the Yunxi tribe? As the three of them exchanged greetings, Zhang Yuan looked at the tribesmen brought by the chiefs of the Fengshe tribe and the Changchuan tribe. They were all familiar faces. These people once helped the Yunxi tribe build houses. Of course, the Yunxi tribe used to use a large prey as a reward every day. As soon as Zhang Yuan saw it, he guessed almost exactly the purpose of the visit of the chiefs of Fengshe tribe and Changchuan tribe. The three of them sat cross-legged around a stone. The female tribesman in charge of cooking served them a roasted, shiny leg of lamb and some fruits on a pottery plate. Please, two clan leaders. Zhang Yuan took out a dagger, cut the lamb leg, and placed it in front of the two people. This is not Yunxi Valley, and there is nothing delicious here, so let's make do with it for now. Okay. The two clan leaders Fengshe and Changchuan nodded hurriedly, then picked up the roasted lamb leg with their bare hands and started to take big bites. Seeing the two people wolfing down their food, Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. Two clan leaders, is there something you want to talk about? The chiefs of the Fengshe tribe and the Changchuan tribe, who were chewing their food, paused at the same time, looked at each other, and looked a little embarrassed and unnatural. The chief of the Fengshe tribe put down the lamb leg in his hand, rubbed his greasy fingers, and said, Master Zhang Yuan, are you going to build a house on Wutao Mountain? Yes, Lord Zhang Yuan. If the houses in Yunxi Valley are not enough, we still have some caves in Changchuan Valley. The chief of the Changchuan tribe also said in a pretentious manner. The chief of the Fengshe tribe coughed and kicked him lightly. There are so many houses in Yunxi Valley. Who would live in your broken cave? Upon hearing this, the chief of the Changchuan tribe blushed and became very embarrassed. Looking at the two people who spoke as naive as children, Zhang Yuan shook his head and laughed. Two clan leaders, if you have something to say, just say it directly. We are not building a house, but a pass. What is a pass? The two looked at each other in confusion. Zhang Yuan immediately explained it to the two of them. Lord Zhang Yuan, why are you building the pass? The chief of the Fengshe tribe asked curiously. Zhang Yuan said, to be honest, according to some information, there are powerful tribes everywhere outside our Lizhan Mountains. The chiefs of the Fengshe tribe and the Changchuan tribe were slightly startled when they heard this. They had never been out of the Lizhan Mountains and naturally didn't know much about the outside world. I'm worried that one day in the future, the tribes outside the Lizhan Mountains will attack us, so I want to build a pass. When they attack in the future, we will also be able to defend ourselves. When the two clan leaders Fengshe and Changchuan heard this, their expressions suddenly became serious. Hearing Zhang Yuan say this, it seemed like someone was about to attack them. Zhang Yuan then said, think about it, the two tribe leaders. Didn't the chiefing tribe come from the north of the Lizhan Mountains? When their tribe came, which of the 20 tribes in the Lizhan Mountains didn't have half of their people killed by them? The chiefs of the Fengshe tribe and the Changchuan tribe looked a little gloomy when they heard this, as if they were recalling the past. You know, their previous tribes had more than 200 people. When the chiefing tribe came, their population was instantly massacred and reduced by half. Lord Zhang Yuan thinks farther and thinks more. The chief of the Fengshe tribe nodded admiringly. Among Zhang Yuan's 5 allies, Songlong, Xiongying, Shihu, Fengshe, and Changchuan, only the chief of Fengshe tribe can keep up with Zhang Yuan's thinking at certain times. He can be said to be a smart man in Lizhan Mountains. So, we must do a good job of defense. Zhang Yuan said in a serious tone. Not only Wutao Mountain, but also the Zhili Gorge in the north of Lizhan Mountain Range and the Gap in the west of Lizhan Mountain Range. We have to build passes. After hearing what Zhang Yuan said, the chiefs of Fengshe tribe and Changchuan tribe both nodded in agreement, thinking that what Zhang Yuan said made a lot of sense. Zhang Yuan, was just planning to talk to the clan leaders about this matter, and the two clan leaders are here just in time. Zhang Yuan put on a cunning smile. The construction of the Wutao Mountain Pass will be undertaken by our Yunshi tribe. When the time comes to build the other two passes, you 5 tribes will have to contribute more. The chief of the Fengshe tribe and the chief of the Changchuan tribe looked at each other in silence, with a hint of bitterness on their faces. The two of them inquired about the news and learned that the Yunshi tribe was building something on Wutao Mountain. The two tribe leaders thought about it. It was winter now, and it was hard to hunt prey. The tribe members were just sitting around doing nothing in the tribe. Why not let their tribe members help the Yunshi tribe in exchange for some prey? After all, they had reaped a lot of benefits when they helped the Yunshi tribe build houses. After the two of them discussed it, they led their tribesmen towards Wutao Mountain. Who would have thought that after arriving at Wutao Mountain and chatting with Zhang Yuan, this paid work would turn into free labor? Zhang Yuan observed the reactions of the two people and realized that he had guessed the purpose of their visit almost correctly. As soon as he saw the two people hesitating, he immediately added fuel to the fire. Zhang Yuan sighed deliberately and said, "If the two clan leaders disagree, then my Yunshi tribe will suffer a loss and finish these things by ourselves." No, that's not what we meant. The chief of the Fengshe tribe and the two people from the Changchuan tribe quickly denied it. Looking at Zhang Yuan's sad look, they couldn't help feeling extremely guilty. The Yunshi tribe gave you spear throwers, gave you prey, gave you salt, and even gave you the precious, divine fire. But you are so good. You are actually plotting against the Yunshi tribe, trying to take advantage of them. I really deserve to die. The chiefs of the Fengshe tribe and the Changchuan tribe said secretly in their hearts, feeling even more guilty. Zhang Yuan took in both their reactions. Looking at their ashamed expressions, he couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Lord Zhang Yuan, we know the difficulties of the Yunshi tribe. We came here to help you. The chief of the Fengshe tribe patted his chest and pointed to the 10 tribesmen he brought with him. Yes, me too. The chief of the Changchuan tribe also said so, appearing very heroic. Really, Zhang Yuan's expression was surprised and happy, and then he pretended to be embarrassed. But my Yunshi tribe doesn't have anything to give to you two. TSK, what are you talking about, Lord Zhang Yuan? The chief of the Fengshe tribe waved his hands and said, "We are brothers. What do you want? Besides, building the pass is our responsibility." Right. The chief of the Changchuan tribe, who was not as good at speaking as the chief of the Fengshe tribe, nodded and agreed. Same to me. Okay, then I would like to thank both clan leaders, Zhang Yuan said with a fist clasped in gratitude. However, Zhang Yuan changed the subject and pretended to be embarrassed. How can I tell these 3 tribes, the wolf, lion, and eagle? Leave it to me. The chief of the Fengshe tribe patted his chest again while gnawing on a sheep bone. Don't worry, Lord Zhang Yuan. I will talk to them about this small matter. The chief of the Changchuan tribe made his promise without any ambiguity. Okay, Zhang Yuan smiled and said, after the construction of these 3 passes is completed, our 6 tribes will jointly guard them. The 3 passes, Yunshi Valley, copper mines, and salt lakes all need to be guarded by the tribesmen. He was worrying about the problem of insufficient manpower, and these good brothers and good allies came to his door on their own accord. Okay, when the chiefs of Fengshe tribe and Changchuan tribe heard this, smiles appeared on their faces. The 2 of them and Zhang Yuan looked at each other, and all 3 of them burst into laughter. Chapter 230, Pass completed. More than 10 days passed by like flowing water. On Wutao Mountain, a majestic pass rises from the mountains, guarding the only gap in the southern part of Lizhan Mountain Range. From then on, if you want to enter Lizhan Mountain Range from the south, you must pass through this pass. The thick city walls, the towering watchtowers, and the uneven parapet all show that conquering this pass is extremely difficult. In the middle of the pass, there are 3 tall and sturdy wooden gates. The gates are extremely thick and difficult to shake. Zhang Yuan and his men stood in front of the city gate. This pass was finally completed today. Elder Pan was jubilant, his animal skin still stained with mud. Zhang Yuan could not hide his excitement. Around him, there were not only nearly 200 people from the Yunshi tribe, but also people from the Canglong, Xiongning, Shihu, Fengshe, and Changchuan tribes. Judging from their number, there were about 60 or 70 people in total. Lord Zhang Yuan, please give this pass a name. The chief of the Canglong tribe said to Zhang Yuan with a smile. Although they contributed little, the clansmen under their command also worked hard here for more than 10 days. So Jiang Yuan invited them to come and witness the completion of this pass together. Good. Jiang Yuan glanced at everyone. Many of the tribesmen looked a little tired and weathered, but without exception, they all had admiration and excitement on their faces. Because this pass was created under their hands. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Let's name this pass Lizhan South Pass." Lizhan South Gate, what a good name. Man repeated and suddenly shouted loudly. Jiang Yuan looked at him with a smile. If he asked Man to explain why this name was good, he would definitely not be able to answer. After a moment of silence, the people around Jiang Yuan also took the lead in praising and echoing. What a good name. What a good name. Lizhan South Pass. Lizhan South Pass. Lizhan South Pass. The hundreds of people in front of Jiang Yuan suddenly shouted like a tsunami. They kept shouting, Lizhan South Pass. The loud voices were so loud that they could shake the clouds and crack the rocks. They kept echoing in the mountains in the southern part of Lizhan mountain range for a long time. Come on, chiefs, let's go through the pass. Jiang Yuan waved his hand and extended an invitation to the chiefs of the 5 tribes. Please. Several clan leaders also said one after another. Jiang Yuan was in front, and the 5 clan leaders and Elder Pan were behind. Including some high-level leaders from various tribes, they lined up to pass the checkpoint one by one. Jiang Yuan stepped onto the stone stairs. The south gate of Lai Mountain was 4 meters high, and hundreds of stones were used just to build the stairs. Everyone climbed the stairs and arrived at the top of the pass. Jiang Yuan stepped on the corridor, held the parapet with his hands, and looked around. On the left and right are the towering and steep mountains of the southern Lizhan Mountain, and the vast land inside and outside the Lizhan Mountain range in front and behind is in full view. The earth is vast and boundless. Just one glance at it makes people feel a sense of heroism rising in their hearts. The mountains at the end of the earth are winding and undulating, and on the peaks that reach into the sky, there is still silvery white snow that has not melted. I didn't expect the area outside the Lizhan Mountains is so huge. The chief of the Tsonglong tribe couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the scene outside the south pass of Lizhan. The chief of the Fengshe tribe also said, there must be a lot of prey outside the Lizhan Mountains. The grassland in the center of the Lizhan Mountains is far less vast than outside. Several other clan leaders, including the tribesmen who climbed the mountain together, all had longing and fascination on their faces, and they were obviously very curious about the outside of the Lizhan Mountains. Jiang Yuan looked at the reactions of the crowd, smiled, and said, Clan leaders, do you have any idea to turn this vast land outside into our own territory? Then, we can hunt as many prey as we want. As Jiang Yuan finished speaking, the expressions of several clan leaders were very moved. Only the chief of the Fengshe tribe had a slightly worried look on his face. Master Jiang Yuan, didn't you say that the tribes outside are much stronger than us? Jiang Yuan shook his head and laughed. What are you talking about? How can it be that they can attack us, but we can't attack them? Besides, when the 6 tribes unite, no matter how powerful they are, they will have to submit to us and become our people. Yes. The chief of the Lion Tiger tribe said excitedly, when the time comes, we will capture more guys and have them join our tribe, making our tribe even stronger. Yes. The chief of the Tsonglong tribe also said, as long as our strength continues to grow, no tribe will dare to invade us. What you clan leaders said is correct. Jiang Yuan bowed and smiled. The premise of becoming strong is to constantly invade and expand. You clan leaders don't know that there was once a bald eagle that constantly invaded other people's territories to plunder resources and strengthen itself. This is called fighting to support fighting. Fight to support war? The clan leaders murmured to themselves, repeating these 4 words over and over again. Their eyes gradually became clear, and they seemed to gradually understand what fighting to support fighting meant. Everyone was talking at once, continuously discussing what Jiang Yuan had just said. Attack is the best defense. We can't just sit and wait for others to attack us. We must take the initiative and eliminate all those who threaten our tribe. Jiang Yuan kept saying to them. Everything he said was to brainwash a few people. Once the 3 passes are completed, the Yunchi tribe will begin to expand and move out of the Lizhan Mountains. Once the iron hoof of conquest sets out, it will be difficult to stop. The 5 tribes, namely the Tsonglong tribe, the Lion Tiger tribe, the Eagle tribe, the Fengshe tribe, and the Changchuan tribe, were the most effective helpers of the Yunchi tribe when it conquered the world. Everything Jiang Yuan did and said at this time was to tie these 5 tribes to the chariot of the Yunchi tribe's conquest. After all, the tribes outside the Lizhan Mountains are too powerful. These 5 tribes, each with a population of nearly 200, are a rare help to the Yunchi tribe, including the savage bear, big-horned ox, green ivy, and limestone tribes. Zhang Yuan kept thinking about how to make use of those 7 tribes. Take the initiative. The chief of the lion and tiger tribe roared loudly. He clenched his fists and slammed them heavily on the city wall. His face flushed and his expression was excited. Take the initiative. Several other clan leaders also nodded heavily, obviously agreeing with Zhang Yuan's opinion. Zhang Yuan smiled slightly, knowing that the matter was accomplished. He clapped his hands lightly, and a member of the Yunchi tribe came over driving 50 large prey. The eagle tribe leader was stunned. Master Zhang Yuan, what are you doing? These 50 prey are for you, Zhang Yuan said generously and without any stinginess. With just a movement of his mouth, 1/10 of the prey of the Yunchi tribe was given away. But, without benefits, who will work hard for you? You know, there are still 2 passes that have not been built. Use prey to win people's hearts and make them fight for you. This deal is a good deal. We can't take this. The chief of the Songlong tribe quickly shook his head and said, building the pass is our prey. How can we take the prey of the Yunchi tribe? Yes, said the chief of the Fengshe tribe. It's winter now, and there are few prey. Your Yunchi tribe must not have much prey either. We can't take it. Several other clan leaders also shook their heads and refused. Zhang Yuan looked at the eager eyes of the few people, but they all shook their heads. He laughed secretly in his heart and said, don't refuse, clan leaders. When we go to war in the future, compared with the casualties of the clan members, these prey will be nothing. Take them quickly. Everyone tried to refuse, but the 5 clan leaders still accepted it with gratitude. The honest chief of the Changchuan tribe was so excited that his face flushed and he couldn't even speak complete sentences. The chief of the Fengshe tribe stammered, Master Zhang Yuan, please inform us when the other 2 passes are built. Our Fengshe tribe will have 20 more members by then. We too. So do my Songlong tribe. Okay, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. I was just about to speak, but you said it for me first. He immediately continued what everyone said. We don't know when the next heavy snow will come. It's better to build the pass sooner rather than later. Our tribes will rest for 3 days. After 3 days, we will start the construction of the pass in the northern Lizhan Mountains, directly away from the canyon. Chapter 231 Plan to eliminate the snow wolf pack. The Valley of Beasts in the Lizhan Mountains is where the Chiefing tribe, which once lorded it over the Lizhan Mountains and enslaved nearly 20 tribes, large and small, was wiped out by the Lizhan Mountains Alliance Army led by Zhang Yuan. The Chiefing tribe's chieftain, Chi Man, a ruthless man who could fight against many enemies alone, was pierced through the heart by thousands of spears. At this time of year in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, because of the high mountains and deep valleys, a lot of snow has not yet melted. On the mountain walls on both sides, many dead branches are sticking out from the ground and are exposed without a single leaf on them. If someone steps into the valley at this moment, there will be no return. That's because there are 300 snow wolves living in that valley at this moment. A huge snow wolf with snow-white fur was lying in the middle of the wolf pack. Beside it, 2 slender female wolves with shiny fur snuggled up to it, licking the snow wolf king's white fur constantly. The snow wolf king stretched out his long scarlet tongue and licked the prey under his mouth. If someone walked closer and observed carefully, they would be surprised to find that what the snow wolf king was licking was actually a snow-white, round human skull. The snow wolf king broke free from the embrace of the 2 female wolves, stood on a huge rock, and howled at the pack of wolves. This is a signal to hunt. The wolves all stood up, howled in response to the wolf king, then stretched out their agile limbs and headed towards the vast wasteland outside the valley. Since arriving at the Lizhan Mountains, this huge pack of snow wolves has been wreaking havoc all the way, dominating the pack of beasts. When the snow wolves arrived at the Lizhan Mountains, except for a prehistoric giant eagle with a wingspan of more than 10 meters, which slaughtered several snow wolves with its iron hook-like eagle claws, other wild beasts retreated when they saw the snow wolves. Whether it was saber-toothed tigers, cave lions, giant cheetahs, cave bears, or herbivorous alamis, rhinos, and mammoths, they all avoided the wolves and did not dare to confront them, because there are too many wolves in the snow wolf pack. When the wolves began to hunt, Zhang Yuan and Shou were talking in the central lobby of Yunchi Valley. Now, 2 days have passed since the Yunchi people returned to Yunchi Valley from Wutao Mountain. Tomorrow, they will go to the northern part of Lizhan Mountain Range to build a pass. At the Lizhan South Pass on Wutao Mountain, Zhang Yuan only left Man and his 11 soldiers to defend it. Today, Wutao Mountain has houses and various equipment, and no longer needs additional manpower to guard it. Moreover, Zhang Yuan also refused the 5 tribes of Songlong, Shihu, Xiongyin, Fengshe, and Changchuan to station their people here. After all, the climate in the south is suitable and the winters are not cold. This direction is the main direction of the Yunshi tribe's future expansion. Therefore, the south gate of Liaison must be controlled by the Yunshi tribe itself. The Yunshi tribe contributed the most to the construction of the Liaison South Pass, and the other 5 tribes also received prey as gifts from the Yunshi tribe. Therefore, facing Jiang Yuan's rejection, the 5 clan leaders did not take it to heart at all. Shou pointed to the huge animal hide map hanging on the wall and said, "Master Chief, our hunting department has already found out that the snow wolf pack lives in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts." Valley of 10,000 Beasts. Jiang Yuan's eyes were slightly surprised, because the chiefing tribe was destroyed here. Yes. Shou nodded slightly, waiting for Jiang Yuan to speak. Jiang Yuan observed the location of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts on the animal skin map. This place was located between the Yunshi Valley and the Zhili Canyon in the north of the Liaison Mountains. It seems that we have to eliminate this pack of snow wolves first, Jiang Yuan murmured in a low voice. If the snow wolf pack is not eliminated first, the tribesmen will inevitably be attacked by the wolves when transporting supplies between the 2 places. Chief, just tell me straight, what should our hunting tribe do? The hunter's eyes were sharp, and it was obvious that he was confident and determined to exterminate the wolf pack. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and asked, "How many wolves are there in the pack? Can you tell?" Shou nodded slightly and said, "Whether they are strong wolves, old wolves, or young wolves, there are about 300 of them in total." Okay. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, his eyes flickering constantly, obviously thinking about how to exterminate the wolf pack. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Yuan looked at Shou and asked, "As the head of the hunting department, you deal with these wild beasts every day. Have you come up with some good ideas?" "Yes." Shou was full of confidence. He said directly, "We can rely on the bows and arrows we have and mobilize all the male members of the tribe to shoot at the wolves at the mouth of the valley. If you don't know how to use bows and arrows, use spear throwers. I think it won't take long to kill these 300 wolves." "You're right." Jiang Yuan nodded gently and said, "But have you ever thought about the possibility that the wolves might escape or fight back in a desperate situation? Have you ever thought about the damage caused by 300 wolves?" Shou was slightly startled when he heard this, then shook his head slightly. Jiang Yuan looked up at the huge animal skin map, which showed the location of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. "We in the Yunshi tribe can mobilize more than 200 strong men, but this is not enough. We need the help of 5 other allies. Also, in order to prevent the wolves from counterattacking in desperate situations, we need to use fire." "Fire," Shou repeated, his eyes lighting up slightly. "The powerful and domineering fire can be said to be the natural enemy of all beasts." Chapter 232 Banquet for Everyone. "Shou, go and ask Yang to come over," Jiang Yuan ordered Shou. "Yes." Shou responded and got up and left. A moment later, Yang and Shou walked into the central lobby side by side. "Sit down." Jiang Yuan waved to the 2 of them, and the 3 of them sat around the sand table of the Liaison mountain range. "Chief, what's the matter with you looking for me?" Yang asked. He has been the head of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for such a long time and has grown from a naive boy into a mature and steady person. Because Yang knew clearly in his heart that every word and action he took when talking and negotiating with other tribes represented the entire Yunshi tribe. Jiang Yuan said, "Go and invite the chiefs of the 5 tribes, the Wolf tribe, the Eagle tribe, the Lion and Tiger tribe, the Peakstone tribe, and the Changchuan tribe. Tell them that I have something important to discuss with them." "What's the matter?" Yang asked directly, still with the primitive man's straightforward nature. "It's not a big deal." Jiang Yuan pointed to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts on the sand table and said, "Just discuss with them how to wipe out the snow wolf pack." "Okay." Yang nodded slightly. In his opinion, this matter was very simple. Jiang Yuan added, "When the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Shouyang is on an outing, your hunting department will send 30 tribesmen to protect them. Jiang Yuan has arranged everything in a comprehensive manner." "Okay." Shou had no objection. It was the middle of winter and his hunting team sometimes spent a whole day but still couldn't catch a large prey. Rather than going out hunting in vain, it would be better to stay in the tribe and wait for Jiang Yuan to arrange to protect the tribe members. After all, the 70 Yunshi people in the hunting department are all adult and strong men, and their equipment is also very sophisticated. The hunting department can be said to be the most powerful department in the Yunshi tribe besides the military department, the combat department, and the defense department. Because the members of the hunting team not only have to trek through the mountains and wilderness every day, but also have to fight fierce beasts desperately. Almost every member of the hunting team of the Yunshi tribe has wounds left by wild beasts. The next day, at noon, the temperature began to warm up slightly. Jiang Yuan came to the horizontal bridge at the entrance of Yunshi Valley, then moved a chair and lay on it, basking in the rare warm sunshine in winter while waiting for the arrival of the 5 clan leaders. Before he knew it, Yuan fell asleep with his eyes closed. He has to deal with many things every day, and he has to take care of 2 women, Qing and Shi, at night. It would be strange if he is not tired. Master, the 5 clan leaders are here. The wolf who had been waiting beside Jang Yuan bent down and gently woke Jang Yuan up. Jang Yuan looked up at Ri and asked, "What time is it now?" The wolf came to the side, glanced at the sundial and said, "It's 12 o'clock. Huh? Jang Yuan patted his lips, yawned and asked, "It's time to eat. Are you and the others ready for lunch?" "The 5 clan leaders and I will talk while we eat. It should be ready." Wolf rubbed his palms slightly while holding the bronze spear, his tone full of uncertainty. The wolf was in tears. "The person in charge of cooking is Yu's Ministry of Agriculture. How can I, a person in charge of the Ministry of Public Security, know whether the meal is ready? Come on, you, and I will go to meet them." Jang Yuan stood up, glanced at the dozen or so figures on the vast land in front of Yunchi Valley, and walked down the stone steps. The wolf followed quickly. Yunchi Valley is still the best. As he stepped into the gate of Yunchi Valley, the chief of Fengshe tribe couldn't help but exclaimed. He pointed at the mud brick houses, especially the magnificent central hall, and said, "I wonder when my Fengshe tribe will be able to live in houses like this." Several other clan leaders also echoed each other, their tone full of envy and desire for the house. Jang Yuan, who was walking in the front of the crowd, laughed and said, "My fellow tribe leaders, aren't they just a few dilapidated houses? Well, when the other 2 passes are completed, I will send the most skilled tribesmen from the Yunchi tribe to help your tribe build houses. I will ensure that your people live in the same houses as us." "You said it, Lord Jang Yuan." The lion and tiger tribe chief's eyes lit up when he heard it. "Don't regret it when the time comes." No. Jang Yuan had a faint smile on his face, but he was thinking in his heart how to make these 5 allies pay some labor fees. We can't let them keep fleecing the Yunchi tribe for free. What are you saying? The chief of the Songlong tribe looked at the chief of the lion and tiger tribe with dissatisfaction and said, "Master Jang Yuan, when have you ever told a lie?" No. That's not what I meant." The lion and tiger tribe chief blushed and hurriedly explained. The chief of the lion and tiger tribe might be a good hand at killing the enemies in battle, but when asked to explain, he couldn't utter a single word for a long time. Everyone looked at the blushing face of the lion and tiger tribe chief, laughed, and walked into the central hall of the Yunchi tribe. "Sit down." Jang Yuan led everyone to a round table and asked Patriarch Song, Elder Pan, and Elder Wei to accompany them. "You can ask the tribesmen to bring the food up." Jang Yuan ordered the wolf. "Yes." The wolf nodded slightly, then trotted over to inform. "It's really warm in this room." The chief of the eagle tribe stretched his neck. The animal skins he wore were far less thick than those worn by the Yunchi people. "There are braziers lit in the room," Jang Yuan explained, pointing to several braziers nearby, where the flames were burning fiercely. The food was nowhere to be seen, so everyone started chatting and chatting. Jang Yuan was surprised to find that bragging also existed in primitive society. Seeing several chiefs spitting and spitting, one said that he had killed a wolf with 1 punch when he was young. Another chief immediately said, "What's that?" "I grabbed the bull's tail and flipped it over." Then another chieftain waved his hand disdainfully and joined the battle. "I am not good at fighting, but when I was young, all the women in the surrounding tribes wanted to be my woman." A moment later, plates of delicious and tempting food were brought up in clay basins by several female members of the Yunchi tribe, filling the entire round table. "It's winter, and the Yunchi tribe can still eat fish?" The chief of the Changchuan tribe was shocked. He had only eaten fish a few times in his life, but the Yunchi tribe could actually eat fish in the freezing winter. Jang Yuan smiled and said, "This is a member of my tribe. He used stones to break the ice on the river and caught it. Come, leaders, have a taste." Everyone immediately stretched out their chopsticks and started to eat with relish. These 5 clan leaders have eaten at the Yunchi tribe many times and have learned to use chopsticks. In order to show their civilization, they immediately promoted the use of chopsticks throughout their tribe. Not bad. Really delicious. The chief of the eagle tribe wiped his greasy mouth and beard and said, "Lord Jang Yuan, what is the matter that you want us to come here this time?" Chapter 233 Wolf Extermination Plan. Jang Yuan put down the food in his hand and said with a smile, "I invited all the clan leaders here to discuss the construction of the pass." "Build a pass?" The chief of the eagle tribe asked in a puzzled tone. "Master Jang Yuan, haven't we already agreed on this matter?" "Don't worry. Tomorrow the eagle tribe will send 30 people to the Zhili Gorge in the northern part of the Lizon Mountains." "Yeah, me too." Other clan leaders also spoke up, saying how many clan members they would send. "No." Jang Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, "Let's not build the pass tomorrow." The 5 clan leaders looked at each other with big question marks on their foreheads. The chief of the Fengshui tribe asked in a puzzled tone. Master Jiang Yuan, didn't we agree on it? Why aren't we building it anymore? Jiang Yuan said in a serious tone. I believe all the clan leaders know that a pack of snow wolves has come to our lies on mountains. Yes. The lion-tiger tribe nodded and said, I know, there are a lot of wolves in this snow wolf pack, probably hundreds of them. The chief of the gray wolf tribe also said, my tribesmen also encountered it, but fortunately there were only a few wolves at the time. My tribesmen shot them to death with spear throwers and successfully left. The lion and tiger tribe and the gray wolf tribe are both located in the northern part of the Lai Mountain Range, while the snow wolf pack comes from the area outside the northern part of the Lai Mountain Range. After hearing what the two said, the three chiefs of the Eagle tribe, Fengshui tribe, and Chanchuan tribe were also shocked. They were far away from the northern part of the Lizon Mountains and naturally knew less about the snow wolf pack. It's not that they didn't know about the snow wolf pack, but they didn't expect that the snow wolf pack that migrated to the Lizon Mountains would actually have hundreds of wolves. Immediately, the expressions of the 5 clan leaders became solemn, because such a large pack of snow wolves is bound to pose a serious threat to their tribe. To be precise, Jiang Yuan looked at everyone and said with a slight pause, there are 300 snow wolves. So many, the chief of the Fengshui tribe exclaimed. There are only a few dozen ordinary wolves in the Lizon Mountains. Even the smaller but highly reproductive wolf packs have only 70 or 80 wolves at most. Lord Jiang Yuan, are you asking us to come here because of this pack of snow wolves? The chief of the Fengshui tribe looked at Jiang Yuan and asked. That's right. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. He stood up and walked to the sand table. Several clan leaders followed closely behind him. Jiang Yuan pointed to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, which was located between the Yunshi Valley and the northern canyon of the Lizon Mountains, and said, the snow wolf pack is in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. The Valley of 10,000 Beasts? The chief of the Songlong tribe asked in surprise, isn't this the place where we eliminated that Gai Chi man and the chiefing tribe? Yes. Jiang Yuan nodded and said, the wolves are entrenched here. When we build the pass, our people will travel through the wilderness and will definitely be attacked by the snow wolves. Ordinary wild beasts are fine, but this pack of snow wolves has 300 wolves. We can't resist them. Even if we don't build the pass, what about the hunting tribesmen? We can't go a whole winter without hunting. And this pack of snow wolves is our biggest rival and the most serious threat when we hunt. After Jiang Yuan finished speaking, several clan leaders nodded in approval. Their respective tribes only have about 170 members, but the number of snow wolves in this wolf pack is almost twice as many as theirs. If a pack of wolves launched a sneak attack on their entire tribe would be powerless to resist. After all, not every tribe is like the Yunshi tribe, with strong defenses and a large number of fighters. Let's postpone the construction of the pass for now. Before that, we must first wipe out this wolf pack. Master Jiang Yuan, just tell us what we should do? The chief of the Fengshui tribe said bluntly, we will listen to you. Right. Yes. We in the Songlong tribe will listen to you too. So do our lion and tiger tribe. Seeing the 5 tribe leaders voice their support, Jiang Yuan smiled and said, it's actually very simple to wipe out the wolf pack. No matter how many wolves they have, can they be as many as the people in our 6 tribes combined? Master Jiang Yuan, what do you think we should do? Jiang Yuan pointed at the Valley of 10,000 Beasts on the sand table and said, the wolves live here. Just like when we wiped out the chiefing tribe, we should seal the 2 entrances to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts to prevent the wolves from escaping. Then let our people use spear throwers to shoot at the wolves in the valley. When the time comes. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, no matter how many wolves there are, hundreds of our tribesmen and hundreds of spears will shoot them into a pulp and turn them into hedgehogs. What a good idea. After hearing Jiang Yuan's words, several clan leaders' eyes lit up, and they kept praising him. But everyone knows that wolves are the most ferocious and cruel beasts. We cannot withstand their counterattack before death. Jiang Yuan paused for a moment, pointed at the flames burning in the brazier and said, we must use fire. Yes, use the sacred fire. The 5 clan leaders nodded continuously. They had been using fire for several months and were obviously well aware of the power of fire and its deterrent effect on wild beasts. Jiang Yuan continued, however, if we want our plan to succeed, we must find a way to kill the sentinel wolves of the wolf pack. Sentinel wolf? What is that? Chief Tsang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked curiously. He had never heard of the species sentinel wolf. The others also cast inquiring glances. Jiang Yuan explained to everyone, the sentinel wolves are responsible for patrolling around the wolf pack. We must kill the sentinel wolves to complete the plan I just mentioned. Otherwise, if so many of us approach the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, the snow wolf pack will definitely escape. The others all showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. Then how should we deal with this? Sentinel wolf? The chief of the Fengshui tribe asked again. Except for Jiang Yuan, everyone else present was curious and kept asking questions. It's very simple. We will send out the most skilled hunters from each of our tribes. While Jang, Yuan, and others were discussing how to wipe out the snow wolf pack in the Yunshi Valley, dozens of Yunshi people in the Limestone tribe were working hard to mine and transport lime. These people are all wanderers who have just been recruited by the Yunshi tribe. The Red Fox threw down the copper pickaxe in his hand, looked at the others who were working hard, and curled the corner of his mouth in disdain. The Red Fox had been in the Limestone tribe mining lime for many days. The heavy workload every day had made him feel bored and resentful, and he had thoughts of running away. Why isn't dinner ready yet? The Red Fox looked at the sun and cursed. Is the cook dead? This daily food is one of the few things the Red Fox looks forward to. Although the work was hard, the Yunshi tribe never treated them badly when it came to food. When the Red Fox was cursing, he didn't notice the dozen or so pairs of green wolf eyes that suddenly appeared behind him. Chapter 234 Snow Wolf Pack Attack. In the boundless wilderness, dozens of people were running for their lives. The Red Fox at the front of the crowd was breathing heavily. After running for a while, he couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on the ground. The Red Fox lying on the ground had a look of shock on his face and kept looking behind him. The Red Fox breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there were no wolves around. When the rest of the people who were running saw the Red Fox stop, they also stopped and fell to the ground, their chests heaving violently. There were about 60 to 70 people in this group, both men and women, including wanderers who had just been recruited by the Yunshi tribe and members of the Huiyan tribe. Rest for a while. The Red Fox took a deep breath, his face flushed and his teeth bared. The Red Fox panted quickly and said to a tribe member who was pulling him up, I really can't run anymore. Didn't the wolf chase us? No. The person who pulled him was originally a member of the Fox tribe, and now a member of the Yunshi tribe. The Red Fox lay on the ground like a dead dog. He didn't know how far he had run or how long he had run. He only knew that he had a terrible headache and his chest felt like it was about to explode. After resting for a while, many members of the Limestone tribe looked sadly in the direction they came from, with tears in their eyes and very sorrowful faces. Many female members of the Limestone tribe covered their faces and cried bitterly. It's because their children and relatives were killed in the wolf attack just now. There were more than 120 people in the entire Limestone tribe, but only 50 or 60 escaped, and the rest were all killed by wolves. Why are you crying? The Red Fox was already upset after escaping from the wolf's mouth. When he heard the person next to him crying, he couldn't help but yell in anger. As soon as he finished speaking, he attracted the angry glares of many male members of the Greystone tribe. Looking at the people with unfriendly expressions, the Red Fox immediately gave in and put on a flattering smile on his face. Of the 20 wanderers sent by the Yunshi tribe to mine lime, only 10 have now escaped, and these 10 are from different tribes. Therefore, the Red Fox concluded in his heart that if he had a conflict with the members of the Grey Rock tribe, no one would help him. So he had to give in. Child, my child. A female member of the Limestone tribe sat on the ground and cried loudly. Her voice was extremely miserable. Just now, the members of their entire Limestone tribe were sorting out the food stored for the winter, when suddenly nearly 200 snow wolves appeared around the tribe. The 200 snow wolves attacked at the same time, and they were caught off guard. The entire Greystone tribe had no time to resist and were completely unable to resist. Everyone fled in panic, caring only about their own lives, with no intention of resisting the snow wolves. During the hunting and slaughter by the wolves, nearly half of the members of their Greystone tribe died under the fangs of the snow wolves. Even their chief did not escape, and was buried forever in the wolves' stomachs along with the elders and children in the tribe. Don't cry, Ahua. A male member of the Greystone tribe hugged Ahua's shoulders. The man's body was covered with blood and hideous wounds. We escaped, the male tribesman kept comforting. Get lost. Ahua stared at the man with tearful eyes, her voice trembling with anger. Our child was right next to you at the time. Why didn't you take the child and escape? Why? Ahua became more and more excited as she spoke, and in the end she became almost insane. Her voice was shrill, and she waved her fist wildly at the man. The man lowered his head and remained silent. He endured the severe pain from his wounds while enduring the beating from his own woman. The Red Fox looked at the grief-stricken members of the Greystone tribe and the chaotic scene around him. He sneered softly, then stretched his sore limbs and lay on the ground. Chief, what should we do? The member of the Fox tribe who had been following the Red Fox came up to the Red Fox and asked in a low voice. What should I do? What else can I do? I must go back to Yunshi tribe. The Red Fox said as he pulled out a piece of dry grass and chewed it in his mouth. Damn snow wolf, it really scared me to death. As the Red Fox spoke, he touched his throat with lingering fear. At that moment, the mouth of a snow wolf brushed past his throat and bit it. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have become food for the snow wolves. The Red Fox stood up and looked at the vast wilderness around him, only to find that he had lost his way. Hey, Yunshi tribe, which direction is it? Red Fox asked a member of the Gray Rock tribe. He was not from the Lizhan Mountains, so naturally he was not familiar with the location of Lizhan. The member of the Greystone tribe was stunned for a moment, then pointed at him. The Red Fox immediately stood up and dragged his sore legs towards the direction of the Yunchi tribe. Seeing this, the other wanderers that had just been recruited by the Yunchi tribe hurriedly followed the Red Fox. They have all joined the Yunchi tribe, so naturally they have to return to the Yunchi Valley. Only the 50 or so members of the Limestone tribe, who had not yet recovered from their grief and fear, kept crying as they watched these people leave, their faces filled with lifelessness and confusion. Chapter 235, The Gray Rock Tribe's Departure. What? You mean, the Snow Wolves attacked the Greystone tribe? Yuan was shocked when he heard the news. He stepped forward and asked while pulling the skin of the Red Fox. He had just sent away the 5 chiefs, Songlong, Xiongying, Shihu, Fengshe, and Changchuan, and made a plan to wipe out the Snow Wolf pack tomorrow. Yes. Red Fox nodded hurriedly. His voice was rapid and his face was full of fear. I almost had my neck bitten off by a snow wolf. Yuan frowned slightly and threw the Red Fox aside. He didn't even glance at the Red Fox, but instead glanced at the wanderers who had just escaped back to the tribe. After a moment, Yuan's heart sank slightly. He asked in a deep voice, "Where are the other people in our tribe? Why are only you guys back?" Yuan clearly remembered that among the more than 120 wanderers he had recently recruited, he sent 20 to the Limestone tribe to mine lime. However, at this moment, there were only 10 people standing in front of him. The Red Fox quickly replied, "Clan leader, everyone else was killed by the Snow Wolf." Yuan's face immediately darkened when he heard this. Since the annihilation of the Chiefing tribe, this was the first time that the Yunchi tribe had lost a member. Moreover, these tribesmen died in the mouths of wild beasts. Are the tools for mining lime also lost? Yuan looked up at the Red Fox, staring into his eyes. Those who mined lime took away more than a dozen copper pickaxes and shovels. As the Red Fox looked at Yuan's cold eyes, his back tightened and cold sweat ran down his forehead. The Red Fox immediately knelt down and kowtowed like pounding garlic. All lost. The Red Fox didn't know why he was so scared of a young man, so scared that his whole body was shaking. However, he remembered that when he was the chief of the Fox tribe, the tribesmen in his tribe would sometimes tremble with fear when facing him. Yuan sighed deeply and rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. He never imagined that the Snow Wolves would be bold enough to attack a tribe of hundreds of people. Not only has the Yunchi tribe lost 10 members, but even a dozen rare copper shovels and pickaxes have been lost. After a moment, Yuan asked again in a cold voice, "What about the Gray Rock tribe? How many of them died?" The Red Fox was shaking with fear and originally thought that Yuan would punish him for the loss of the bronze artifact. "After all, when I went to mine lime, I took the initiative to ask to be the person in charge of lime mining." Hearing Yuan's question at this time, Shihu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. After a moment, he was instantly overjoyed. Because Red Fox understood that Yuan had let him go, the Red Fox laughed wildly in his heart. "It seems that I am really valued by this Yunchi tribe leader. I lost such a precious bronzeware, but he didn't punish me." In fact, Shihu had no idea what bronze artifacts were. He only knew that they were very precious. They were so precious that Yuan, the chief of the Yunchi tribe, and Song, the deputy chief of the Yunchi tribe, memorized the number of each bronze artifact in their minds. Just as the Red Fox was about to answer Yuan, a wolf holding a bronze spear stepped through the gate outside the central hall and said, "Chief, there are dozens of people outside. They claim to be from the Greystone tribe." Oh, Yuan looked slightly surprised when he heard that, but he quickly calmed down. The arrival of the Limestone tribe did not surprise him too much. "Come on, let's go and take a look," Yuan said, and walked towards the door. The wolf and the Red Fox quickly followed behind him. The wolf looked at the Red Fox walking side by side with him and immediately glared at him coldly. The Red Fox's heart tightened, and a flattering smile immediately appeared on his face. He smiled flatteringly at the wolf and landed behind the wolf. Yuan walked out of the valley gate and stepped over the bridge over the trench. There were about 60 people from the Limestone tribe in front of him. All of them were middle-aged men and women. There was extreme grief and numbness on their faces. Many people's hides were stained with dried and mottled blood, and it was unclear whether it was wolf blood or human blood. Some male members of the Gray Rock tribe still had hideous wounds on their bodies. Just by looking at the exposed flesh and blood in the wounds, Yuan knew that they were torn by wolf fangs. Yuan looked at this group of people and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In this cruel and barbaric primitive world, when encountering danger, The elderly and children are often the most difficult to survive. Chapter 236, Heading to the Greystone Tribe. Jiang Yuan asked coldly, "What are you doing in our Yunshi tribe?" The members of the Limestone tribe looked at each other in bewilderment. At this moment, there was not even a single person of high status in their tribe. Those people were all eaten by the snow wolves. After a while, a member of the Gray Rock tribe came forward, bent over, and whispered, "Master Jiang Yuan, we are here to seek refuge with your Yunshi tribe." Jiang Yuan's name has spread throughout the Lizhan Mountains, and many people recognized Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan immediately sneered, "Join us? Our tribe does not welcome those who abandon children and the elderly." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the Greystone tribe was shocked. Many of them lowered their heads in shame, and some women began to cry again. The Limestone tribe member who was speaking blushed, his chest heaved a few times, but he couldn't utter a word. "You can join our tribe." Jiang Yuan suddenly changed the subject and said to these people. Jiang Yuan naturally would not reject these 60 members of the Limestone tribe. After all, these people were all strong and healthy adults, and they were rare laborers. More importantly, they were all from the Lizhan Mountains, and Jiang Yuan knew them well, so he would not be as wary of them as he was of outsiders. As Jiang Yuan finished speaking, the eyes of many members of the Greystone tribe lit up again. The death of their loved ones and the destruction of their tribe certainly made them heartbroken. But being able to join the Yunshi tribe is undoubtedly a cause for ecstasy for them. After all, the superior life and delicious food of the Yunshi tribe made many primitive people in the Lizhan Mountains yearn for it. The member of the Gray Rock tribe summoned up his courage and asked, "Master Jiang Yuan, how can we join the Yunshi tribe?" "It's very simple." Jiang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. "As guys who abandoned their companions and tribesmen, after you join our tribe, you will be responsible for the dirtiest and most tiring tasks in the entire tribe. You can get rid of these tasks only after I am satisfied." Jiang Yuan paused for a moment and said, "Of course, in other aspects, such as food, you and our people are the same." After Jiang Yuan finished speaking, many members of the Limestone tribe looked at each other and whispered something. Jiang Yuan looked at this group of people without paying any attention. He was confident that these people would not refuse his request. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, the people of the Gray Rock tribe all agreed to join the Yunshi tribe. "Okay." Jiang Yuan nodded and looked at the wolf. "Take them into the valley, worship the cloud tree, and arrange a cave for them to live in. By the way, let the tribesmen in the medical department treat the injured." "Yes." Wolf nodded, and he waved his hand, signaling the 60 members of the Limestone tribe to follow him into the Yunshi Valley. Jiang Yuan looked at the group of people, pondered for a moment, then returned to the central lobby and asked Wolf, Lin, Lai and Shou to come forward. After a moment, the four of them lined up and stood in front of Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan ordered, Lang's Public Security Department, Lin's Military Defense Department, and Lai's Military Department will guard the valley. The three of you should be alert and pay more attention to those guys from the Greystone tribe and the newly recruited wanderers. Yes. The three of them shouted in unison and responded loudly. With these three departments in charge of the valley, Jiang Yuan felt very relieved. Not to mention the Public Security Department. The 20 Yunshi soldiers from the Military Department and the Defense Department alone can deal with at least 80 people from other tribes. Not to mention that these Yunshi soldiers eat fine meat every day and are strong and healthy. More importantly, they have all undergone rigorous combat training. Hunting. After instructing the three people, Jiang Yuan said, "Gather all the members of the hunting team, bring torches, bronze spears, bronze knives, bamboo bows, and bronze arrows, and go with me to the Gray Rock tribe." Now, Shou was slightly stunned when he heard this. He looked out the window, checked the sky, and asked again uncertainly, "Now, Chief, the sun is about to set in the sky and the earth is about to fall into darkness. If we go to the Limestone tribe now, we will probably not be able to return until late at night." "Yes, now." Jiang Yuan's eyes condensed, and he glanced at the red fox indifferently and said in a sharp tone, "Just the dozen or so lost copper picks and shovels are worth our risk." Chapter 237. The wolves are gone and the people are empty. The stars and the moon disappeared. The night was dark, and a dark cloud in the sky covered the bright moon. In the wilderness, Jiang Yuan, Shou and Yanshi led 70 members of the hunting tribe and marched quickly on the barren land. Each of them held a torch high, and the whole team was like a fire dragon swimming in the darkness. The winter days are freezing cold, and the nights are especially chilly. The red fox was now panting and sweating profusely, and it was obvious that it could not keep up with the speed of the main group. "Hurry up." Carrie's eyes flashed, and he urged him. The red fox was glared at and felt very upset, so he had to follow with his sore legs. The Red Fox knew that Shou had a hot temper. When the two had just met, Shou slapped him in the face, making his skinny cheek swollen. Arrive. As soon as Zhang Yuan stepped into the habitat of the limestone tribe, he smelled a faint smell of blood in the air. Huh. Shou came to Zhang Yuan. He took a deep breath, and white smoke rose in front of the torch. There is the smell of snow wolves here, Shou said solemnly, a lot. As a master hunter, he could smell the scent of snow wolf feces and blood in the air with just a sniff. Let's go. Zhang Yuan looked at the low mountain hidden in the darkness in front of him and was the first to step inside. As everyone moved towards the low mountains, the smell of blood in the air became stronger and stronger. The smell was as strong as when the chiefing tribe attacked the Yunshi Valley in the past. After a round of exploration, they found a lot of blood, scattered fruits, several snow wolf corpses, and traces of the former residents of the Greystone tribe. There was nothing left on the entire low mountain. Shou's face was extremely ugly. These damn snow wolves ate everything so cleanly. Not even a bone residue was left. Zhang Yuan held up a torch to illuminate the area. He glanced at the bloodstains on the ground and said, "The snow wolves must have dragged their prey away. Otherwise, no matter how cleanly they ate, there would always be some traces left." That should be the case. Shou thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. He often saw wild animals eating, so he knew that some wild animals would drag their prey back to their caves and share it with their cubs. And the snow wolf is no exception. Zhang Yuan shouted to everyone, "Go and look for anyone who is still alive." Yes. Everyone responded and dispersed with torches and weapons in hand. Zhang Yuan did not hold out hope that anyone was still alive. After all, no matter how well you hid, you would not be able to survive under the noses of 200 wolves. After all, a wolf's nose is very flexible. As expected by Zhang Yuan, there was not a single living person in the entire habitat of the limestone tribe. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh slightly. Dozens of people became food for the wild beasts. Let's go and take a look at the place where lime is mined, Zhang Yuan said to Yanshi and Shou. He has always wanted to control the lime of the limestone tribe. Now that the limestone tribe has been destroyed, this low mountain that produces lime must be controlled in his hands. Now, in addition to the salt lake, copper mine, and 3 passes that need to be guarded, there is another place that needs manpower to guard. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but rub his brows in pain. He had just recruited members of the Grey Rock tribe, and the entire Yunshi tribe had only more than 570 people. This also includes the more than 100 homeless people whom he is worried about. There really isn't enough manpower. It seems that it is time to expand the staff of the 3 departments: military affairs, combat, and defense. After all, when the time comes to launch external campaigns, 30 Yunshi soldiers will not be able to meet the demand for manpower. It would be good to train soldiers early and prepare for future wars. As he took a step, many thoughts flashed through Zhang Yuan's mind. The place where lime is mined is also stained with blood. Some of the lime that had been loaded onto the cart tilted and fell to the ground, spilling all over the ground. Without Zhang Yuan's instructions, many tribesmen had already begun picking up the copper pickaxes and shovels scattered on the ground. And the Red Fox is particularly hardworking. Everyone gathered the tools they had picked up together, and after a thorough inventory, they found that a copper pickaxe and 2 copper shovels were missing. "Chief, should I look for it again?" Shou asked tentatively. "No need." Zhang Yuan shook his head gently. He ordered his men to bring the tools with them. "It's so dark now. Let's not look for it anymore. We still have to wipe out the snow wolf pack tomorrow. Your hunting team is the main force of this operation. Let's go back and rest early to prepare for tomorrow's battle." "Okay." Shou nodded in response. Bronze is indeed precious, but compared with tomorrow's actions, it is insignificant. After all, tomorrow's plan to exterminate wolves is the top priority. Chapter 238: Arrival at the Valley of Beasts. The east is about to dawn, and the sky is hazy. Zhang Yuan had already gotten up early and was dressed. He moved very quietly, and Qing Hushi beside him was still sleeping soundly and was not woken by his movements. Pushing open the wooden door, Yi, who had been in charge of taking care of Qing Hushi, had been waiting outside for a long time. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly to Yi, then stood up and left. Yi is thoughtful and dexterous. Zhang Yuan feels very relieved to have her taking care of Qing and Shi. In the early morning of winter, there is a light cold wind blowing in the air. Although it is not strong, it feels like a knife cutting people's faces. Zhang Yuan shrank his neck and hid his red, frozen ears under his thick fur coat. When we arrived at the door of the central lobby, many tribesmen had already gathered. In addition to the Manhwa Bingzhan Department guarding the southern gate of Lai Mountain, Lai's Bingwu Department, Lin's Bingyu Department, the newly recruited members of the Huiyin tribe, and some wanderers. All came here early to wait. Zhang Yuan said to Elder Pan, Elder Pan, you will take these wanderers and the newly recruited members of the limestone tribe with you. Distribute food to them, and let them continue to mine lime, copper, ore, and salt lakes. Yes. Elder Pan nodded slightly. Those who had just joined the tribe had to go to work outside the Yunchi Valley every early morning and participate in labor, and could not return until night. Some people lived directly at the worksite and only returned to Yunchi Valley to rotate with others after working for a required period of time. For example, this is the case with the tribesmen who are responsible for mining the Salt Lake in the Chifeng Valley. It takes one day to go from Chifeng Valley to Yunchi Valley and back, so it is impossible to spend all the time on the road. Zhang Yuan was really worried about the tribesmen he had just recruited. He had to observe them for a long time and make sure that these people had no ulterior motives before he could truly recognize them. Zhang Yuan said to everyone, the Wolf's Public Security Department and Lai's Military Department will be responsible for guarding the valley. The Hunting Department and the Military Defense Department will set off with me to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. Lin's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. This was the first time that Zhang Yuan used his troops to defend his territory when he went out. As Zhang Yuan finished his words, the gate of Yunchi Valley was opened with a loud bang. Hundreds of people walked out of the gate of Yunchi Valley, stepped onto the trench bridge, walked across the trench, and headed towards the outside of Yunchi Valley. Some went out for a day's labor, while others went out to fight a pack of 300 snow wolves. Zhang Yuan walked at the front of the team, holding a Tang sword and carrying a tiger tendon bow and copper arrows. All the tribesmen behind him were fully armed, and some of them were even holding sturdy wrought tin shields. The people of Yunchi were in a hurry to travel. After all, they had to meet up with the people from the 5 tribes of Songlong, Shihu, Xiongyin, Fengshe, and Changchuan before the sun fully rose. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Yuan and others finally arrived at a place next to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. This place is still far away from the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, so there is no need to worry about being discovered by the snow wolves. What surprised Zhang Yuan was that the Eagle tribe had already been waiting here. You're here so early? Zhang Yuan greeted the chief of the Eagle tribe. You know, the Eagle tribe is the tribe farthest from the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. The fact that they were able to arrive at the Valley of 10,000 Beasts before the Yunchi tribe means that they had basically set out in the middle of the night. After the 2 men exchanged greetings, the members of their respective tribes took out the food they had brought with them and ate breakfast to replenish the energy they had consumed during the journey. About half an hour later, the 6 tribes finally gathered together. Except for the Yunchi tribe, the other 5 tribes sent out about 60 male members. Zhang Yuan knew clearly that these 60 people were almost all the clansmen they could mobilize. After all, their respective tribes only had about 160 to 170 people. At this moment, next to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, 6 tribes, with a total of nearly 400 people gathered here. In terms of numbers, they have firmly suppressed the snow wolf pack. Lord Zhang Yuan, why don't you bring your spear throwers? The chief of the lion-tiger tribe tilted his head and asked Zhang Yuan curiously. They had all learned how to make and use spear throwers, and the 60 tribesmen they brought with them all carried a spear thrower and several spears. Let's use this. Zhang Yuan pulled out a copper arrow from the quiver behind him and handed it to the chief of the lion and tiger tribe. The 5 tribal chiefs tilted their heads to watch. The chief of the lion and tiger tribe curled his lips in disdain and said, Master Chief, this thing is so thin. What's the use? Apart from being a little sharp, I don't think it's a big deal. The other tribal chiefs did not say anything, and judging by their expressions, they were probably thinking the same thing as the chief of the lion and tiger tribe. Zhang Yuan took back the bronze arrow. He shook his head and smiled softly. Then you will know the power of this bronze arrow in my hand. Chapter 239 Kill the Sentinel Wolf. Shou, have you figured out the location of the sentinel wolves? Zhang Yuan asked Shou. Shou nodded and replied, Master Patriarch, I have figured it out. In recent days, he has been leading the hunting department to observe the snow wolf pack and traces of their activities. After many days of exploration, he already knew the location of every sentinel wolf in the snow wolf pack. Zhang Yuan said, Pick some good fighters and kill the sentinel wolves. Shou immediately selected 9 tribesmen from the hunting tribe. These 9 people are all members of the tribe who are agile and have rich hunting experience. We are waiting for your good news. Zhang Yuan encouraged the 10 people. Before killing the sentinel wolves of the snow wolf pack, their army of nearly 400 people dared not act rashly. If you attack rashly, given the snow wolf's vigilance and cunningness, It will immediately run away at the slightest sign of trouble. Sho immediately called the 9 tribesmen to walk towards the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. They were fully armed, and when they approached a place, they dispersed and walked to different locations in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. As the figures of the 10 people gradually disappeared from sight, Yuan smiled at the 5 clan leaders beside him and said, "Once they kill the sentinels of the Snow Wolf Pack, we will be able to get to the side of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts and surround these hundreds of wild wolves in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts to exterminate them." Upon hearing this, the other clan leaders all laughed out loud, and it was obvious that they were confident about wiping out the Snow Wolf Pack. After all, these large numbers of tribesmen and the spear throwers in their hands are their greatest confidence. By the way, clan leaders, I have something to tell you. Yuan changed the subject and spoke to everyone with a slightly heavy expression. Several people looked at Yuan's heavy expression, and they were confused. The chief of the Songlong tribe said, "Master Yuan, has the Yunshi tribe encountered any difficulties? If there is anything you need help from our Songlong tribe, just tell me." "Not really." Yuan shook his head slightly and said, "The Grey Rock tribe has been destroyed." "What?" Several people were shocked when they heard this. "The Chiefing tribe has been destroyed. The Centipede Mountain Alliance has been destroyed. Who can destroy the Huiyin tribe?" "Which tribe did it?" The chief of the Fengshe tribe asked urgently. "It wasn't humans who did it. It was a pack of snow wolves." Yuan said to everyone, "Some people from my Yunshi tribe were mining lime in the Huiyin tribe. Yesterday they reported that the Huiyin tribe was attacked by a pack of snow wolves, and about half of the people died. 10 people from our Yunshi tribe were also eaten by wolves." The clan leaders looked at each other and were all speechless. The Limestone tribe was probably the first tribe in the Lizhan Mountains to be destroyed by wild beasts. The Fengshe tribe was the first to react. He consoled them. "Master Yuan, this is no big deal. We will destroy the Snow Wolf Pack right now and avenge the deaths of the Yunshi tribe members." "Yes, revenge." Several others also shouted immediately. After a moment, the chief of the Eagle tribe hesitated and asked in a low voice, "Master Yuan, where did the remaining people of the Greystone tribe go?" Yuan said calmly, "To be honest with you clan leaders, the remaining 60 people from the Grey Rock tribe have joined our Yunshi tribe." Upon hearing this, the other 5 clan leaders fell silent. It was the chief of the Fengshe tribe who broke the silence first. "The Yunshi tribe is so powerful, it is only right for us to join you. Congratulations to the Yunshi tribe. You have become even stronger." The other clan leaders came to their senses and congratulated him one after another. Yuan nodded slightly in response. It seems that the other tribes are not very happy about the Yunshi tribe recruiting people from the Huiyin tribe. After about an hour, the 10 hunting tribesmen who had just set out returned one after another. Hot sweat was already appearing on their faces, and it seemed that they had consumed a lot of physical energy. Seeing all 10 people return safely, Yuan was instantly delighted. He understood that if he killed the sentinel wolf, the task would be accomplished. After all, it's impossible. These people can't come back, because once the snow wolves find them, they will definitely tear them to pieces. It can be said that when they hunted the 10 of them just now, they were determined to die. "Chief, it's done." The 10 people led by Sho took out a copper arrow one by one. The sharp arrowheads of the 10 copper arrows were still stained with wolf blood that had not yet dried. Okay. Yuan's heart was like surging waves, difficult to calm down. The other 5 clan leaders also showed joy on their faces. Sho wiped the sweat off his face and said excitedly, "Master, the poison of this thing is really strong." After being hit by the poison arrows, those wolves didn't even cry out, they just lay on the ground. The method of smearing poison on the arrowhead was what Yuan taught him yesterday. "You did a great job." Yuan patted Sho's shoulder. He turned around and looked at the clan leaders. Several people nodded slightly at the same time. Yuan immediately shouted, "Let's go." Chapter 240, Destroy the Snow Wolf Pack. In the Valley of Beasts, the huge Snow Wolf King was opening his mouth, enjoying the prey brought back by his tribe. The snow-white fur on the Snow Wolf King's cheeks was dyed red by the blood. "Laugh!" The Snow Wolf King tore off a piece of flesh from the prey's body and swallowed it directly into his stomach. And around the Wolf King, hundreds of snow wolves of all sizes were enjoying the rare food. Although the Snow Wolf Pack is huge with hundreds of snow wolves, the amount of food they need every day is also huge. What's more, in this winter when food is scarce, the food that wolves can catch is even scarcer. Howl! After the Snow Wolf King finished enjoying the delicious food, he stood up and let out a long howl. It was obviously very satisfied with the prey it brought back. The Snow Wolf King's round belly showed that it was full. The wolves stopped eating instantly and cast their green eyes towards the Wolf King, not knowing what the wolf's long howl meant. The Snow Wolf King ignored the gazes of the wolves. It stuck out its scarlet tongue, licked the corner of its mouth, and then looked towards the entrance of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. There was a hint of doubt in the Snow Wolf King's eyes. As usual, before long, the sentinel wolf responsible for guarding around the wolf pack would let out a long howl to communicate information with the resident wolves. But now, a long time has passed, and the 10 sentinel wolves seemed to have disappeared, with no movement at all. The Snow Wolf King paced back and forth restlessly on the boulder. Without the sentinel wolf to pass on information to him, the Snow Wolf King felt like he was blind. A petite female wolf saw the Snow Wolf King's impatience and immediately stopped eating. She came to the Snow Wolf King and stretched out her tongue to lick the Snow Wolf King's long hair. The Snow Wolf King was becoming increasingly restless as his anxiety grew rapidly. He bared his teeth and growled at the female wolf. The female wolf was so frightened that she immediately collapsed to the ground, with her forepaws facing the sky, revealing her soft belly to the Snow Wolf King. The Snow Wolf King ignored him and kept stretching his long neck to look outside the valley. As the Wolf King, it is naturally much more vigilant than the Snow Wolf. At this moment, the Snow Wolf King felt as if he was being targeted by large beasts such as saber-toothed tigers, cave lions, and cave bears. And he was targeted when he was alone. The Snow Wolf King walked back and forth anxiously for a few steps, but when his eyes swept over the 300 snow wolves, he calmed down again. It even lay comfortably on the boulder and started playing and frolicking with the female wolf. Because the Snow Wolf King suddenly realized that in this wilderness, no ferocious beast dared to attack the Snow Wolf pack. Because their Snow Wolf pack is the king of the wilderness. Jang Yuan, the chief of the Tsanglong tribe, and the chief of the Shirhu tribe led about 200 tribesmen and quickly approached an entrance to the 10,000 Beasts Canyon. At the other entrance of the Valley of Beasts, the chiefs of the Eagle tribe, the Peak Stone tribe, and the Changchuan tribe led nearly 200 tribesmen and headed towards the Valley of Beasts. When they were still 100 meters away from the entrance to the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, a snow wolf suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It was a weak, lame old wolf. Its snow-white fur had almost fallen off. At this moment, it was wandering at the entrance of the Valley of Beasts. How come this damn beast is here? The veins on the forehead of the lion and tiger tribe chief twitched slightly, and he spoke in a low voice while gritting his teeth. Outside the valley, the cold wind howled and blew on people's faces, feeling as piercing as icicles and as painful as a knife. Could it be that this snow wolf in front of me is a stupid wolf, not knowing that it is warmer in the valley than outside? Teach me. The chief of the Tsanglong tribe raised the spear thrower in his hand and touched a spear with a sharp spearhead. While making preparations, the chief of the Gray Wolf tribe whispered, "I often hunt wild animals like wolves, so I know how to deal with them." The chief of the Lion and Tiger tribe hummed softly to show his approval. The Tsanglong tribe is well known in the Lizhan Mountains for their ability to tame wild wolves. Other tribes cannot learn the technology to tame wild wolves. Of course, the Yunshi tribe is an exception. Wait a minute. Zhang Yuan suddenly shouted in a low voice. What's wrong? Lord Zhang Yuan. The chief of the Tsanglong tribe was just about to stand up and throw his spear, but when he heard Zhang Yuan's shout, he quickly crouched down, fearing that he would be discovered by the old wolf at the entrance of the Valley of Beasts. Are you sure you can shoot the snow wolf to death at such a long distance? Zhang Yuan looked into the eyes of the chief of the Tsanglong tribe and asked in a low voice. This place is more than 100 steps away from the snow wolf, which is the limit of the spear thrower's range. Zhang Yuan felt that even if the original spear throwers of the Yunshi tribe were asked to throw the spear, it would be difficult for them to hit the target. Not to mention that the spear has flown so far. How much killing power will it have left? The chief of the Tsanglong tribe hesitated and said, "Half of it." Zhang Yuan shook his head and said, "No. What if you fail to shoot the wolf and alarm the wolf pack and let them escape?" The chief of the Tsanglong tribe immediately said, "Then I will get closer." Zhang Yuan sneered. Do you think Snow Wolf's nose is just for show? Now everyone is in the downwind position and hiding at the bottom of the slope, barely avoiding being discovered by the snow wolves. It can be said that if everyone gets one step closer, the snow wolf will immediately notice them and then howl to warn the wolf pack. Lord Zhang Yuan, what do you say we should do? The chief of the Tsanglong tribe put down the spear thrower in his hand, his face slightly unhappy. Zhang Yuan did not say anything, but took off the tiger tendon bow from his shoulder and took out a bronze arrow from the quiver behind him. Will this work? The chief of the Tsanglong tribe looked at the thin arrow shaft, and his face became even more unhappy. What? Have you forgotten how our hunting tribe members killed the sentinel wolf of the wolf pack just now? Yuan said to him with a slight smile. The chief of the Songlong tribe still had an unconvinced look on his face. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Watch me. Yuan gestured to Yinshi to take out a glazed pottery bottle from his body, and then dipped the copper arrowhead in his hand into the bottle. When the bronze arrow was taken out, it was covered with green sticky liquid and emitted a bad smell. What is this? The chief of the Songlong tribe asked curiously while covering his nose. Poison, Yuan said calmly. This poison is extracted from a plant. According to the witch of the Yunshi tribe, this poison is extremely toxic, and any wild animal that comes into contact with it will die. And most importantly, this plant never withers in all 4 seasons. Therefore, this poison became the most effective weapon for hunters to kill the sentinel wolves. Upon hearing that it was poison, the faces of the Songlong tribe members changed immediately. He was so scared that he quickly avoided it, as if it were a snake or scorpion. Yuan ignored him, put the poison arrow on the bow, and pulled the bowstring. The sharp poisoned arrow was aimed at the old snow wolf at the entrance of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. Whoosh! The bronze arrow flew off the bow, like a flash of lightning that cut through the air, suddenly came to 100 steps away, and then sank into the snow wolf's neck. The snow wolf opened its mouth to howl, but like a drunk, its body staggered, and it fell headfirst to the ground. Yuan retracted the tiger tendon bow, while the chiefs of the Songlong tribe and the lion and tiger tribe beside him had their eyes wide open in shock. They didn't expect that the thin and long arrow in Yuan's hand, combined with the curved snake-like wood in his hand, could have such power. It can actually shoot so far, so accurately, and with such great destructive power. This so-called bow and arrow is much more powerful than the spear throwers in their hands. The chief of the Songlong tribe looked at the bow and arrow in Yuan's hand, then looked at the spear thrower in his own hand. His throat rolled slightly, and his eyes were full of envy. What are you still dawdling about? Hurry up and go. Yuan looked at the 2 people standing there in a daze and urged them immediately. They have been delayed here for so long, and it is unknown whether the hunter at the other end of the Valley of Beasts and the chiefs of the Eagle tribe, the Peak Stone tribe, and the Changchuan tribe have launched an attack on the wolf pack. Oh, okay. The 2 of them nodded quickly and called on the tribesmen behind them to move towards the entrance of the Valley of Beasts. When about 200 tribesmen reached the entrance of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, the snow wolves that were everywhere in the valley immediately let out long and distant howls. So many wolves? A tribesman shouted in shock. Hundreds of snow wolves with bared fangs and full of wildness are crowded in front of you. In the next second, they may bite you with their smelly mouths. Are you afraid? Don't be afraid. Yuan shouted in a low voice. At his signal, many members of the Yunshi tribe holding rattan shields came to the front of the crowd and formed a shield wall with the rattan shields in their hands. They held a spear in one hand and a shield in the other, just like the god of war pantheon, blocking the narrow entrance to the Valley of Beasts. Leave no gaps. Writing this, I suddenly remembered the immortal king and Lan. Chiefing spear, immortal shield, slay all the immortal kings and destroy the 9 heavens. Shoot. Yuan looked at the countless snow wolves in front of him and immediately let out a cold shout. Because he was already on the other side of the beasts, he heard the roars, the howls of wolves, and the whistling sounds of long arrows breaking through the air. Following Yuan's loud shout, nearly 200 bronze arrows and spears were shot out from the crowd and rushed towards the wolf pack in front of them. On the other side of the valley, the arrow net formed by spears, lances, and bronze arrows also covered the sky, like a torrential rain, falling from the sky. Puff, puff, puff. The snow wolf pack had no time to launch a strong counterattack. One after another, the snow wolf was pierced through the body by spears and bronze arrows, and then broken out. One after another, bright blood flowers exploded in the air. The wolf blood splashing all over the sky dyed the entire Valley of Beasts red. The soil under my feet and the mountain walls on both sides looked as if they were washed with blood. One snow wolf after another fell in a pool of blood. Some of the snow wolves at the outermost edge of the pack were pierced with copper arrows and spears, looking like a porcupine or a large hedgehog. There were constant shrill wails and howls from the wolf pack. The adult male wolves wanted to fight back, but were no match for the rain of arrows. The wolf cubs were so scared that they kept crawling under the mother wolf's belly. How was the panic of the wolves at this moment different from the people of the Greystone tribe who were slaughtered by the wolves yesterday? The identities of hunter and prey are not constant. After a violent shooting, at least half of the snow wolves died from spears, guns, and bronze arrows. This result was beyond Yuan's expectations. The snow wolf pack was completely unable to resist. The snow wolf king, who was in the center of the wolf pack, had his hind paw pierced by a bronze arrow. At this time, it was limping on its leg, howling in pain, and kept turning back and forth on the boulder, unable to command the wolf pack. The remaining snow wolves in the pack were like headless flies, running around on the corpses of their companions and scurrying around in the pack. What's more, a snow wolf with copper arrows on its body actually rushed towards the shield wall made of rattan shields by Yunshi and his men. Looking at the snow wolf rushing towards him, Yuan immediately thrust out a bronze spear. The spear was so fast and sharp that it nailed the snow wolf to death in midair. "So fast," exclaimed the lion and tiger tribe. Although he was good at fighting, he did not have the confidence to take the spear. "I'm not fast." Yuan suddenly threw an unclear sentence at him. Qingheshi knew exactly how fast he was. After all, Yuan can fight two opponents at the same time every night and defeat his opponents, which shows that he is not an ordinary person. "What?" the chief of the lion and tiger tribe asked back. He looked confused and didn't understand what Yuan meant. Yuan did not explain. He looked at the pack of snow wolves fleeing in panic in front of him with a slightly disappointed look on his face. He originally thought that there would be a tough battle to fight today. However, the wolves' current reaction was beyond his expectations. You must know that Yuan still has an unused trump card in his hand. That's fire. Copper arrows soaked in oil. On this side, Yuan has not yet issued the order to launch the rocket. At the entrance of the 10,000 Beasts Canyon opposite, a number of flaming copper arrows had been shot into the wolf pack. There was no flame rising from the wolves. However, the blazing flames on the bronze arrows made the already panicked wolves even more panicked. "Shoot again," Yuan shouted coldly, and gave the order to the people behind him to fire a second round of bronze arrows and spears. This was a one-sided massacre. Just 2 rounds of volleys were enough to nearly wipe out the entire wolf pack. On the other hand, no one from the 6 tribes died, and not even one was injured. The only guy who got hurt was probably the one who sprained his ankle when he fell on a rock while running. When the rock fell to the ground, its mouth came into close contact with the mouth of a dead she-wolf. The shouting and noise in the Valley of Beasts gradually calmed down, and many people took copper spears and wooden spears to finish off the snow wolves that were not yet dead. There were also some people who quickly collected the spears and bronze arrows scattered on the ground and stuck in the wolf corpses. Although they also mastered the technology of making spear throwers, it was not easy for them to make a qualified spear thrower. The chiefs of the 5 tribes looked at the mountains of wolf corpses in the Valley of Beasts with great excitement. Now that winter has just arrived, these hundreds of wolf corpses give them more confidence to survive this cold winter. Chapter 241: The End of the Wolf Pack. In the Canyon of 10,000 Beasts, Yuan was talking quietly with the 5 clan leaders. Under their feet was the soil stained red with wolf blood, and in front of them was a hill made of wolf corpses. Not far away, Yinsher was looking excited. He was holding a sharp copper knife and skinning wolf corpses. The winter is extremely cold, and animal skins are particularly rare. Even in the wealthy Yunshi tribe, animal skins are very precious. Apart from being used for daily clothing by the tribesmen, any waste is strictly prohibited. The hunter came over dragging his blood-stained bronze spear. He glanced at the chiefs around him and reported, "Chief, I checked. There are 323 wolves in total." "Okay." Yuan nodded slightly. He looked at the tribe leaders and said, "Dear tribe leaders, how about we divide these wolf corpses into 50 for each tribe?" "No comment." "Can." The other people nodded. They were not good at math and did not know that there would still be 20 wolf corpses left after dividing them like this. However, those who have lived with the Yunshi tribe for a long time know that they will not suffer any loss by dealing with Yuan. Yuan came to the pile of wolf corpses. He stroked the snow wolf's blood-soaked skin with a hint of regret on his face. The snow wolf's fur is pure white, making it the perfect camouflage in winter. If you can wear a snow wolf skin, it will be much more convenient whether fighting or hunting in winter. However, the wolf skins of most of the wolf corpses in front of him were stained red with blood, which was difficult to remove. "What a pity," Yuan murmured and shook his head gently. He had no intention of taking the wolf meat away because it was fishy and far less delicious and tender than dog meat. Yuan vaguely remembered that the first time he led his tribesmen to collect clay near the deep lake, he not only killed a giant crocodile, but also encountered an attack by mountain wolves in the wilderness. He had tasted roasted wolf meat before, and it was not tasty. "What's wrong, Lord Yuan?" The chief of the Fengshe tribe saw Yuan shaking his head and sighing, so he came up to him and asked. Yuan pointed at the fur of the snow wolf and said, "When it snows heavily, if we put on a snow wolf fur, wouldn't it be much easier for us to hunt in winter?" It's a pity that these wolf skins are all stained red with blood. Upon hearing this, the other clan leaders all shook their heads and sighed. While they were talking, Shou came over again. He looked at Jiang Yuan, then at the clan leaders around him, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. Jiang Yuan glanced at him and walked aside. Shou quickly followed. Jiang Yuan asked softly, "What's wrong?" "Master." Shou's face was very nervous. "We only recovered less than half of the bronze arrows we shot." Jiang Yuan frowned slightly when he heard this. He glanced at the busy scene of tribesmen from various tribes in the valley cleaning up the battlefield. Many members of other tribes were holding copper arrows of the Yunshi tribe in their hands. The sharp copper arrow stained with wolf blood was still shining slightly in the sun. Jiang Yuan patted Shou's shoulder and said, "Leave it to me. You go and do your thing." Shou nodded and turned to leave. Jiang Yuan took another step towards the clan leaders. Just as Jiang Yuan approached, the chief of the Songlong tribe asked before Jiang Yuan even opened his mouth, "Master Jiang Yuan, I would like to ask, how are the spears used in your tribe made?" "Oh." Jiang Yuan looked at him with a half-smile upon hearing that. The chief of the Changchuan tribe also asked nervously, "Yes, the spears you use are much sharper and harder than our wooden spears. I feel that your spears can even split stones." The other people also kept nodding, with strong curiosity on their faces. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "Our weapons are given by the gods." "Gods?" Upon hearing this, several clan leaders looked shocked and confused. "Why don't the gods of my tribe have this ability?" "Yes." Jiang Yuan's face was very serious. He looked at them and said, "The cloud tree god of our Yunshi tribe not only gave us food, but also gave us weapons." Several clan leaders looked at each other, and none of them dared to speak easily. None of them dared to talk about the gods, and no one dared to blaspheme the gods. After a long time, the chief of the Peak Stone tribe finally plucked up the courage to ask, "Then Cloud Tree God, can you give us weapons?" "This," Jiang Yuan said with a slightly embarrassed expression, "you are not from the Yunshi tribe. Our gods may not grant you." And Jiang Yuan paused for a moment. "Our gods only gave us weapons after sacrificing a large number of prey." "How many prey?" the chief of the Lion Tiger tribe asked hurriedly, and there seemed to be a light in his eyes again. "A lot," Jiang Yuan said to the others. "One weapon probably requires 10 prey." "So many." The 5 clan leaders were shocked and immediately shouted out. Jiang Yuan couldn't help laughing when he saw this. In this primitive world, bronze spears and bronze swords were sharp, dragon-slaying weapons. In the Lizhan Mountains today, only the Yunshi tribe has mastered the copper smelting technology. The Yunshi tribe does not want to exchange this bronze artifact, which means it is truly priceless. Let alone 10 prey, Jiang Yuan would not be willing to exchange even 20. If there are 30 heads, Jiang Yuan would be willing to consider it. Are there really so many prey from other tribes? Yes, so many, Jiang Yuan said deliberately. Besides, you are not from the Yunshi tribe, so you may need more prey. As Jiang Yuan finished speaking, the chief of the Lion Tiger tribe quickly said, "I won't change it. I think the wooden spears of our tribe are quite useful." "Forget it." The chief of the Fengshe tribe also shook his head quickly and said, "Our tribe doesn't have that much prey." The chief of the Changchuan tribe also murmured softly, "It is still a question whether our own food can last through this winter." Several clan leaders were discouraged and dissuaded by the high price offered by Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan paused for a moment and said, "My fellow tribesmen, the copper arrows of our tribe were all given by the gods. I just saw that the tribesmen in your tribe were holding our copper arrows. I hope you can return them. Otherwise, if the copper arrows are lost, I am afraid that the gods of our tribe will blame us." This. Several clan leaders looked at each other, with hesitation on their faces. They all saw the power of the bronze arrow just now. Again, the range is longer than that of a spear thrower, the accuracy is higher than that of a spear thrower, and the power is greater than that of a spear thrower. Originally, they looked down on these thin and long copper arrows. However, when they saw the power of the bronze arrows, they all wanted to master this weapon. Jiang Yuan looked at their reactions and smiled slightly, saying, "Chiefs, if you want to use copper arrows, why don't you bring your prey to our Yunshi to offer sacrifices to the gods? After all, you can't use copper arrows if you only have them, but no bows." After saying this, Jiang Yuan immediately took off the tiger tendon bow on his shoulder. He said in a half-soft and half-hard tone, "I made this bow after killing a saber-toothed tiger." Jiang Yuan's meaning was already very clear. Sure enough, the chief of the Fengshe tribe, who was the smart one among the chiefs, immediately reacted and said, "Master Jiang Yuan, my Fengshe tribe is just helping your Yunshi tribe to collect weapons." The chief of the Fengshe tribe thought very clearly. If I asked for the copper arrows but without a bow, they would be of no use, so what would I need them for? The other clan leaders were also afraid of offending Jiang Yuan because of this small bronze arrow, so they all spoke up in agreement. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Thank you all from the Yunshi tribe. When you come to Yunshi Valley in the future, I will definitely slaughter the tenderest lambs, the fattest wild boars, and the most delicious fruits to entertain you all." Hearing this, several clan leaders showed guilt on their faces. The Yunshi tribe did not hide anything from them and shared any good things with everyone. They were given various precious things such as spear throwers, sacred fire, salt, etc. Their tribe is so powerful now, with dozens more members, and this is also an achievement achieved with the help of the Yunshi tribe. But now, he was thinking of taking over the weapons of the Yunshi tribe. The more the clan leaders thought about it, the more guilt appeared on their faces. Originally, they still had some resentment towards Yunshi's annexation of the Greystone tribe, but now the resentment was washed away by the guilt in their hearts. The people of the Grey Rock tribe defected to the Yunshi tribe for a reason. Jiang Yuan had no idea of the intense psychological activities going on in the minds of the 5 clan leaders in front of him at this moment. Primitive people are actually like this. Most of them are simple and honest and like to be straightforward. After each tribe had received more than 50 wolf corpses, they went their separate ways and headed back to their own tribes. A group of nearly 100 people from the Yunshi tribe, carrying more than 50 wolf skins, headed towards the Yunshi Valley. The winter wind blows coldly. All the grass withers and all the trees rot. Without the coverage of branches and leaves and green grass, the empty land was a red and yellow color. From time to time, yellow sand was blown from afar by the strong wind, making everyone in Yunshi covered in dust. "Chief, what were you talking about with those people? Why did you talk for so long?" Shou approached Jiang Yuan and asked curiously. He and Yinshi were on Jiang Yuan's left and right, like 2 bodyguards. "Nothing." Jiang Yuan shook his head gently. "He just wants our weapons." "Then have you agreed?" Shou asked anxiously upon hearing this. From wooden spears to bronze spears, Shou knew very well how powerful the bronze spear in his hand was. "No." Jiang Yuan shook his head. Shou couldn't help scratching his head in confusion when he heard this and asked, "Then why were they so happy when they left?" Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "I gave them all the wolf meat from the 50 or so wolves that originally belonged to our tribe. How could they not be happy after getting the benefit?" "Oh," Shou nodded and said with some regret, "So much meat, all given to them." Jiang Yuan glanced at him and said, "If you want to eat me, come back. From now on, you will only eat wolf meat in the tribe." "Forget it." Shou laughed and shook his head in refusal. He knows how unpalatable wolf meat is. Jiang Yuan straightened his face and said, "How many of the bronze arrows I asked you to collect have you collected?" Shou quickly replied, "A total of 230 arrows were recovered. There are more than a dozen bronze arrows that cannot be found." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly when he heard this. This loss was within an acceptable range. As for the missing bronze arrows, it could be possible that they were lost or hidden by other tribes. In any case, they are unusable. Moreover, no matter how hard these primitive people tried, they could not imagine that this sharp copper arrowhead was forged from stone using smelting and fire. By the time Jiang Yuan and his companions returned to Yunshi Valley, the sky had already begun to darken. In the Yunshi Valley, Yu and Yuan had already led the tribesmen to prepare sumptuous food, while Chief Song and the 2 elders, Elder Pan and Elder Wei, were standing on the horizontal bridge at the gate of Yunshi, welcoming the triumphant people returning. It was freezing cold in winter, but the blazing fire lit up the entire Yunshi Valley. Hundreds of Yunshi people ate delicious barbecue, drank fragrant broth, sang and danced beside the fire, and reveled to their heart's content. Jiang Yuan chewed a juicy cloud fruit. He looked at the dim silver moon in the night and smiled. "I don't know what the soldiers of the manhwa army are doing at the south pass of Lizhan." Elder Pan gnawed on a leg of lamb and mumbled, "Master Patriarch, are we going to start building a pass in the Zhili Gorge in the northern Lizhan mountains tomorrow?" His arms were not very flexible when he was chewing the mutton. He had been stabbed in the shoulder by a spear in Qishan in the past, so it was always inconvenient for him to move. "Yes." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Tomorrow, the 5 tribes, the Songlong tribe, the Lion and Tiger tribe, the Eagle tribe, the Fengshe tribe, and the Changchuan tribe will send many tribesmen to help. Our people won't have to work so hard." "Okay, that's good." Elder Pan nodded and said, "By the way, Chief, we don't have enough bricks in the tribe. I plan to build a few kilns directly in Zhili Canyon, and then we can burn bricks and build at the same time. You can arrange these things." Jiang Yuan tasted the egg custard, then put down the ceramic bowl in his hand, stood up and said, "You guys have fun here. I'll go accompany King Gexi." Everyone present stood up and saw Zhang Yuan off. Zhang Yuan stretched and walked forward in the darkness holding a torch. The road was flat. Zhang Yuan had walked this road many times. Even with his eyes closed, he would hardly fall. After all, not everyone is as stupid as a rock and will fall. Zhang Yuan even suspected that Rock chose to fall down on purpose in order to have a kiss with the female wolf. Zhang Yuan nodded, his tone extremely certain. That's right. Yanshi must have the same idea. I didn't expect that Yanshi has such unique tastes. TSK, 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 TSK. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but shook his head. After a while, houses and courtyards not far away came into view. When Zhang Yuan thought of the two women, Qing and Shi, and his unborn child, a warm smile appeared on his face involuntarily. There was a fire burning in the house in the yard, bringing some brightness to the dark house. Zhang Yuan took 2 steps at a time and trotted towards the wooden door. However, when he saw the 2 dark shadows outside the courtyard, he couldn't help but slow down. Outside the courtyard gate, 2 figures were hiding in the darkness, hugging each other tightly. Chapter 242 Monogamy. Looking at the 2 figures in the darkness before him, Zhang Yuan quietly moved forward, his footsteps almost silent. The woman in the darkness said anxiously, "Why are you here? How could you come to this place? Aren't you afraid that the chief will punish you?" Zhang Yuan felt that the voice sounded familiar, but before he could think about it, the man said hastily, "No. It's okay. Let me kiss you." "Well, I've already said it's okay. The clan leader won't blame me." No. The woman's voice sounded shy and anxious. The 2 of them struggled in the dark, and there was a hint of reluctance in the woman's voice. Zhang Yuan heard it clearly this time. The 2 people hugging each other secretly in the dark were Yi Healy. Zhang Yuan quietly came to the 2 of them. He looked at the 2 of them being intimate, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "You're so good, Lai. You, a fellow, actually came to my side. But when did you become friends with this fellow Lai?" The fire of gossip was burning in Zhang Yuan's heart. He came behind Lai. When he noticed him, he suddenly widened his eyes and wanted to speak, but his mouth was blocked tightly by Lai. Zhang Yuan made a gesture to Yi to keep quiet. He put his mouth close to Lai's ear and suddenly roared. This sound frightened Lai, who was immersed in the honeypot of love, so much that he jumped 3 feet high. Lai fell to the ground. He held his chest, which was rising and falling violently, and looked at Zhang Yuan with lingering fear. Clan leader, when did you come here?" Zhang Yuan stared at him with a half-smile. "I want to ask you, why did you run outside my yard when you were being intimate with Yi?" As he spoke, he glanced at Yi, whose face looked red in the light of the torch. Hearing Zhang Yuan's question, Lai touched his head and kept giggling. Where was the heroic look of the head of the military department? "I'm asking you a question." Zhang Yuan glared at him deliberately. Lai got up from the ground in a flash. He smiled and said, "Master Patriarch, Yi is here every day to take care of Master Qing and Master Shi, and never leaves. I have no choice but to come here." Zhang Yuan glanced at him and said in a light tone, "How long have you and Yi been together?" Lai counted on his fingers and said, "It's been about 2 months. It was in the fall when our tribe went on a big hunt." Zhang Yuan looked at Yi. Although she was not as pretty as King Gexi, she was still considered pretty in the Yunchi tribe. Zhang Yuan immediately joked, "How could you kidnap a beautiful woman from our tribe without saying anything?" No way. Lai rubbed his fingers foolishly while laughing. As the 3 of them were talking, people gathered in the house. With a creaking sound, the door of the house was pushed open by Qing. She held the door handle and looked over here with her pregnant belly. "Who is it? Who is shouting over there?" "Okay, you 2 go back." Zhang Yuan heard Qing shout and hurriedly opened the gate and walked towards the house. Yi hesitated and wanted to say something. Zhang Yuan waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I'm back. Let me take care of them. You and Lai go ahead and continue." Yi was a little at a loss when she heard this, but Lai was instantly excited. He immediately took Ye's hand, took her, and trotted away, disappearing into the dark night. Zhang Yuan looked at the backs of the 2 people, leaving with a smile on his face. Seeing that Lai was able to find a woman, he was happy for Lai from the bottom of his heart. After all, ever since Zhang Yuan came to the Yunchi tribe, he has treated people like Shou, Lai, Yanshi, and others as brothers. He was naturally happy that his brother was able to start a family. Zhang Yuan trotted all the way to Qing's side. Zhang Yuan supported her and walked towards the house. "I just shouted on purpose to scare that guy Lai." As he spoke, he closed the door behind him. "Why are you making such a loud noise?" "You scared me," Qing said with a look of anger on her face. Okay, I was wrong. Is that still not enough?" Zhang Yuan quickly admitted his mistake. He pulled a bamboo chair over and helped Qing sit down. At this time, she also came out from the inner room with a bulging belly. Jiang Yuan helped her up and asked with concern, "Have you two eaten?" The two girls nodded slightly, and she said, "We have eaten the egg custard and stewed meat that you brought." "Okay." Jiang Yuan gently stroked Xi's waist. "How is it? Does your waist still hurt?" Ever since she became pregnant, her waist has been very sore, but Qing is fine. A little bit. She moved her body. After she got pregnant, her figure is much fuller than before. "I'll massage you later," Jiang Yuan said to her with concern. When he thought about becoming a father next spring and summer, he couldn't help but feel excited and happy. "Okay." She nodded slightly and asked, "How many wolves did you kill today?" "About 300, Jiang Yuan said casually. He took off the tiger tendon bow from his shoulder and hung it on the wall. "The snow wolf skin feels pretty good. When I come back, I'll find 2 clean snow wolf skins and make a fur coat for each of you too." When they heard the word snow wolf skin, the two girls' eyes lit up slightly. Women all like beautiful things. Even primitive people are no exception. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a large number of bone ornaments, stone ornaments, and other decorative items in primitive tribes. Qing and she still wear the saber-toothed tiger tooth necklace that Jiang Yuan had polished himself. "I'm so tired." Jiang Yuan stretched his body. He took a stick and moved the firewood in the brazier to make the flames burn more vigorously. "I think there is not much firewood left in the yard. I will ask the tribesmen to send some over tomorrow." The two women hummed softly. It was a bitterly cold winter, freezing cold to the bone, and without a brazier to keep warm, it was really hard for them to endure. "Let's go, ladies." Jiang Yuan stretched out his hands to Qing and she respectively. "Let the clan leader take you two to bed." Qing held Jiang Yuan's hand and asked curiously, "Yuan, madam, what do you mean?" Jiang Yuan said softly, and explained in a simple and easy-to-understand way. "My wife, that's my woman." She, who was standing by, blinked and asked, "Yuan, how many wives do you want to have?" Jiang Yuan was immediately choked. Xi's personality was more individual and sharp. She was not as weak and docile as Qing. She was not someone who was easy to deal with. Jiang Yuan immediately laughed and said, "As for me, of course I want to have many women. The more the better, and they all have to be as beautiful as you." When Jiang Yuan said this, he was joking. He originally thought that he would be faced with a violent attack from the two women. However, what he didn't expect was that Qing Hushi had a calm face. Qing Huan nodded in approval and said, "Sure, the more women you have, the better." She also nodded slightly in agreement. Jiang Yuan helped the two of them lie down. He looked a little surprised and asked tentatively, "Why do you two think so? Aren't you jealous?" "Vinegar? Vinegar? What is that?" "Food." Qing looked confused. "Jealous. Jealousy means." Jiang Yuan gestured to the two and explained. "For example, if someone else takes away something you like, you feel uncomfortable. That's jealousy." She pondered for a moment and said, "Yes, but you are the clan leader, and the more women the clan leader has, the better." "Why do you think so?" Jiang Yuan asked as he placed a clay pot on the brazier and boiled hot water. "Because the more women you have, the more children you will have." Qing looked very surprised. "Yuan, you don't even know this?" "So it's because of this," Jiang Yuan said secretly in his heart. She also said, "As the chief of the tribe, you bring the divine fire. You are so powerful, so you should have many women." And she looked a little sad when he said this. "Maybe I will die when I give birth, and you will need other women to accompany you." Qingya nodded in approval. "Yes, it's easy for us to die while giving birth." When Jiang Yuan heard this, a look of heartache flashed across his face. In the primitive world, childbirth was indeed the most likely cause of death for women. The Yunchi tribe is naturally no exception. Many children in the Yunchi tribe lose their mothers at birth and are then raised by the entire tribe. Jiang Yuan gently hugged the two of them and whispered, "No, no, I won't let you die." His tone was firm, and he held Qing Hushi's arms even tighter. Jiang Yuan was scared. With the current medical and sanitary conditions of the Yunchi tribe, it would be very easy for him to lose anyone in Kingexi. Qing Hushi looked at the change in Jiang Yuan's expression and gently hugged his back in response. After a long time, Jiang Yuan raised his head slightly from the two of them and asked softly, "So what do you think? Am I doing the right thing by allowing a man and a woman to live together in the tribe?" Not long ago, when building houses, he tried to instill the concept of monogamy among his people and strongly encourage childbirth in order to increase the tribal population. However, he did not consult anyone before instilling this concept. With modern thinking, he believes that this is the way it should be. Qing thought for a moment and replied, It should be right, right? Why?" Jiang Yuan held her hand and asked softly. Before Qing answered, she explained casually, because there are almost the same number of men and women in the tribe, it's natural that you asked to do this. Then, Yuan hesitated. Why do you think I should have many women? Qing said in a confused tone. Yuan, didn't I tell you? Because you are stronger than other men. Because you are the chief, and the tribe needs the chief to have more children. Do you all think so? Yuan asked, staring into their eyes. Qing and she nodded at the same time, their expressions looking so matter-of-fact. Yuan lay between the two of them and sighed softly. Do you think other members of the tribe would think the same way? Yes. Qing nodded affirmatively. They think so too. In our tribe, many women want to be your women like me and she. Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. The two most beautiful women in the tribe were held in his arms. The other women were not even a little bit inferior to Qing and she, and there was no comparison at all. Take she for example. When Yuan first joined the Yunchi tribe, he discovered that she was a slender and tall girl with fair skin who did not look like a primitive person. Qing was born very beautiful, and as the living and sanitary conditions of the Yunchi tribe continued to improve, Qing became even more charming. Other women are not as beautiful as you two. Yuan gently stroked the two women's belly, feeling the two lives that were about to be born inside. Women are not easily praised. As soon as Yuan finished speaking, an unconcealable smile appeared on Qing Hushi's face. Yuan was conflicted. On the one hand, he had instilled the concept of monogamy into his tribesmen, but on the other hand, he had two women, Qing and she. He was worried that his tribesmen would have doubts and dissatisfaction, but Qing Hushi's words just now made him feel that this was not the case. It seems that everyone in the Yunchi tribe, no, everyone in any primitive tribe believes that the patriarch should have more women, because the descendants of the patriarch are related to the survival and continuation of the tribe. After all, in primitive society, all primitive people without exception worshipped gods, and the actions of every clan leader almost always link themselves to the gods. Yuan is no exception. From the initial killing of snakes and tigers and bringing the sacred fire, to the later resurrection from the dead and possessing an immortal body. At every moment, Yuan is shaping his divine side in the hearts of every member of the Yunchi tribe. And Yuan did it. He allowed his people to live a better life, made the Yunchi tribe stronger, and made his people believe that Yuan was a god. That is why the Yunchi people worship Yuan so fanatically. In the minds of the Yunchi people, Yuan is on par with gods, and even surpasses gods. It can be said that Yuan said to a member of the Yunchi tribe, "You go and die now." Then this member of the tribe would commit suicide immediately, without hesitation. Because in his opinion, Yuan's words were the will of God. Therefore, the continuation of the patriarch's descendants is as important as the worship of gods, and there is an unbreakable connection between them. Yuan gradually figured this out, and at this moment, his mind suddenly became clear and bright. From this point of view, it would not be too difficult for him to promote the concept of monogamy in the Yunchi tribe. Although there will inevitably be resistance during the implementation process, Yuan believes that it will not be too difficult with his own efforts. After all, they are a group of primitive people, and their dignity and personal charm are there. After figuring this out, Yuan also hugged Qing Hushi and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 243, 3 Great Passes Completed. January has passed in the blink of an eye, and the long winter is already halfway through. Today, the 3 majestic passes of Wutao Mountain in the south of Lizhan Mountain Range, Zhili Gorge in the north, and Shanlingling in the east have all been completed after dozens of days of construction by 6 tribes. The only 3 passages in the Lizhan Mountains are all controlled by the Lizhan Alliance headed by the Yunchi tribe. During this month, apart from a few snowflakes from time to time, it did not snow heavily for several days like in early winter. The north wind is howling and snow is falling in the vast sky. At a majestic and solid pass in the Zhili Gorge in the north of the Lizhan Mountains, Yuan and the 5 chiefs, Songlong, Xiongying, Shihu, Fengshe, and Changchuan, sat around a brazier. In a hanging clay pot above the brazier, juicy mutton kept floating up and down in the boiling soup. Except for Yuan, the other tribe leaders were all staring at the mutton in the pottery jar without blinking, and the tribe leader of the lion and tiger tribe was already rubbing his hands impatiently. "It's almost done, clan leaders, enjoy," Yuan called out as he took the lead in picking out a fat lamb leg from the huge pottery jar. "Hee." The chief of the Changchuan tribe laughed. He swallowed and said, "Master Yuan, I have to follow you to have delicious food." Winter was only halfway through, but most of the stored food in the tribes had already been consumed. They had no choice but to reduce food consumption by cutting down on the food provided to their members. Even if they are the clan leaders, it is not easy to eat stewed mutton. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly and did not answer. Family members know their own business. There are not many captive prey in the Yunshi tribe now, from nearly 600 large prey at the beginning of winter to more than 200 now. The speed of consumption is really terrifying. Let's call this majestic pass Lisan North Pass, Jiang Yuan suggested to several clan leaders while chewing mutton. The others all responded vaguely without expressing any objection. They don't care about things like naming. They are more concerned about their own immediate interests. Jiang Yuan added, now that the name has been agreed upon, let's discuss the matters of guarding the Lisan North Pass and Lisan East Pass. Hearing this, several clan leaders put down the mutton in their hands and pricked up their ears to listen. Right now, the South Pass of Lisan on Wutao Mountain is guarded by the people of my Yunshi tribe alone. The North Pass and the East Pass of Lisan will require the joint efforts of the 6 tribes and the people of the tribe. That's right. The chief of the Fengshe tribe nodded in approval. The chief of the Eagle tribe asked, Master Jiang Yuan, how do you think we should guard the North Pass and the East Pass of Lisan Mountain? Jiang Yuan said, in our Yunshi tribe, we have 5 Yunshi soldiers guarding each pass. He paused for a moment and said, the fighting power of our Yunshi soldiers has been seen by all the clan leaders. Each of them is much stronger than the members of the chiefing tribe in the past. After hearing Jiang Yuan's words, the clan leaders all fell silent. The Yunshi soldiers, of course, knew about it and had seen it before. These guys are not only strong and powerful, but also have very sharp weapons. It can be said that the 5 ordinary people in his tribe combined can barely fight a soldier from the Yunshi tribe to a draw. Therefore, these clan leaders were extremely envious of the soldiers of the Yunshi tribe. Then, we will also send 5 people to each pass. The chief of the Fengshe tribe said immediately. When the other clan leaders heard this, they all echoed it. This is the case with these people. The strength and population of their tribes are similar, so when one person speaks, the others will follow suit. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment after hearing this. If that was the case, except for the South Pass of Lisan guarded by the Yunshi tribe alone, each of the North Pass and the East Pass of Lisan could be guarded by 30 people. This kind of defensive strength is not considered weak. Okay. Jiang Yuan nodded. No objection. Then let's make it clear in advance that the food for the people of our respective tribes will be supplied by our own tribes. And when the people of different tribes get along, fighting is strictly prohibited. These 30 people came from 6 different tribes, and friction was inevitable as they lived together day and night. Jiang Yuan naturally would not worry that the Yunshi soldiers would suffer, but he had to set the rules in advance. After hearing Jiang Yuan's words, everyone had no objection. After discussing and deciding more things, Jiang Yuan was all smiles and kept inviting people to eat meat and drink soup. While everyone was talking, Jiang Yuan saw that the chief of the Fengshe tribe looked hesitant, as if there was something stuck in his throat. The chief of the Fengshe tribe was a rare, wise player among the 5 chiefs. In the past, when Jiang Yuan talked with them, only the chief of the Fengshe tribe could barely keep up with his thoughts. Seeing him like this, Jiang Yuan put down the pottery bowl and said, Chief Fengshe, just say what you want to say. No need to be so hesitant. Okay, then I'll be frank. The chief of the Fengshe tribe heard Jiang Yuan say this, so he gritted his teeth and said, I hope Lord Jiang Yuan can help my Fengshe tribe to train the 10 tribesmen who are guarding the North Pass and East Pass of Lisan Mountain into soldiers. After he finished speaking, Jiang Yuan was slightly stunned. After the other clan leaders looked stunned, they also hurriedly looked at Jiang Yuan to see his reaction. Jiang Yuan gently stroked his fingers, and after a moment he smiled and said, Chief Fengshe, it's no problem for me to help you train your tribesmen. After all, our tribesmen also need training on a regular basis, and it's the same with you. Of course, it's not just the Fengshe tribe. Other tribes, my Yunshi tribe can also help you train. Upon hearing this, the 5 clan leaders instantly showed joy on their faces. They dreamed day and night of having tribesmen as strong and brave as the Yunshi soldiers. How could they not be happy when they heard Jiang Yuan agree? But Jiang Yuan changed the subject and said, My fellow tribesmen, you can see that the food we Yunshi soldiers eat is all very rich and precious meat. Can your tribe afford it? This. Several people looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and said with determination, No problem, we can afford it. Okay, then I promise you. Jiang Yuan smiled. Next spring, the Yunshi tribe will prepare to step out of the Lisan Mountains. It might not be a bad idea to help these 5 allies improve their combat effectiveness. Hearing Jiang Yuan's agreement, they were instantly overjoyed. However, to Jiang Yuan's surprise, The chief of the Fengshe tribe suddenly pulled the other 4 chiefs aside and whispered something. Zhang Yuan didn't mind or pay attention and continued to eat the delicious mutton. After a while, the chief of the Fengshe tribe brought the 4 chiefs to Zhang Yuan and said seriously, Master Zhang Yuan, the food for the 10 soldiers of your Yunshi tribe at the North Pass and East Pass of Lizhan Mountain will be borne by our 5 tribes. Chapter 244, Expanding Troops. Zhang Yuan was slightly stunned when he heard what the chief of the Fengshe tribe said. He then quickly waved his hand to refuse. No. After all, the current population of the Yunshi tribe is around 570, almost 600. The food for 10 Yunshi soldiers is nothing to the Yunshi tribe, and there is no need to let other tribes bear the burden. No, Lord Zhang Yuan, you must agree. The tone of the chief of the Fengshe tribe was firm, and the others also nodded heavily. Ever since we formed a brotherly alliance, our tribe has always been the one taking advantage of your Yunshi tribe, so just agree to this little thing. This. Zhang Yuan thought about it for a moment and agreed. Hearing Zhang Yuan agree, the others were very happy. After Zhang Yuan talked with a few more people, he left 5 Yunshi soldiers at the north gate of Lizhan and the east gate of Lizhan, and then set out on the journey back to Yunshi Valley with Lai and Yanshi. There was a biting cold wind on the road, and heavy snow was flying, and it seemed to be getting heavier and heavier. After a long time, the 3 returned to Yunshi Valley. Zhang Yuan's shoulders and hair were covered with snowflakes. When the wolf on guard in the watchtower saw Zhang Yuan and others, he quickly led the members of the security department to open the wooden door and build a bridge over the trench to welcome them. Zhang Yuan stepped into the valley and walked directly into the central lobby. He said, Go, invite the heads of each department. I have something to discuss. Yes. The wolf responded and invited all the responsible persons in the tribe who could be notified. After a while, everyone sat down at the round table. Zhang Yuan glanced at everyone and said, Everyone, I invited you here because I have something to discuss. Chief, what's the matter? Shou was sitting next to Elder Pan. From his position, it could be seen that Shou now held a very prominent position in the tribe. Zhang Yuan said, It is like this, I plan to expand the members of the 3 departments of the Ministry of War. As soon as he finished speaking, Lai and Lin looked at each other. In addition to the barbarians who led the military combat department to guard the southern gate of Lizhan, what Zhang Yuan talked about next was closely related to the 2 heads of the military combat department and the military defense department. The head of the Tang clan pondered for a moment, then asked, Zhang Yuan, why do you want to expand the military department? Chief Tang understood very clearly that the more people serve in the army, the less people will work. This principle is easy to understand. Many powerful countries have been brought down by huge military burdens. Yes. Elder Wei hesitated for a moment and said, Now in our Lizhan Mountains, no tribe dares to challenge our Yunshi tribe, right? Elder Pan glanced at Zhang Yuan and said nothing. Elder Pan is a warlike man. In his opinion, the more soldiers the Yunshi tribe has, the better. That's right. Zhang Yuan revealed his inner thoughts. First of all, there are too many places we need to defend. Yunshi Valley, Salt Lake, Copper Mine, Lime Mountain, and 3 passes. Although we have no enemies in the Lizhan Mountains, we have to defend these places. We are too short of manpower. Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, the Tang clan leader nodded subconsciously. The Salt Lake and Copper Mine are the top priorities of the Yunshi tribe, and the 3 passes and the Yunshi Valley also need to be guarded. From this point of view, the 30 Yunshi soldiers from the 3 departments of the Yunshi tribe's military department are indeed not enough when added together. Moreover, Zhang Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. The soldiers from our Yunshi tribe are stationed outside, and it is difficult for them to return to the tribe for a long time. We need more soldiers to rotate with them. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. As for the man's military unit, it had been more than a month since they had returned to the Yunshi Valley. Lin said, Master, please let our Bingyu department guard the south pass of Lime Mountain for a while, and let the soldiers of the Manhwa Bingzhan department come back to rest. Zhang Yuan waved at him, indicating that he had his own considerations. Then let's increase it. Chief Tsang nodded. After listening to Zhang Yuan's analysis, he felt that what Zhang Yuan said made a lot of sense. When the rest of the people saw that both clan leaders Zhang Yuan and Tsang Yijing and his deputies supported expanding the military force, they also agreed. Elder Wei touched the ceramic cup in his hand and asked, Patriarch, how many soldiers do you plan to add? Zhang Yuan glanced at Lai. Now the 10 Yunshi soldiers of Lai's military department were guarding the east gate and the north gate of Lai Mountain respectively. Lai had become a lonely man. Zhang Yuan said, Now the number of tribesmen in the tribe is close to 600. The 3 departments of the military department will each increase by 10 people. with 20 people in each department of the military department, the military combat department, and the military defense department, for a total of 60 people. Zhang Yuan had his own considerations for this number. In his opinion, selecting 1 out of 10 was the current limit for the Yunchi tribe. After hearing what Zhang Yuan said, the others chose to agree. After thinking for a while, Elder Pan asked, "Master, where are you going to find these 30 people?" "From the hunting tribe." Zhang Yuan glanced at Shou and said, "First of all, the fighting power of the hunting tribe is second only to that of the military tribe, and they are easy to train. Secondly, the tribesmen of the hunting tribe are all old tribesmen, and they have been in our tribe for a long time. We can rest assured if we let them become Yunchi soldiers." What Zhang Yuan said made a lot of sense, and the others all agreed with it. "Shou, do you have any questions?" Zhang Yuan leaned back in his chair and looked at Shou. "No problem, clan leader," Shou said with a grin. Shou would support Zhang Yuan's decision without hesitation. Zhang Yuan tapped the table with his fingers and said, "As for the hunting department, we will recruit the newly recruited wanderers and members of the Greystone tribe. Of course, we have to select members with better performance. For example, those who work hard. These recruited wanderers and members of the Greystone tribe were responsible for the dirtiest and most tiring tasks in the Yunchi tribe. For example, mining copper mines, salt lakes, cleaning up the tribe's feces, etc. Zhang Yuan once promised them that as long as they behaved well and surrendered sincerely, Zhang Yuan would change their jobs. Now that a month has passed, it is time for Zhang Yuan to fulfill his promise. Zhang Yuan said with a serious look, "Wolf, this task is given to you. During the selection process, you must be fair and just. Strictly select according to the 9 criminal laws. If I know that I can't be fair and just, you know the consequences." "Yes," Wolf responded loudly. As a member of the public security department, he usually mediated disputes among his fellow tribesmen, so he naturally had a clear conscience. Naturally, he can have a clear conscience about this matter. Zhang Yuan took a sip of the water in the ceramic cup and said, "Okay, that's all. You can leave now. By the way, Shou, Lai, Lin, you two stay for a while." Since it concerns the selection and training of soldiers, he naturally has more things to tell these 3 people. Chapter 245, Shang Who Raised Horses. After explaining the matter of selecting soldiers to the 3 people, Zhang Yuan let them leave. The snow outside was getting heavier and heavier, swirling in the air like goose feathers, with a momentum far greater than the heavy snow that had fallen for several days in early winter. Chief Tsang did not leave. He sat in front of the door of the central lobby, looking at the snowflakes in the vast sky and earth, with a hint of sadness lingering between his brows. "Chief, what's wrong?" Zhang Yuan sat down with him. The 2 of them were in a posture like they were admiring the snow. Zhang Yuan did not change the way he addressed the Tsang clan leader and still addressed him as clan leader. After all, Chief Tsang is his father-in-law. This snowfall may be heavier than the last one. Chief Tsang sighed slightly and said to Zhang Yuan while touching the rope tied around his waist. The knot on the rope around his waist recorded the amount of supplies in the Yunchi tribe. Zhang Yuan looked at the gray hair of Patriarch Tsang, reached out to catch a snowflake, and said, "Patriarch, are you worried about something?" Tsang looked at Zhang Yuan unhappily and said, "More than half of the prey in the tribe has been eaten. Now there are only about 200 left. Don't you know?" "I know." Zhang Yuan nodded with a relaxed look. Tsang's eyes widened immediately and said, "How come you're not worried at all when you know this? That guy Wei has been worrying so much that his hair has turned white." This. Zhang Yuan thought of Elder Wei's appearance at this moment and couldn't help but smiled and shook his head. He didn't even notice that Elder Wei's hair was indeed completely white. But if you count carefully, Elder Wei is only about 50 years old. Zhang Yuan never imagined that the reason for his white hair was the massive consumption of food in the tribe. "What are you worried about?" Zhang Yuan said calmly. "Aren't there still a lot of fruits, sweet potatoes, and cloud fruits in the cellar?" This. Chief Tsang grumbled. "You can't eat all of these things." Zhang Yuan looked at him with a slightly strange expression. "Chief Tsang, have you forgotten that our tribe may not even have meat in the past? Fruit is what we eat most." Upon hearing this, Chief Tsang's expression froze. Yes, didn't the tribes in the past rely on fruits to fill their stomachs? Sometimes they couldn't even afford fruits. Is it because of Zhang Yuan's existence that he takes it for granted that he can eat meat every meal? "Don't think too much, Chief." Zhang Yuan patted the snowflakes on Chief Tsang's shoulders and said, "Recently, when they went out hunting, they saw many traces of mammoths. When the time comes, if we can capture a mammoth, we can solve the problem of food for all the tribesmen in the tribe for many days." When Chief Tsang heard this, his brows slightly frowned again. "The mammoth is so big. How can it work? It's too dangerous." "No." Jiang Yuan shook his head gently and said, Master Chief, you underestimate the power of our tribal weapons. You must be kidding. Dozens of copper spears were thrown out, hundreds of copper arrows were shot out. Plus he asked Peng to make 2 large copper hammers for Yanshi. Not to mention the mammoth. Even the Tyrannosaurus Rex would be knocked down. I'm old. Since the position of the clan leader has been handed over to you, you can handle it on your own. Clan leader Tsang shook his head and gave instructions, and then said no more. Okay. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, Chief Tsang, come with me to check on those wolf cubs. Jiang Yuan hadn't seen these domesticated hounds for many days. Before we knew it, these wolf cubs, or perhaps it would be more appropriate to call them puppy cubs now, were already half a year old. Recently, Shou led the members of the hunting tribe out hunting, and often led these dozen hunting dogs to run in the wilderness to try to hunt. Hounds are still useful when the hunting department is hunting. Many prey hidden in the snow and caves can be easily found with a single sniff from the hound's sensitive noses. This also allowed the hunting department, which had not been open for many days, to finally capture some prey recently. No, when the head of the Tsang clan heard about the hound, his expression turned a little unfriendly. He said unhappily, Why are you looking at those things? In the eyes of Chief Tsang, feeding the tribe members leftover food to hunting dogs is a sheer waste. Therefore, he had no favorable impression at all on the hunting dogs that Jiang Yuan kept. Jiang Yuan laughed, didn't mind, and got up to leave. An eagle's cry was heard in the sky. Genghis Han, the eagle, flew through the vast snow and then circled above Jiang Yuan. Let's go. Jiang Yuan said hello to Chief Tsang, stretched his body, and walked towards where the hunting dogs were kept. After taking a look at the hound, Jiang Yuan walked towards the stable again. Compared to hunting dogs, Jiang Yuan cares more about these tamed foals. After all, these foals are related to whether the Yunshi tribe can establish an invincible cavalry that can sweep across the world in the future. As soon as it saw Jiang Yuan, the red hare in the stable stretched its neck and neighed loudly, and kept sticking out its hooves, looking very excited. Jiang Yuan touched Red Hare's fiery red mane, then grabbed a handful of hay from the stored hay next to the stable and put it in the trough in front of Red Hare. Chi Tu rubbed Jiang Yuan's arm and started eating, looking very intimate. Among these foals, Red Hare is the tallest and strongest, and very majestic. Jiang Yuan also fell in love with this red foal without a single stray hair at first sight, and named it Red Hare. Master Patriarch, a tribesman who was pushing a cart carrying fodder, came from a distance in the heavy snow. When he saw Jiang Yuan, he bowed hurriedly. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly in response. He glanced at the disheveled tribesman, thought for a moment, and asked, Are you Shang? Shang, the first wanderer he recruited in the past, had once had a conflict with the Red Fox, and the two had even fought in the snow. Yes. Shang looked very respectful. Why are you raising horses here? Jiang Yuan asked curiously. Logically speaking, these wanderers should be working in copper mines, salt lakes, lime mountains, and other places outside the Yunshi Valley. Shang replied, Master, when Elder Pan saw that I was diligent in my work, he asked me to return to the valley to raise livestock with Elder Wei. And I raised horses before, so Elder Wei sent me here to raise horses. Have you ever raised horses before? Jiang Yuan's expression suddenly changed when he heard what Shang said. He strode forward, staring into Shang's eyes, and asked word by word, You said you raised horses before? Chapter 246, Snow Disaster. Yes, Patriarch. Shang looked at Jiang Yuan, who looked a little excited, and answered without thinking. Jiang Yuan saw that Shang didn't seem to be lying, and his expression gradually calmed down. They came from places outside the Lizhan Mountains, and outside the Lizhan Mountains, the level of civilization of many primitive tribes was very advanced. For example, Peng had also seen tribes outside the Lizhan Mountains using spear throwers and raising horses, so it was not very rare. Jiang Yuan looked at Shang, who was obviously much fatter than when they first met, and hid the joy in his eyes very well. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, You have joined the Yunshi tribe for more than a month, and you have gained a lot of weight. Yes. Shang nodded and replied, The food in the tribe is delicious. Jiang Yuan smiled slightly. He was both surprised and happy at this moment. He had always been troubled by the fact that he had never raised a war horse, and was afraid that there would be deviations in the training of war horses. The appearance of Shang could be said to have solved this problem perfectly. Jiang Yuan asked him to sit down under the stable to avoid the wind and snow outside. Jiang Yuan was a little worried, so to confirm, he asked again, Why did you raise horses in the past? Shang replied, To be used in battle for our master. Master? Jiang Yuan looked a little puzzled, but when he heard that Shang raised horses for fighting, he gradually felt relieved. He was also afraid that Shang was raising horses just to fill his stomach. It seems that he can now put his mind at ease regarding the taming of war horses. Yes, Chief, Shang said calmly. Our tribe used to be slaves of another big tribe. The people of our tribe raised horses for that big tribe so that the people of that big tribe could use them in battle. Zhang Yuan's heart was no longer calm. It seemed that in this primitive world, there were already primitive tribes forming cavalry. Zhang Yuan asked, "Are these people who fight on horseback powerful?" "Not so great." Shang thought for a moment and said, "They ride horses mainly to scare people. When their enemies see the horses rushing towards them, they just run away. And the people on horseback from that big tribe often fall off their horses." Oh, Zhang Yuan nodded slightly when he heard this. From this point of view, the so-called big tribe had not invented saddles, stirrups, and even reins. And their so-called cavalry is simply incapable of forming a strong fighting force. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yuan looked a little curious. "Then why don't you raise horses for that big tribe? Why did you flee to the Lizhan Mountains?" Shang explained to Zhang Yuan. "Because that big tribe went to war with another tribe. My tribe was scattered and hunted by the enemy, so I led my people to the Lizhan Mountains in order to escape and avoid the heavy snow." "I see." Zhang Yuan's doubts were resolved, and he asked again, "What is the name of that big tribe? How many people are there, and how powerful is it?" Shang replied, "The big tribe is called the Retian tribe. I don't know how many people there are, but there are many slave tribes like ours in the Retian tribe." Retian tribe? Zhang Yuan looked shocked when he heard this awesome name. There is actually a name for a primitive tribe called Retian. This. Zhang Yuan's expression was indescribably strange, but at the same time, he couldn't help laughing. The name of the Retian tribe is a bit too mighty and domineering. The two sat in the stable, admiring the vast snow and talking nonstop. Zhang Yuan also had a general understanding of the Retian tribe. The Retian tribe is a large tribe in the north of the Lizhan Mountains. It has a population of several thousand and has learned to use fire and tame horses for combat. However, the Retian tribe was not advanced in every aspect. According to Shang's words, the Retian tribe was still using simple wooden spears for hunting and fighting. "How big is the northern part of the Lizhan Mountains?" Zhang Yuan asked softly. At this moment, Shang became the most important window for him to understand the northern part of Lizhan Mountains. "Very big," Shang replied in a low voice. "To the north of the Lizhan Mountains, there is a wasteland that stretches as far as the eye can see, and there are very few huge mountains. There are many large tribes like the Retian tribe. There are even more small slave tribes like ours. And there are tribes that are more powerful than the Retian tribe." Zhang Yuan listened to Shang describing the power of the primitive tribes in the north of Lizhan mountain range, and his expression remained calm. If the tribes north of the Lizhan mountains were not strong enough, Zhang Yuan would be disappointed and unbelievable. Everywhere there are strong and weak people. This is especially true in this barbaric and cruel primitive world. The law of the jungle is also displayed more directly and vividly in this primitive world. After a long time, the snow on the ground was several inches thick. The cart filled with horse fodder outside the stable was also covered with a thick layer of snow. In the gray sky, heavy snow was still falling, and the sun had long disappeared. Zhang Yuan stood up. His legs felt numb after sitting for nearly an entire afternoon. While stretching his legs and muscles, he patted Shang on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "Work hard. Maybe in the future you can become the head of a department in the Yunchi tribe." After Zhang Yuan said this, he walked into the snow and left in the wind and snow. Shang was left standing in the stable, looking confused and puzzled. After a long time, Shang finally came back to his senses. He was so excited that his body was shaking slightly. If someone didn't know, they would think he was frozen by the biting cold wind. Shang murmured to himself, "What does the chief mean? Can a wanderer like me, a slave from another tribe, become the head of the Yunchi tribe?" The heavy snow fell intermittently, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Before we knew it, 2 months of this freezing winter had already passed. These 2 months of winter have brought many changes to the only 12 remaining tribes in the Lizhan Mountains. The most obvious change is that the food stored and the prey raised by each tribe are on the verge of depletion. Zhang Yuan got up early. He looked at the heavy snow outside the window with a frown on his face. This is the second heavy snow since the beginning of winter, and it has been falling continuously since half a month ago. There are few days when it doesn't snow. Before the snow on the ground melts, the goose feather-like snow starts to flutter again. The situation in Yunchi Valley was fine, as the Yunchi people were constantly clearing the snow. Outside the Yunchi Valley, there is ice and snow for thousands of miles. The boundless wilderness is now only vastness, and the mighty rivers have lost their roaring torrents. A scene of ice and snow. If you walk out of the gate of Yunchi Valley at this moment, the snow outside the valley will be enough to bury your thighs. Alas, Zhang Yuan let out a long sigh. Such heavy snow could be called a snow disaster for the tribes in the Lizhan Mountains. Chapter 247. The Embarrassed Lizhan Mountain Tribe. Zhang Yuan stepped out of the wooden door. A night had passed, and the ground of Yunchi Valley was covered with snow up to his ankles. Nowadays, all the members of the Yunchi tribe are staying in the Yunchi Valley and not going out. Those copper mines and salt lakes have been shut down for many days. Some well-behaved wanderers and members of the Limestone tribe moved into the vacant houses in the residential area early on. Zhang Yuan and Elder Pan discussed whether to build some new houses. After all, they couldn't let the new members of the tribe live in caves forever. Many Yunchi people were holding copper shovels and stone hoes, clearing the snow in the valley, and they looked like they were working hard. If it had not been cleared, the Yunchi Valley would have been like the outside of the valley, with snow so deep that people could be buried. The snow has stopped. A tribesman who was working suddenly dropped the tools in his hands, pointed at the sky, and shouted excitedly. Hearing the shout from this tribesman, the other members of the Yunchi tribe also stopped the tasks in their hands and looked up at the sky. Looking at the snowflakes that gradually stopped falling, many Yunchi people in the Yunchi Valley shouted loudly and ran back and forth in the snow to celebrate the cessation of wind and snow. The entire Yunchi Valley was suddenly plunged into endless carnival. Zhang Yuan looked up and saw the sky was endless. The entire world was gray. Zhang Yuan murmured to himself, "I hope the snow stops this time, for real." Over the past half-month, the heavy snow has stopped more than once, but would fall again within a few hours. If the snow doesn't stop, the entire Yunchi Valley will be devastated. Zhang Yuan's voice disappeared with the wind, and he walked towards the shed where the prey were kept. There is still a month left before the cold winter ends, but there are only about 100 large prey left in the Yunchi tribe. The sweet potatoes, wild fruits, and cloud fruit stored in the cellar are currently in short supply. The remaining food in the Yunchi tribe is definitely not enough for the consumption of nearly 600 tribesmen of the Yunchi tribe. Looking at the prey covered with thick fur under the shed, Zhang Yuan whispered, "If the snow really stops, it looks like it's time to hunt mammoths." While Zhang Yuan was worrying about food, other tribes in the Lizhan Mountains were also worried about food. There are 5 tribes belonging to the Lizhan Alliance: the Canglong tribe, the Xiongning tribe, the Shihu tribe, the Fengshe tribe, and the Changchuan tribe. There are also the other 6 tribes in the Lizhan Mountains, such as the Barbarian Bear tribe, the Green Ivy tribe, the Big Horned Ox tribe, etc. The food stored for the winter for these tribes has almost run out. The location of the Lion and Tiger tribe is a circular valley. At this moment, the chief of the Lion and Tiger tribe led more than 100 members of the Lion and Tiger tribe and gathered in a huge cave. The cave was blocked with huge rocks to prevent the wind and snow outside the cave. These Lion and Tiger tribe members, wearing thin animal skins, huddled together. There were several burning bonfires in the cave. Many members of the Lion and Tiger tribe wanted to lie on the few campfires to keep warm. Alas, the chief of the Lion-Tiger tribe sighed and said, "Fortunately, we have the divine fire given by Lord Zhang Yuan of the Yunchi tribe. Without this divine fire, we would have been frozen to death in this winter." After dealing with the Yunchi tribe for many days, the tribes in the Lizhan Mountains gradually understood the division of the 4 seasons. The chief of the Lion and Tiger tribe sighed as he picked up the firewood beside him and put it into the flames. Cough, cough, cough. The Lion and Tiger tribe was choked by the thick smoke that suddenly emerged from the flames, and he coughed violently. He covered his nose and said, "Quick, go and push the stone away. I'm choking." No one dared to disobey the order of the Lion and Tiger tribe leader. 2 members of the Lion and Tiger tribe quickly moved away the huge rock that was blocking the entrance of the cave. The chief of the Lion-Tiger tribe angrily asked the tribesmen around him, "Who picked up the firewood?" The sacred fire has been used for nearly half a year, and the members of the Lion and Tiger tribe all understand that wet firewood will emit thick smoke when burning. Seeing that the chief of the Lion and Tiger tribe was like an angry lion at this moment, naturally no one among the tribesmen of the Lion and Tiger tribe responded. "You won't tell me, right? It seems I have to ask them one by one." The chief of the Lion and Tiger tribe was already in a bad mood, and he was determined not to give up until this little matter was solved to his satisfaction. "Is it you?" The chief of the Lion-Tiger tribe pointed at a member of the Lion-Tiger tribe and shouted loudly. The member of the Lion-Tiger tribe was so frightened that his whole body was shaking and trembling uncontrollably, but he didn't wait for his answer. Suddenly, 2 members of the Lion-Tiger tribe shouted excitedly from the cave entrance, "The snow has stopped! The snow has stopped!" When the chief of the lion and tiger tribe heard his people shouting, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he strode forward. Outside the cave, the wind stopped and the snow stopped, and there was no longer a single snowflake falling in the sky. The snow has stopped. The snow has stopped. The lips of the lion and tiger tribe chief were trembling with excitement. The heavy snow completely blocked their access to food. Although they caught very little food when there was no snow in winter, they still had nothing. However, heavy snow that lasted for half a month completely cut off their only remaining hope. Now that the snow has stopped and they can go out hunting again, how can the people of the lion and tiger tribe not be excited? It finally stopped. The lion and tiger tribe sat down on the ground excitedly. Chief, this is roasted wolf meat. An attentive member of the lion-tiger tribe quickly handed over a piece of roasted wolf meat. Okay. The chief of the lion-tiger tribe nodded continuously while gnawing on the smelly wolf meat. My fellow tribesmen, get ready to go out hunting. The chief of the lion-tiger tribe, who was in high spirits, shouted happily towards the cave, completely forgetting the snow in the wilderness that could bury a person. A member of the lion-tiger tribe who was good at hunting quickly advised, Chief, the snow is so deep, we can't hunt. Yes. The chief of the lion and tiger tribe slapped his head and just noticed this problem. Just waiting for the snow to melt. How long will the lion and tiger tribe have to wait? And it is uncertain whether they can succeed in hunting by then. The chief of the lion-tiger tribe thought of a serious problem again. He looked at a female tribe member and said, How much food is left in the tribe? The female tribesman replied, All that's left is the wolf meat you brought back from the Valley of Beasts last time. The chief of the lion-tiger tribe frowned. How could this little food satisfy the needs of nearly 200 people in the lion-tiger tribe? Looking at the icy and snowy ground outside the cave, the chief of the lion-tiger tribe muttered to himself, Now that the food is gone, it seems that we can only seek help from Lord Jang Yuan of the Yunchi tribe. Chapter 248 Help. The 5 tribes of the Lizhan alliance that were given the sacred fire by the Yunchi tribe were fine, but the 6 tribes headed by the Manxiong tribe didn't even have the means to make fire. That was truly miserable. At the location of the Qingting tribe, the chief of the Qingting tribe was looking at the bundles of plants in front of him with a sad face. There were only a few dozen green vines that were green in color, but had almost lost all their moisture. This vine is a specialty unique to the Qingting tribe, similar to the Yun fruit of the Yunchi tribe. Suddenly, a miserable wail was heard in the tribe, and then the sound of crying spread throughout the entire habitat of the Qingting tribe. Chief, 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 a member of the Qingting tribe, wearing a very thin animal skin, came running over. He looked at the chief of the Qingting tribe and knelt down quickly, tears streaming down his face. Master, the Qingting tribe member cried bitterly. Tang died in the cave. What? The Qingting tribe chief's eyes went dark when he heard that. He stood up with difficulty, but staggered and almost fell to the ground. The chief of the Qingting tribe could no longer remember how many members of the tribe had been frozen to death or starved to death. Their Qingting tribe was originally the weakest tribe in the Lizhan Mountains, with a population of just over 100. However, this heavy snowstorm in winter has caused the Qingting tribe to lose too many members. Come on, help me go take a look. The chief of the Qingting tribe staggered forward, and he ignored the bundles of green vines on the ground, the only remaining food in the Qingting tribe. Cough, cough, cough. Tang, did he freeze to death? Or cough, 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 starve to death? The chief of the Qingting tribe asked. He couldn't stop coughing. I don't know. The member of the Qingting tribe answered in a low voice. The chief of the Qingting tribe came to the cave where Tang died. Many members of the Qingting tribe gathered there, looking at Tang's body on the ground with sad faces. The members of the Qingting tribe were wearing animal skins that could barely keep out the cold. They were all shivering from the cold and were emaciated from hunger. The chief of the Qingting tribe fell beside Tang's body. Tang's face was black and his lips were blue and white. It was obvious that he had no breath of life. Whoa! The chief of the Qingting tribe burst into tears. Even the strong adults in the tribe began to die. In the end, how many people would be left in their Qingting tribe? You know, there is still a month of harsh winter yet to pass. Although the snow has stopped and the wind has stopped, no one can say whether it will snow again before spring comes. The eyes of the Qingting tribe leader were full of turbidity and darkness. He pessimistically believed that the Qingting tribe was destined to perish this winter, because the only food left for the entire tribe were a few bundles of dried green vines. After crying bitterly, the chief of the Qingting tribe pointed at Tang's body with a trembling finger and said, Take off the hide from him and throw the body into the back mountain. Yes. The 2 members of the Qingting tribe responded. and then strode forward to strip off the animal skin on Tang's body. Suddenly, Tang's body was lying naked on the ground in the cave. Two members of the Qingting tribe handed the animal skins to the chief of the Qingting tribe. Touching the still warm animal skin in his hand and looking at Tang's protruding ribs, the chief of the Qingting tribe was overwhelmed with grief. He shook his head uncontrollably and then walked out of the cave. Sigh. Looking at the snow outside that was 1 person deep, the chief of the Qingting tribe let out a long sigh. Father! A shout suddenly came from behind the chief of the Qingting tribe. The youngest son of the chief of the Qingting tribe strode forward and came to the side of the chief of the Qingting tribe. What's wrong? Looking at his youngest son, the chief of the Qingting tribe asked. Let's go to the Savage Bear tribe, the youngest son of the Qingting tribe chief said hurriedly. The eyes of the Qingting tribe leader first lit up, then dimmed again. No. Why? The youngest son of the chief of the Qingting tribe said anxiously. There are so many people in the barbarian bear tribe, so there must be a lot of food. Besides, our Qingting tribe had a very good relationship with them in the past. You've got the best idea. The chief of the Green Ivy tribe patted his youngest son's head and said, the barbarian bear tribe is probably also worried about food right now. Then what should we do? The youngest son of the Qingting tribe chief sat down on the ground with a dejected look on his face, and then jumped up again due to the stimulation of the cold ground. The figure of a man emerged in the mind of the chief of the Qingting tribe. He held a sharp weapon in his hand and had the elite and combat-savvy Yunchi soldiers under his command. Perhaps the Yunchi tribe has extra food. The chief of the Qingting tribe spoke slowly. The youngest son of the Qingting tribe said hesitantly, we don't have any communication with the Yunchi tribe. Will they give us food? No matter what. The chief of the Qingting tribe gritted his teeth, stood up, and said, we can't let our people starve to death here. Our Qingting tribe cannot perish. After a long time, the chief of the Qingting tribe looked at the vast snow and said excitedly, no matter what, we have to give it a try. The youngest son of the chief of the Qingting tribe looked at his father's face at this moment. His father's face was full of loneliness and determination, as well as the determination to give up everything for his people and the tribe. The chief of the Qingting tribe looked back at his youngest son and said, once the snow outside melts, we will go to the Yunchi tribe. Okay. The youngest son of the Qingting tribe chief nodded in response. Since his father had made the decision, he would just support it. 3 days later, in the valley of Qingting tribe, several strong and healthy members of the Qingting tribe, leaning on simple wooden spears and wrapped in thick animal skins, moved forward towards the direction of Yunchi Valley with 1 step deep and 1 step shallow. With every step they took, the knee-deep snow brought them endless resistance. However, they could not stop, because the lives of more than 100 members of the Qingting tribe rested on their shoulders. When the Qingting tribe sent its people to the Yunchi Valley, the Bighorn Ox tribe, which was the weakest tribe in the Lizhan Mountains together with the Qingting tribe, also sent a few people to walk towards the Yunchi Valley through the endless snow. In the Yunchi Valley, Jang Yuan was watching Yin Shi waving 2 huge copper hammers. The wolf suddenly came trotting over and whispered in Jang Yuan's ear. Jang Yuan didn't look too surprised when he heard this. He nodded slightly and said, got it. Chapter 249 Annexation. Jang Yuan said to the rock, stop practicing. Come with me to the gate and take a look. Okay. Rock put away the copper hammer and responded foolishly. He swung the 2 copper hammers for a long time and stopped at this moment. However, he was not out of breath and was not sweating, which was enough to show the great strength of the rock. Jang Yuan, Yin Shi, and Lang headed towards the gate at the entrance of Yunchi Valley. Halfway through, Jang Yuan suddenly said, Lang, go and invite Chief Tsang, Elder Pan, and Elder Wei to come over as well. Yes, the wolf answered and trotted away. Lord Jang Yuan, what did Lang say to you? Yin Shi asked curiously. Nothing, Jang Yuan said. It's just that a few people from other tribes came to our Yunchi tribe. Hearing this, Yin Shi rubbed his head and muttered in surprise. It's snowing so heavily. Who would come to our Yunchi tribe at this time? Jang Yuan smiled lightly and said nothing. After listening to Wolf's report, he had already guessed the visitor's purpose almost exactly. When they arrived at the gate of Yunchi Valley, Patriarch Tsang, Elder Pan, and Elder Wei just arrived. Jang Yuan, what's wrong? Asked the Tsang clan leader breathlessly. Elder Wei's brows were twisted into a knot, and his face was gloomy. Was he worried about the food problem in the Yunchi tribe? Come with me, and you'll know, Jang Yuan said, then took the lead in stepping onto the stone stairs and coming to the suspended wooden bridge. Chief Tsang, Elder Pan, and Elder Wei looked at each other, obviously not knowing what Jang Yuan was up to at this moment. The 3 of them didn't think much and went up the stairs and came to Zhang Yuan. Outside the gate of Yunqi Valley, 3 members of the Qingting tribe stood in the snow. Their knees were buried in the snow. They were shivering with cold, their faces were red, and their bodies were still shivering. Zhang Yuan looked at the 3 people, his eyes narrowed slightly, he coughed slightly and shouted, "Which tribe are you from?" In fact, he had listened to Wolf's report and already knew that the people standing outside the gate were from the Qingting tribe. He asked this question intentionally. A member of the Qingting tribe coughed loudly a few times. Then he bent his stiff waist and saluted respectfully. "Respected chief of the Yunqi tribe, respected Lord Zhang Yuan, we are from the Qingting tribe." Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he heard this. You know what? These primitive guys actually know etiquette and politeness at this time. Qingting tribe. Zhang Yuan repeated slowly, and then asked, "It's snowing so heavily. Why don't you stay in your own tribe and come to our Yunqi tribe? Aren't you afraid of freezing to death in this wilderness?" Upon hearing this, Chief Tsang glanced at Zhang Yuan. Chief Tsang thought that his brain was far inferior to Zhang Yuan's. However, at this moment, he could see that the people of the Qingting tribe came to the Yunqi tribe to seek help. Why can't Zhang Yuan see it? The 3 Qingting tribe leaders looked at each other. The one who spoke first bowed again and said, "Respected Lord Zhang Yuan, our Qingting tribe came here this time to seek help from the Yunqi tribe." The Qingting tribe member paused and said, "We have run out of food in the Qingting tribe. If there is no more food, our entire Qingting tribe will starve to death this winter. So I hope the great Yunqi tribe can give us some food." He then hurriedly said, as if to remind him, "But Lord Zhang Yuan, please rest assured that we will return these foods to the Yunqi tribe after winter is over." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan looked at the member of the Qingting tribe with a half-smile on his face. His calm eyes made the members of the Qingting tribe feel nervous. This guy from the Qingting tribe speaks in a very sophisticated way. Are the civilization levels of primitive people so high nowadays? Zhang Yuan complained in his heart, but his face suddenly turned cold. He looked coldly at the 3 people from the Qingting tribe standing in front of the trench. "Why should our Yunqi tribe lend food to your Qingting tribe? The relationship between our 2 tribes is very good." Zhang Yuan immediately continued. "Besides, whether the members of your Qingting tribe will starve to death, what does it have to do with our Yunqi tribe? As the chief of the Yunqi tribe, I only care about the safety of the chief of our Yunqi tribe. I can't control the people of other tribes, and I don't have the ability to control them." After hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Elder Pan and Elder Wei nodded in agreement. Elder Wei said dissatisfiedly, "Your Majesty is right. Now we only have 100 or so prey left in our Yunqi tribe. There is not enough for our own people to eat. So why should we lend it to them?" Elder Pan also said in a bad tone, "That's right. In winter, no tribe has extra food. These guys from the Qingting tribe are so shameless to come to our Yunqi tribe to borrow food." Only Chief Tsang remained silent, but looked at Zhang Yuan with a strange expression, whose tone and demeanor were cold. The 3 members of the Qingting tribe who heard the conversation in front of the trench, whose faces were originally red from the cold, suddenly turned blue and white. They had thought that the Yunqi tribe would refuse, but they had never thought that the Yunqi tribe would refuse so ugly. The chief of the Qingting tribe gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted, "Master Zhang Yuan, as long as your Yunqi tribe is willing to lend us food, when winter is over, our Qingting tribe is willing to return twice as much prey to the Yunqi tribe." Before leaving, this was the bottom line of the Qingting tribe told to him by the chief of the Qingting tribe. Because it was more than twice as much, their Qingting tribe was unable to return it. Zhang Yuan refused again. "You guys should go back quickly. In such a cold winter, no tribe has extra food. Besides, there are so many people in our Yunqi tribe, we don't even have enough food to eat. So we won't lend it to your Qingting tribe." Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, the 3 members of the Qingting tribe looked desperate. They knew that if they returned empty-handed, the fate of the more than 100 members of the tribe would be death. A member of the Qingting tribe immediately fell to the ground in the snow with a plop. He kowtowed hard, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Lord Zhang Yuan, please lend us some food. If our Qingting tribe has no more food to eat, more than 100 of us will starve to death this winter." Upon seeing this, the other 2 members of the Qingting tribe also knelt down and cried, kowtowed to Zhang Yuan on the horizontal bridge. Elder Pan looked indifferent. Elder Wei turned his head away reluctantly, and Chief Tsang looked calm. But Zhang Yuan simply turned his back and didn't even look at them. After the 3 members of the Qingting tribe kowtowed for a long time, they saw that Zhang Yuan had no intention of turning around, and the despair on their faces became even more intense. Their heart-wrenching cries echoed at the entrance of the Yunqi Valley for a long time. After a long time, Zhang Yuan rubbed his fingers and he knew that the moment he had been waiting for was almost here. Zhang Yuan immediately turned around and said coldly to the three members of the Qingting tribe who were kneeling in the snow, "If you want our Yunchi tribe to lend you food, it's not impossible." Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, a smile of "I knew it" appeared on the face of Chief Tsang. Elder Pan and Elder Wei looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise and shock. Now the Yunchi tribe doesn't even have enough food of its own, and Zhang Yuan is actually thinking of lending food to other tribes. "Lord Zhang Yuan, you say, as long as my Qingting tribe can do it, I will definitely agree to you." Seeing that Zhang Yuan showed signs of giving in, the three Qingting tribe members instantly became ecstatic. They looked at Zhang Yuan on the horizontal bridge and were so excited that they couldn't even finish their words. It's very simple. Zhang Yuan deliberately kept everyone in suspense. When he saw that everyone's eyes were focused on him, he slowly said, "That is, you from the Qingting tribe will join our Yunchi tribe. Recognize me, Zhang Yuan, as the tribe leader, worship the gods of our Yunchi tribe, and become a member of our Yunchi tribe, and I will give you food, and we will give you as much food as you want." Elder Pan and Elder Wei heard this, and both sighed softly at the same time. The tribe can't even support its own people, and yet it's thinking of recruiting people from other tribes. The head of the Tsang tribe couldn't help laughing in his heart. I knew Zhang Yuan wanted to annex the Qingting tribe. After hearing what Zhang Yuan said, the three members of the Qingting tribe were stunned on the spot for a moment, as if they were petrified. The three of them looked at each other, and none of them dared to remain silent. They have long known about the richness and deliciousness of the food in the Yunchi tribe. They also dreamed of eating the delicious food of the Yunchi tribe and living in a house that was not exposed to wind and rain. But will the chief of their Qingting tribe agree to Zhang Yuan's conditions? After all, according to Zhang Yuan's conditions, after joining the Yunchi tribe, their Qingting tribe will completely disappear in the Liaishan Mountains. What? Zhang Yuan looked at the three people who were hesitant and panicked and immediately shouted the question, his voice as loud as thunder. Master Zhang Yuan, we can't make the decision on this." A member of the Qingting tribe said in embarrassment, "I don't know if the chief of our Qingting tribe will agree." Well then, Zhang Yuan shook his head pretending to be disappointed. "Then I have no choice. If you don't join our Yunchi tribe, I won't give you food." When the three heard this, their expressions changed instantly. Zhang Yuan looked at the three people's changing expressions and deliberately said, "I think, since I am your clan leader, you will definitely agree to my conditions. After all, as a clan leader, how can you watch your people starve to death?" After hearing Zhang Yuan's words, the three people's faces changed again. They looked at each other and made up their minds. "I can't watch the tribe members starve to death. After returning this time, I must convince the tribe leader to join the Yunchi tribe." A member of the Qingting tribe stood up from the snow. He took a long breath and said, "Master Zhang Yuan, let's go back and ask our tribe leader, and then I'll tell you my decision." "Okay." Zhang Yuan nodded calmly. "If your clan leader disagrees, then you don't have to come again. Otherwise you will freeze in the snow." After hearing Zhang Yuan's words, the three people's faces darkened. They stood up one after another and walked on the snow to return the same way they came. "Wait!" Zhang Yuan suddenly shouted at them. The three of them stopped and looked at Zhang Yuan with puzzled expressions. Zhang Yuan said calmly, "Seeing how weak you are, I'm afraid you will faint on the road before returning to the Qingting tribe. Yanshi, go get them some dried meat." "Yes." Yanshi responded, jogging along, took out a few pieces of dried meat, and threw them to the three people from the horizontal bridge. The members of the Qingting tribe picked up the dried meat from the snow with trembling arms. They couldn't remember how long it had been since they had eaten meat, or meat roasted by divine fire. The three of them stood in the snow, chewing the delicious jerky in their mouths. As they chewed, 2 lines of tears flowed from their eyes. With their red, tearful eyes, they looked at Zhang Yuan on the horizontal bridge with gratitude, and their determination to persuade the chief of Qingting tribe to join Yunchi tribe became even stronger. "No matter what, I must convince the clan leader to join the Yunchi tribe this time." But when the three were squatting in the snow and chewing on dried meat, several more tribesmen walked towards the Yunchi valley on the snow. These people looked at each other with the 3 members of the Qingting tribe in surprise. When these people saw the barbecue in the hands of the Qingting tribe members, their eyes lit up and their throats rolled slightly. Obviously, they were extremely eager for food. Which tribe are these guys from? Aren't they here to ask for help too? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but mutter in his heart as he looked at the newcomers. As soon as they saw Zhang Yuan, they bowed and saluted. "We are from the Bighorn Ox tribe. Greetings to Lord Zhang Yuan." Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and asked, "Tell me, What is the matter that brought you from the Big Horned Ox tribe to our Yunchi tribe? It is like this, Lord Jiang Yuan. A member of the Big Horned Ox tribe said, we would like to borrow some food from the Yunchi tribe. Jiang Yuan looked at him with a half smile and said, do you see those people from the Qingting tribe next to you? They are here to borrow food too. It's very simple to borrow food. All they need to do is join our Yunchi tribe. Okay. After hearing Jiang Yuan's words, the faces of the several members of the Bighorn Ox tribe instantly showed ecstasy. Without thinking, they nodded and agreed. So straightforward. Now it was Jiang Yuan's turn to be surprised. He looked at them suspiciously and said again, if you join our tribe, you must take me as the tribe leader and worship the gods of our Yunchi tribe. Okay, chief. The members of the Bighorn Ox tribe were all smiling and started to address Jiang Yuan as chief. Jiang Yuan scratched his head in confusion. Why did these guys agree so readily? But Jiang Yuan had no idea that before these members of the Big-Horned Ox tribe left, the tribe leader told them that if they could borrow some food, that would be great. But if they could convince Jiang Yuan to allow their Big-Horned Ox tribe to join the Yunchi tribe, that would be even better. Chapter 250, Further Strength. Not only Jiang Yuan was puzzled, even the two elders of the Tang clan beside him opened their eyes wide in surprise. The three members of the Green Ivy tribe who were devouring the dried meat in their hands were also shocked by the reaction of the members of the Big-Horned Ox tribe. They held the food in their hands and stared blankly at the three excited members of the Qingting tribe. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment, but he didn't think much about it because he had dealt with people from the Bighorn Ox tribe before. The Bighorn Ox tribe is just as its name suggests. From the tribe leader to the tribe members, all of them are as honest and simple as cows. Moreover, this tribe is weak. Jiang Yuan believes that even if they want to do something, it will be difficult for them to cause any trouble. In order to further strengthen the determination of the three Qingting tribe members to persuade the Qingting tribe leader to join the Yunchi tribe, Jiang Yuan deliberately shouted loudly, "Open the gate and welcome our new tribe members to join the Yunchi tribe." Jiang Yuan coughed slightly and then instructed the people behind him, "Tell the tribesmen to prepare broth, stew, and other delicious food for our new members to enjoy." As soon as he finished speaking, several members of the Bighorn Ox tribe immediately rushed into the Yunchi Valley, roaring and shouting excitedly. The three members of the Qingting tribe who heard Jiang Yuan shout looked at the backs of the members of the Bighorn Ox tribe as they stepped into the Yunchi Valley, and their hearts were instantly filled with bitterness and envy. Several people looked down at the jerky in their hands and felt that this delicious jerky was no longer as fragrant as before. A member of the Qingting tribe looked towards the gate of Yunchi Valley, Jiang Yuan's words still lingering in his ears. He swallowed and said to another member of the Qingting tribe, "Let's go back to the tribe quickly and convince the tribe leader to let us join the Yunchi tribe. This way, we can also eat delicious food." Okay. The member of the Qingting tribe stuffed the remaining piece of dried meat into his mouth and then looked at the two companions beside him impatiently. "Then let's go back quickly. We must find a way to convince the tribe leader." They looked at each other. Their eyes were all extremely firm, revealing unparalleled perseverance and determination. After several members of the Bighorn Ox tribe entered the Yunchi Valley, Jiang Yuan did not break his promise, but actually treated them to the delicacies of the Yunchi tribe. After all, the Yunchi tribe does not lack food for these few people, and there is no need for Jiang Yuan to be stingy and destroy the signboard of the Yunchi tribe. After all, whether the Bighorn Ox tribe can successfully join the Yunchi Valley depends on the performance of these guys. Jiang Yuan can't treat them unfairly. These members of the Bighorn cattle tribe had never eaten such delicious food. When the delicious food with various salts, chicken essence, and condiments was served, they drooled. Jiang Yuan had no doubt that it could fill the entire Pacific Ocean. While the few people were wolfing down the food, Jiang Yuan kept probing them and trying to get their opinion. After some conversation, Jiang Yuan was basically certain that the Bighorn Ox tribe had no ulterior motives. They really want to join Yunchi Valley. Jiang Yuan smiled, but when he thought about it carefully, this was nothing surprising. Sometimes a high-quality life is far more powerful than conquering with swords. Relying on the strength of the Yunchi tribe, he could easily make the Bighorn Ox tribe, a tribe with about 100 members, willingly join the Yunchi tribe. After sending away several members of the Bighorn tribe, Chief Tsang, Elder Pan, and Elder Wei all swarmed in. As soon as Elder Wei came to Jiang Yuan, he spoke directly. "Master Chief, our tribe doesn't have much food. At this time, you are still thinking about recruiting other tribes? What are you thinking?" The head of the Tsang clan said helplessly to Jiang Yuan, "I have already persuaded Lao Wei. There is no other way. I can't stop him, so you have to persuade him." Elder Pan remained silent, as if he was there to watch a show. Zhang Yuan laughed. He pulled a chair over and comforted Elder Wei to sit down. He said, Elder Wei, don't worry about the food problem. The tribesmen of the hunting tribe will naturally solve it. Elder Wei snorted in dissatisfaction. How to solve this problem? There are fewer prey in winter. It is not easy to catch prey. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, Summer has its own prey, and winter has its own prey. Although there are fewer prey in winter, there are many mammoths in the wilderness. There are also wild horses and snow deer. You have a good idea? Do you want to save your life when the mammoth is so big? Wild horses and snow deer run so fast. Can you catch them? Upon hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Elder Wei immediately retorted. Zhang Yuan smiled again immediately. This Elder Wei and the then chief of the Tang clan were worried about exactly the same thing. Zhang Yuan deliberately said, This won't work, and that won't work. If it doesn't work, I'll take my people to the cave to dig out the bear's den. Are you really going to kill yourself? Elder Wei almost jumped up from his chair when he heard this. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, Elder Wei, you underestimate the weapons in our tribesmen's hands. Don't worry. The problem of prey will be taken care of by me and the tribesmen of the hunting department. After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, he winked at the rock beside him. Yinshi immediately understood and took his father's support and walked out the door. What are you doing? You little bastard. Elder Wei pointed at the rock and cursed. I haven't finished talking to the tribe leader yet. Why did you ask me to go out? Rock's honest voice came from outside the door. Dad, don't worry. I'll bring you a mammoth in a few days. The Qingting tribe is very efficient, and the Bighorn Ox tribe is also quite efficient. On the second day after their people returned to their respective tribes, the two tribes led all their people and came through the snow. Zhang Yuan quickly led the top leaders of the Yunshi tribe out of the gate of the Yunshi Valley to greet them. The combined number of people from these two tribes is just over 200. The snow and wind were too severe this winter, causing both tribes to lose a lot of people. Otherwise, more people would have defected to the Yunshi tribe. Zhang Yuan looked at the more than 200 primitive people in front of him, who were wearing thin animal skins, were skinny and had their bodies red from the cold, and couldn't help but sigh. These guys were not much better than the 120 or so wanderers he had recruited. Zhang Yuan immediately ordered his men to gather some food and prepare it for them to enjoy. After they filled their stomachs, they were provided with plenty of hot water and animal clothes for washing. After all, at Zhang Yuan's request, Yunshi Valley paid great attention to cleanliness and hygiene. The next step is to arrange accommodation for these people. Currently, there are only 130-odd houses in the residential area of the Yunshi tribe, which can only accommodate more than 500 tribesmen. However, after the Yunshi tribe recruited a large number of wanderers and annexed the Limestone tribe, the Green Ivy tribe, and the Bighorn Ox tribe, the population of the Yunshi tribe has approached 800. It cannot fully meet the living requirements of the Yunshi tribe members. Zhang Yuan could only arrange them to live in the cave that used to be the home of the Yunshi people. When he has free time, he will discuss the plan of expanding the house with Elder Pan. After everything was arranged, Zhang Yuan led them to worship the cloud tree and the sacred fire. When more than 200 tribesmen from the Bighorn Ox tribe and the Green Ivy tribe knelt down in front of Zhang Yuan and Yunshu, they completely became members of the Yunshi tribe. The Red Fox was hiding in the crowd, looking at Zhang Yuan, who was enjoying the kneeling worship of his tribesmen, with endless envy in his eyes. He murmured to himself, how great it would be if I were still the patriarch. Thinking back to the past, I had hundreds of tribesmen under my command. I didn't have to do anything all day, and the tribesmen would bring me delicious food, and no one dared to order me around. The Red Fox recalled how he had been mining lime on the Lime Mountain all these days. The hard work and fatigue made the Red Fox feel a little unfair and resentful. The Red Fox said indignantly, Really? I just ate some of your food and wore some of your animal skins, and you made me do such tiring work. What did you say? A member of the Yunshi tribe who was standing next to the Red Fox heard the Red Fox mumbling nonstop, interrupting him from watching the tribe leader enjoying his kneeling posture. He immediately frowned and shouted angrily at the Red Fox. Nothing. The Red Fox was frightened and shuddered all over. Cold sweat broke out on his body. He quickly put on a flattering smile and nodded and bowed continuously. The member of the Yunshi tribe looked at him with disdain and turned away immediately. The Red Fox stared at his back, muttered a few words in his heart, then turned and left. After accepting the kneeling ceremony of the new tribesmen, Zhang Yuan waved his hand and immediately incorporated the more than 200 new tribesmen who joined the Yunshi tribe into the 11 departments of the Yunshi tribe. Naturally, the 3 departments of the Ministry of War are an exception. After all, the Military Affairs Department, the Combat Department, and the Defense Department have just doubled their staff, and this new tribesman is not qualified to join the Ministry of War and become a Yunchi soldier. Among the remaining 10 departments, Elder Pan's construction department and Ping's engineering department had the most clansmen. After all, these two departments are the hardest and most tiring departments in the Yunchi tribe, so Jiang Yuan naturally has to send more staff to them to reduce the pressure on the department. After disbanding the 200 new tribesmen and arranging all the tasks, Jiang Yuan stretched his body. "I'm so tired," Jiang Yuan sighed, but there was a strong smile on his face. No one wants to see the Yunchi tribe become stronger more than him. Now, there are 782 members in the Yunchi tribe. Jiang Yuan muttered to himself, feeling like he was dreaming. This number is almost equal to the population of the Chiefing tribe during its peak period. Once upon a time, the Yunchi tribe was just a small tribe with 100 people. At that time, the Yunchi tribe could almost be said to be the weakest tribe in the Lizhan Mountains. "It's not easy." Jiang Yuan sighed slightly. He was looking at a huge stone slab with the names of every member of the Yunchi tribe densely recorded on it, all of which were written by him with charcoal. After staring at the stone slab for a long time, Jiang Yuan suddenly felt sad. It has been nearly a year since he came to this primitive world. During this year, the Yunchi tribe and even the entire Lizhan mountain range have undergone earth-shaking changes. Looking back now, it makes one feel that time has passed and the world has changed dramatically. In the past, there were 22 tribes of varying sizes in the Lizhan Mountains, but now there are only 10 left. The Shui tribe, Qingtsang tribe, and Gu tribe all defected to the Yunchi tribe and were recruited and annexed by the Yunchi tribe. Recently, the Limestone tribe, the Green Ivy tribe, and the Bighorn Ox tribe have also come forward to surrender. The Chiefing tribe was attacked and destroyed by all the tribes in the Lizhan Mountains. The Centipede tribe, White Monkey tribe, Blackwater tribe, Bay tribe, and Jackal tribe of the Centipede Mountain Alliance were also wiped out by the Lizhan Alliance led by the Yunchi tribe. It's all just a passing cloud. Jiang Yuan shook his head slightly. It can be said that the Lizhan Mountains are now almost completely under his control. Among the only 10 tribes left in the Lizhan Mountains today, there are the Lizhan Alliance headed by the Yunchi tribe, the Yunchi tribe, the Tsanglong tribe, the Xionging tribe, the Shihu tribe, the Fengshe tribe, and the Changchuan tribe. At present, these 5 allies are reliable and trustworthy. The chiefs of their respective tribes are also loyal and trustworthy people. Apart from the fact that he likes to take advantage of small things, Jiang Yuan is quite satisfied with these allies. The other 4 tribes are the neutral faction headed by the Barbarian Bear tribe, namely the Barbarian Bear tribe, the Deerman tribe, the Chicken tribe, and the Kuan tribe. However, these 4 tribes are not as united as the Lizhan Alliance, and it can be said that there is no alliance between them. The total population of the Lizhan Mountains is only about 2,300 people. With the current strength of the Yunchi tribe, it can easily swallow up these 4 tribes on its own. After all, the total population of these 4 tribes is only 600 people, and in this cold winter, who knows how many people will be left. As for whether Jiang Yuan wants to annex them, it all depends on Jiang Yuan's thoughts. It won't be long before the news that the Qingting tribe and the Bighorn Ox tribe have joined my Yunchi tribe will spread throughout the Lizhan Mountains. At some point, Jiang Yuan came to the huge animal skin map that depicted the Lizhan Mountains. In the past, I probably needed to consider the reactions and thoughts of other tribes, but now it seems that there is no need for that. Jiang Yuan stared at the map, looking as if he was talking to himself. He slid his fingers slightly on the map, and when he saw the 3 passes, his brows slightly frowned. Recently, the food of each tribe has been stretched to the limit, and there is basically no food to enjoy. Well, these guys cut off the food of the tribesmen at Lizhan South Pass, Lizhan North Pass, and Lizhan East Pass. After all, at that time, these 5 allies could immediately agree to be responsible for the food of the 30 Yunchi soldiers of the Yunchi tribe. The more Jiang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, and he felt very uneasy. The heavy snow blocked the mountain, and we haven't been in contact with the 30 Yunchi soldiers at the 3 passes for a long time, and now no one knows what their situation is. Jiang Yuan immediately strode out of the central hall and shouted to his tribesmen, "Prepare food immediately and head to the various passes." These 30 Yunchi soldiers are rare treasures of the Yunchi tribe. Jiang Yuan will never allow any accidents to happen to them. Chapter 251, The Small Tribe Migrating South. Hearing Jiang Yuan's angry shout, the Yunchi people who were originally somewhat idle were all startled and became busy. Shou and Yinshi trotted to Jiang Yuan, and Shou hurriedly asked, "Chief, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Yuan spoke in a hurried tone, his eyes flashing like lightning. "Hurry up and prepare the food. We have to go to the 3 passes." Seeing Jiang Yuan looked so anxious, Shou didn't ask any questions and immediately turned around and left to get busy. Yanshi followed Jiang Yuan closely. He touched the back of his head and asked in a silly voice, "Master Jiang Yuan, what do I need to do?" Jiang Yuan said, "Go and inform the 30 newly trained Yunshi soldiers in the military department to gather here." "Yes." Rock nodded. He held the larger bronze spear, turned around, and disappeared in a flash. In a short while, a team of 60 people gathered in front of Jiang Yuan. They were 30 newly trained Yunshi soldiers and 30 Yunshi people who were delivering food. Jiang Yuan immediately gave the order. 10 soldiers and 10 tribesmen form a team. One team will be led by Lin to the south gate of Lisan Mountain. One team will be led by Shou to the east gate of Lisan Mountain. And the last team will follow me to the north gate of Lisan Mountain. Wolf will lead the public security department and the remaining tribesmen to guard the valley. "Yes." Everyone shouted in unison, shaking the sky and attracting the attention of many tribesmen. After he finished speaking, Jiang Yuan gave the wolf a meaningful look. The wolf nodded solemnly. Jiang Yuan did not hesitate any longer. He and Yanshi led 10 fully armed Yunshi soldiers and 10 tribesmen who were escorting food and walked quickly on the snow towards the northern gate of Lisan. Many members of the Yunshi tribe looked at the gate of the Yunshi Valley that had closed again, and they were all confused. Chief Tsang, Elder Pan, and Elder Wei hurried over. With sweat still on his face, Chief Tsang whispered to the wolf, "Jiang Yuan, what are you doing?" The wolf was about to answer when he found that the red fox had come up to them at some point and was about 4 or 5 steps away from them, eavesdropping with its ears perked up. The wolves had no good feelings towards this guy, and the fact that the red fox liked to be lazy had already spread among the tribe. The wolf raised his eyebrows, strode forward, and kicked the red fox to the ground. "Why did you come to eavesdrop?" The red fox rubbed his chest, which was almost torn apart. He stammered with an extremely painful expression, "My lord, I didn't. How dare you tell lies?" The wolf was furious and was about to attack again, but was stopped by the chief of the Tsang tribe. Chief Tsang frowned and glanced at the red fox, then pulled the wolf aside. "Okay, ignore him. Tell me what Jiang Yuan is doing." Wolf stroked his heaving chest and steadied his voice. "The chief is worried about the soldiers at the 3 passes of Lisan South Pass, Lisan East Pass, and Lisan North Pass, so he asked the chief to prepare food urgently. He wants to go and see it with his own eyes." Upon hearing this, the Tsang clan leader frowned even deeper. "So it has indeed been a long time since I heard any news about Lion Man. In recent days, the tribesmen from the Bingwu Department, and Bingzhan Department have been taking turns to guard the 3 passes, and the half-month of heavy snow happened to be the day when Lion Man went out." Elder Pan said, "It shouldn't be a big deal. After all, there are people from other tribes at those 2 passes." Chief Tsang nodded slightly. He looked up at the gray sky and said, "Everything will become clear when Jiang Yuan and the others come back." He paused for a moment before continuing. "The soldiers of our tribe are so powerful, and even if the 5 tribes of Tsanglong don't send food, the food at the pass will be enough for them to eat for more than half a month." While everyone was frowning and worried, Jiang Yuan and Yanshi led their people and moved forward quickly in the vast snowfield. The snow has not melted yet, and there is snow and wet mud on the ground. When you step on it, the mud and water splash, making it very strenuous. After running for a long time, everyone was so tired that their legs were sore, their faces were red, and they were gasping for breath. Jiang Yuan stood with his Tang sword in hand, looking at the boundless land in front of him, and encouraged the people behind him. "Everyone hold on a little longer, we're almost there." Upon hearing this, everyone gritted their teeth and took another step with their legs that felt like they were filled with cement. It would take more than half a day to travel from Yunshi Valley to the north gate of Lisan without stopping. Jiang Yuan's move was a bit embarrassing, but Jiang Yuan had no choice. At the moment, he was too worried about the safety of the Yunshi soldiers at the 3 passes. Jiang Yuan kept exhaling white smoke from his mouth. He gasped and gritted his teeth and said secretly, "No matter what, we must form the cavalry." In this backward primitive era, sometimes traveling on foot can really make people tired to death. Yanshi walked briskly, without a trace of fatigue on his face. "Master Jiang Yuan, what are you mumbling about?" "It's okay." Jiang Yuan looked at the rock helplessly. "This guy has a really good physique. He seems to have endless strength. He is like a wild bull." Rock let out an "oh" and rushed to the front again. "We're almost there, Lord Jiang Yuan." Yanshi looked at the edge of the Zhili Canyon, which was gradually revealed in front of him, and his face couldn't help but light up. He wiped the hot sweat from his face and said to Jiang Yuan excitedly, "Okay." Jiang Yuan nodded, dragging his heavy feet and responding softly, The Yunshi people behind the two men were gradually unable to hold on because of the heavy weapons and food they were carrying. However, when they heard Yinsher shouting, "We're almost there," everyone started yelling as if they were injected with chicken blood and ran again towards the north gate of Lizhan Mountain, which was straight away from the canyon. Ha! Jiang Yuan laughed loudly and followed the crowd. Huff, huff, huff. By the time everyone arrived at the northern gate of Lizhan, they all collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily with puff-puff sounds. Jiang Yuan opened his mouth to shout, but no sound came out. Yinsher took a deep breath and roared like a lion, deafening. Is there anyone behind the scenes? Come out now. After the voice fell, a moment later, there was a rustling sound at the north gate of Lizhan Mountain, and several heads popped out. Looking at that familiar face, Jiang Yuan finally felt relieved from the burden in his heart. When Lai saw that it was Jiang Yuan and others, he ran down the stairs in great joy and made a commotion with Yunshi and others who had rushed over. Even the tribesmen from the 5 tribes stationed at the northern gate of Lizhan, namely the Songlong tribe, the Xionging tribe, the Shihu tribe, the Fengshe tribe, and the Changshuan tribe, followed them after hearing the noise. Chief, why did you come here in person? As soon as he saw Jiang Yuan, Lai couldn't suppress the excitement on his face. He took 2 steps at a time and came to Jiang Yuan to salute. Jiang Yuan was still slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. He swallowed and waved his hand to signal Lai to get up. After a while, Jiang Yuan said, "You have not received any news for more than half a month, and I was worried that the 5 tribes would not send you food. With this in mind, I brought my people here." Yinsher interrupted and said, Master Jiang Yuan was almost worried sick. Lai's eyes warmed slightly when he heard this, and the other Yunshi soldiers also had expressions of gratitude on their faces. Lai coughed slightly, cleared his throat, and said, Master Jiang Yuan, don't mention it. It snowed so heavily in the past half-month that we couldn't go there. We almost froze to death here. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, pointing to the food he brought behind him, and said, I'm glad you're all right. Do you have any more food? I asked the tribesmen to bring some. Go eat it. Lai shook his head and said, Master Patriarch, we still have a lot of food. A lot. Jiang Yuan looked puzzled. Now he had recovered his breath. Jiang Yuan stood up and asked, How can there be so much? Did the 5 tribes of Songlong send you food? That's not the case. Lai shook his head and said, It's snowing so heavily for the past half-month. How could they still send us food? Then you. Jiang Yuan pointed at the people behind Lai and said, How do you, dozens of people, eat? Lai said, Master, we originally had some food at the north gate of Lai Mountain. Before the heavy snow, a group of primitive people came from the north. When I saw that they were coming in large numbers, I opened the gate and let them into the Lai Mountain range. At this point, Lai chuckled and said, I saw that those guys were all tall and strong, so I thought of letting them join our Yunshi tribe. I think you, the tribe leader, will be very happy. But, Lai added, it snowed so heavily, I don't know if those guys froze to death in the Lai Mountain range. Jiang Yuan frowned slightly. Keep talking. Lai saw Jiang Yuan frowning slightly and immediately said seriously, I let them pass, but I asked them for 10 snow sheep. We, dozens of people, survived for more than half a month by eating snow sheep. Tall and strong, 10 snow sheep. Jiang Yuan muttered to himself, his eyes gradually becoming serious. These guys were nothing like the scrawny, homeless people he had encountered before. What's wrong, clan leader? Lai saw that Jiang Yuan's expression was not right, so he asked in a cautious tone. It's okay. Jiang Yuan glanced at him and said, as long as nothing happens to you. After hearing this, Lai breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment, then asked, how many people are there? Lai lowered his head and thought for a while before answering. There are probably about 30 or 40 people, both men and women, old and young. It looks like a small tribe. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how tall and strong they were, the wandering tribe of 30 or 40 people could not be a match for the Yunshi tribe, which now had 800 people. Jiang Yuan immediately went into the northern pass of Lai Mountain with everyone to talk. In the house where Lai and others lived, there was a brazier burning and the air was very warm. Jiang Yuan immediately laughed and said, Lai, you guy, the room is so warm, but you told me that you almost froze to death. Lai chuckled and didn't answer. Jiang Yuan immediately distributed the food he brought from the Yunshi tribe to everyone. Even the 5 allied tribes, the Songlong tribe, the Shihu tribe, the Xionging tribe, the Fengshe tribe, and the Changshuan tribe, received some. Jiang Yuan said to Lai, recently, the tribe has recruited the Green Ivy tribe and the Big Horned Ox tribe. I need to leave more tribesmen in the tribe to guard it. Therefore, there are only a few tribesmen coming this time, and they also bring little food. Just eat what you can for now. Lai nodded without objection, and instead expressed great happiness at the further growth of the Yunchi tribe. Jiang Yuan pointed at the 10 newly trained Yunchi soldiers and said, "For this rotation, let them guard the northern gate of Lai's-Han. You and the 10 Yunchi veterans go back to the tribe and have a rest." Lai hesitated and said, "Master Patriarch, can they do it? How long have they been training? And they have no experience at all." Before Jiang Yuan could reply, a new soldier behind him said, "Master Lai, you can't look down on us. We were once members of the hunting tribe, fighting wild beasts every day, and we experienced no less danger than you." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. After distributing food and changing guards, Jiang Yuan, Lai and Yinshi immediately led the rest of the Yunchi people and set out on the journey back to the Yunchi Valley. Jiang Yuan had just returned to Yunchi Valley, and before he had time to sit down, the wolf came running over again and reported to Jiang Yuan, "Master, the 5 tribe leaders of the Canglong tribe, the Eagle tribe, the Lion and Tiger tribe, the Peak Stone tribe, and the Changchuan tribe are here." Jiang Yuan's eyes flickered when he heard this. It seems that the 5 of them have agreed to come together. He stretched his waist that was sore from a day of traveling and stood up from the chair. "Let's go and see what these 5 allies are up to this time." The wolf didn't understand what Jiang Yuan said. He scratched his head in confusion. "What is a gourd?" Wolf didn't think much about it. He continued, "Master, in addition to the chiefs of the 5 tribes, the chief of the barbarian bear tribe, the chief of the deer man tribe, the chief of the chicken tribe, and the chief of the Kuan tribe, the 4 of them are here too." Jiang Yuan was a little confused. What are the 4 of them doing in Yunchi tribe? Are they here to call for punishment from Qingting tribe and Dajianyo tribe? Jiang Yuan shook his head and said to himself, "They are here. Even if we put the 4 tribes together, they are still no match for the Yunchi tribe." Jiang Yuan talked to the wolf as they walked. "Wolf, have you ever heard of these 2 creatures, chicken and Kuan?" The wolf shook his head and said, "Master, I have never heard of Kuan. But didn't you once say that chicken is a wild pheasant?" "Almost the same, chicken or Kuan, they are all the same," Jiang Yuan said as he imparted his experience to the wolf. "As for the chicken meat, the wild pheasants that have been raised for 2.5 years are the most tender, and the chicken soup made from them is also the richest." As the 2 were talking, they arrived at the gate of Yunchi Valley. Chapter 252 Plan to Hunt Mammoths. "Why don't you hurry up and welcome the clan leaders into the valley? You're actually leaving them standing outside waiting." Jiang Yuan came to the horizontal bridge and saw 9 clan leaders standing in a row in the snow waiting. Jiang Yuan felt it was a bit funny, so he glared at the security guards and pretended to scold them. "Yes, yes, yes." The member of the security department responded quickly. He trotted forward and together with another member of the tribe, opened the gate of Yunchi Valley. Jiang Yuan stepped out of the door quickly. While the tribesmen were laying the trench bridge, he greeted everyone and said, "Dear tribe leaders, you are freezing. Please hurry into the Yunchi Valley. I will ask the tribesmen to prepare braziers and hot soup to keep everyone warm." "Thank you, Lord Jiang Yuan." "Thank you, Lord Jiang Yuan." "Thank you, Lord Jiang Yuan." The 5 tribe chiefs, the Canglong tribe chief, the Eagle tribe chief, the Lion and Tiger tribe chief, the Fengshe tribe chief, and the Changchuan tribe chief, didn't think anything of it and walked into the Yunchi Valley very naturally. They had come to Yunchi Valley more than once, so they were accustomed to Jiang Yuan's welcome. On the contrary, Black Bear, the chief of the barbarian bear tribe, and the other 3 chiefs felt a little unnatural about Jiang Yuan's enthusiasm. After a long exchange of greetings between Black Bear and Jiang Yuan, Black Bear, under the guidance of Jiang Yuan, entered the gate of Yunchi Valley. Jiang Yuan led the 9 clan leaders to the central hall. Including the clan leader Tsang who had just arrived and the 3 elders Pan and Wei, there were 13 people in total, who sat down in order at the round table. "Go," asked the tribesmen to bring a ceramic bowl of meat soup to entertain the clan leaders. Jiang Yuan said loudly to a tribe member beside him. After the tribe member left, Jiang Yuan smiled and said to everyone present, "Everyone must try the chicken soup from my Yunchi tribe. It is extremely delicious." As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of everyone present lit up. The 4 black bears moved their throats slightly and swallowed their saliva quietly several times. Jiang Yuan took in all their reactions and chuckled in his heart. It seemed that his guess was right. The food of other tribes could basically be said to have been completely eaten up. At this point, Jiang Yuan shook his head again and sighed. "It's a pity that the food stored in my Yunchi tribe has run out. Otherwise, I would definitely make a table of delicious food to entertain you all." After Jiang Yuan said this, he sighed heavily again, looking extremely lonely, tired and helpless. The 9 clan leaders looked at each other in bewilderment at Jiang Yuan's appearance. all of them speechless, and no one spoke to comfort him. In their eyes, they had never seen Jiang Yuan so lonely. At this moment, everyone started to have wild thoughts and became anxious. They didn't know whether their plan of coming here this time would be successful. Soon, a pot of fragrant chicken soup that hit the nose was brought up by a female member of the Yunchi tribe. In an instant, the entire central lobby was filled with the rich aroma of chicken soup. When the fragrance came out, almost at the same time, everyone present felt their stomach growl first, followed by a series of gurgling sounds. Everyone's face turned red instantly, and they were all extremely embarrassed. Jiang Yuan laughed, dispelling the awkwardness. He picked up the bamboo spoon, stirred the chicken soup in the pottery basin, and said, "My fellow tribesmen, this is a soup made from wild pheasant meat. We'll just have to make do with it today. After all, it's winter now, and every tribe of ours is having a hard time." After hearing Jiang Yuan's words, the clan leaders' faces darkened a little. Jiang Yuan signaled the female tribesmen to serve the soup. After each of the 13 people present had a bowl, the chicken soup in the ceramic basin was almost scooped out. "Please," Jiang Yuan invited, then picked up the bowl of chicken soup in front of him and drank it all. The other clan leaders who had come from afar were all growling with hunger. When they heard Jiang Yuan speak, they couldn't wait to grab the wooden bowls in front of them and pour the chicken soup into their stomachs. A bowl of chicken soup was instantly served to the chief of the chicken tribe, who looked a little unsatisfied. The chief of the Kuan tribe was currently licking the soup from the wooden bowl with his long tongue. Chief Tsang, Elder Pan, and Elder Wei had no intention of drinking the soup, as they had already guessed why these 9 chiefs came. Food, however, this time was different from the past. In the past, there were only 2 tribes, the Qingting tribe and the Bighorn Ox tribe, in the small tribe of 100 people. Now, it is impossible for the Yunchi tribe to eat all these 9 tribes in one bite, and it is simply impossible to digest them. Jiang Yuan put down the wooden bowl in his hand and said to everyone with a smile, "I wonder what business the clan leaders have come for this time." As Jiang Yuan asked the question, the scene fell into silence. The 9 clan leaders just turned their heads and looked at each other, but no one said a word. After a moment, Jiang Yuan deliberately said, "Are you all here for the Qingting tribe and the Bighorn Ox tribe?" To be honest with you, the 2 tribes have indeed joined the Yunchi tribe, but they all joined our Yunchi tribe voluntarily. The scene was silent again. Black Bear coughed slightly to break the awkwardness. "Master Jiang Yuan, aren't we here for the Qingting tribe and the Bighorn Ox tribe?" "Oh," Jiang Yuan nodded. "I thought your 9 tribes had objections to the Qingting tribe and the Bighorn Ox tribe joining the Yunchi tribe." No. Several clan leaders shook their heads in denial. "Are you kidding? I was just thinking about how to borrow some food from your Yunchi tribe. How could we have any objection at this time? Besides, what do those 2 tribes have to do with us?" Jiang Yuan deliberately hesitated for a moment and said, "How about this? I'm afraid you won't believe me, so I'll ask their clan leader to come out and let you question him." At Jiang Yuan's signal, a member of the Yunchi tribe immediately went to call the chiefs of the Qingting tribe and the Bighorn Ox tribe to come over. After a while, the 2 of them stepped into the central lobby. Seeing the people present, they were both stunned, but after coming to their senses, they hurried to Jiang Yuan and saluted. "Greetings, Lord Clan Leader." Jiang Yuan nodded slightly, pointed at the 2 people, and said to the 9 clan leaders, "The people are here. You can ask them." The 9 clan leaders looked at each other, and naturally no one spoke, so the scene seemed a little awkward. Although they are primitive, they are not stupid. Everyone knows that speaking at this time is tantamount to offending Jiang Yuan and the Yunchi tribe. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yuan coughed and said, "Since none of you ask, I'll ask. 2 clan leaders, did the Yunchi tribe force your tribe to join the Yunchi tribe?" The chiefs of the Green Ivy tribe and the Bighorn Ox tribe shook their heads frantically and quickly denied. No, Master Chief. Have you forgotten that we all took the initiative to come to the Yunchi tribe?" "Yes, Chief, we joined the Yunchi tribe voluntarily." While the 2 were talking, the chief of the Fengshe tribe interrupted them and said, "Master Jiang Yuan, we are not here for this." "Oh," Jiang Yuan pretended to be curious. "Why? What is the reason? What is worthy of the 9 clan leaders to come here in person in the cold wind?" How could Jiang Yuan not know that they came for food? It's just that the Yunchi tribe is having problems with their own food now. So how could they have any extra food to lend to them? But Jiang Yuan cannot refuse too bluntly, as that would look too bad and would also hurt the feelings of our brotherhood. The chief of the Fengshe tribe looked a little embarrassed. He stammered, "Master Jiang Yuan, the reason why I came here from the Fengshe tribe is to borrow some food." The chief of the Fengshe tribe spoke in fragments, and at the end, his face turned red. If the tribe was not facing a life-or-death situation, who would have the audacity to borrow food from other tribes? It's winter now. Who doesn't know that every tribe is running out of food? Yuan remained silent upon hearing this, and did not say a word. However, the expressions of Patriarch Song, Elder Pan, and Elder Wei all turned very grim. Upon seeing this, the chief of the Fengshe tribe suddenly became nervous, fearing that Yuan would refuse. After a long time, Yuan finally spoke slowly. He did not reply to the chief of the Fengshe tribe, but turned his head to look at the others. Are you here today to borrow food from the Yunshi tribe as well? The others didn't dare to look at Yuan, but nodded one after another. Even if they don't want to lose face today, they will borrow food from the Yunshi tribe. If they couldn't borrow food, the people in their tribe would not survive more than 3 days, and some would starve to death. Yuan let out a long breath and frowned slightly. Everyone was nervous and silent, staring at Yuan, waiting for his reply. Yuan said, "To be honest, the food in my Yunshi tribe is gone. No more. No more. No more." These 2 words, like thunder, exploded in the ears of the clan leaders, making them dizzy, mouth dry, and almost convulsed. After a long time, the chief of the Fengshe tribe finally asked with difficulty, Yuan, "Lord Yuan, is everything you said true?" Yuan nodded silently. "Really? Otherwise, I wouldn't treat you with 2 chickens that I have raised for 2.5 years. I have raised these 2 chickens for 2.5 years. Do you know how much effort I have put into them? These 2 chickens can play basketball and dance. Do you know how hard they work? But I killed them for you." By the end of his speech, Yuan had already covered his face. Upon seeing this, the 9 clan leaders all looked sad and slumped down on their chairs in dejection. They didn't know how they would survive the next month of winter without any food. Chief Tsang spoke at the right time. "My fellow chiefs, hundreds of people have joined our Yunshi tribe this winter, and the food in the tribe has long been eaten up. We are also worried about food." No one answered, because everyone present had lost their energy and mood. At this time, every tribe leader was thinking hard about how to solve the food problem of the tribe. Yuan was thinking about whether to take them along on the mammoth hunting trip. However, given the quality of the weapons in their hands, it was really difficult to deal with the mammoths. After all, a mammoth is a big creature with thick fur, and it is difficult to hurt it except with sharp copper or blunt tools. In Yuan's opinion, asking the tribesmen to hunt mammoths with wooden spears was like hitting a stone with an egg. "Stop it. Who made me so soft-hearted?" Yuan said helplessly in his heart. It would be fine to let these guys do the hard labor. After all, an adult mammoth weighs 7 or 8 tons, and some giant mammoths weigh more than 10 tons. Yuan didn't dare to imagine how many pounds of meat he could get if he captured an adult mammoth. Based on a 60 meat yield, nearly 10,000 kilograms of meat can be cut from an adult mammoth. There is so much meat, it wouldn't hurt to share some with these guys. After all, with the current number of people in the Yunshi tribe, the meat of an adult mammoth is enough for the entire tribe to eat for many days. Even if they smear salt on the meat and make it into jerky, the members of the Yunshi tribe still have to work for many days and become exhausted. Forget it, let them also participate in hunting mammoths. Yuan then said, "Dear clan leaders, I have a hunting plan. Are you willing to participate?" Hearing Yuan's words, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, as if they had rekindled their hope for life. The chief of the Zhanglong tribe asked excitedly, "Master Yuan, what's the plan?" The chief of the Lion and Tiger tribe grabbed Yuan's wrist and waited impatiently for what to happen next. Because they know that if they follow Yuan, they will definitely have something to eat. If there is no meat to eat, there is always soup to drink. Yuan looked at the eager eyes of the crowd and smiled slightly. "We have a herd of more than a dozen mammoths in the Lizhan Mountains. Mammoths are big enough and have plenty of meat. My plan is to hunt adult mammoths." Yuan's words completely stunned all the clan leaders present. "Mammoth? Are you kidding?" Thinking of that body that was like a small mountain, with long manes all over its body, and 2 sharp and thick tusks like bone knives on both sides of its nose, everyone couldn't help but feel terrified and shuddered all over. The chief of the Lion and Tiger tribe let go of Yuan's wrist. He fell back on his chair and smiled bitterly. "Master Yuan, are you kidding? Hunting mammoths? How can we possibly beat that kind of animal? When we stand up, we are not even as tall as a mammoth's calf." "Yes." The others also nodded. They even thought that Yuan said this on purpose to drive them away. Yuan smiled faintly and said, "To be honest, we have been preparing for hunting mammoths for a long time. Because we know that if we want to survive this winter, we must hunt mammoths." When everyone saw Yuan being so confident, they gradually felt more confident. The Eagle tribe leader asked. Master Zhang Yuan, what preparations have you made? Zhang Yuan said word by word. An enlarged spear, a giant net made of ropes, a large copper hammer, and rocks. Chapter 253 Crocodile Lizard. Dear clan leaders, do you have any opinions? Zhang Yuan clapped his hands and asked everyone. I have already told these guys all the plans and weapons for hunting mammoths. I believe that these guys will not hesitate about the plan of hunting mammoths anymore. No problem. The chief of the lion and tiger tribe was the first to respond. After listening to Zhang Yuan's plan, he was already full of confidence. There is no problem with my Songlong tribe. There is no problem with my Eagle tribe. There is no problem with the Changchuan tribe. There is no problem with the Fengshe tribe. The 9 clan leaders raised their arms and shouted in unison. They were all very happy, with all the decadent looks on their faces gone. Okay, Zhang Yuan slapped the table heavily. If that's the case, then we've settled this matter. Yes. Zhang Yuan sent off all the clan leaders one by one. He had already agreed with everyone that they would meet at Yunchi Valley tomorrow and then hunt the mammoths together. However, the chief of the savage bear tribe kept looking back every few steps as the black bear left, his face full of hesitation. Zhang Yuan noticed his expression and immediately stopped him. Black bear chief, I see you have something to say. What's the matter? Zhang Yuan went straight to the point and asked directly. At this time, the other 8 clan leaders had already walked away, and Zhang Yuan was surrounded by members of the Yunchi tribe. Therefore, Zhang Yuan's voice was not low and many people could hear it. It's like this, Master Zhang Yuan. Black Bear pondered for a moment, organized his words, and said, Master Zhang Yuan, actually our barbarian bear tribe didn't need to ask your Yunchi tribe to borrow food today. Because yesterday, our barbarian bear tribe encountered a herd of snow deer. Oh, Zhang Yuan replied calmly. Then congratulations to the barbarian bear tribe. Snow deer are so difficult to catch. I'm sure the barbarian bear tribe must have spent a lot of effort. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Black Bear just shook his head and smiled bitterly. Master Zhang Yuan, we didn't bring back any prey to the tribe. Zhang Yuan's face was calm and composed. Did the snow deer herd escape? Not really. Black Bear shook his head again, his expression slightly strange at this time. Our food was taken away by a strange tribe. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's expression finally changed. A strange tribe? Today, the 3 entrances and exits of the Lizhan Mountains are guarded by 3 strong passes, making it impossible for any unfamiliar tribes to enter the Lizhan Mountains. Zhang Yuan recalled the conversation he had with Lai at the northern gate of Lai Mountain, directly away from the canyon. Lai said that he allowed a tribe of dozens of people to enter the Lai Mountain range in exchange for 10 snow deer. Zhang Yuan could basically conclude that this small tribe of dozens of people was the strange tribe that Black Bear mentioned. How many people are there in their tribe? Zhang Yuan asked after adjusting his expression. I only saw a dozen people. Black Bear said truthfully. More than a dozen people? Zhang Yuan's face turned a little strange when he heard that. Even if these dozen people were as tall, strong, brave, and fierce as Lai said, they were no match for the barbarian bear tribe with 250 people. How did these dozen people snatch the snow deer and other prey from the savage bear tribe? Yes, Black Bear said with a serious expression. They used stone spears, and each of them was very tall. There were only 30 or 40 of us who went out hunting at that time. We were no match for them at all, and were all defeated by them. Zhang Yuan rubbed his hand slightly after hearing that. The fighting power of these dozen people is quite strong. Their combat effectiveness is comparable to that of the Yunchi soldiers, and they can even arm wrestle with the soldiers of the Yunchi tribe. After all, the physical fitness of ordinary people in the Yunchi tribe is far better than that of ordinary people in other tribes, and the Yunchi soldiers are even better. However, hearing Black Bear's description at this moment, Zhang Yuan directly told that the dozen or so people from this strange tribe would not be less powerful than the soldiers carefully trained by the Yunchi tribe. Zhang Yuan asked, Has anyone in your tribe died? No. Black Bear shook his head, and then he continued, But many tribesmen were injured. After Black Bear finished speaking, his face was bitter, and he looked very helpless and distressed. Okay, I understand. Zhang Yuan nodded gently and said, I will try to find out where this strange tribe came from. Zhang Yuan did not clearly state how he would treat this strange tribe. After all, this strange tribe provoked the Black Bear tribe, and did not provoke his Yunchi tribe. Zhang Yuan had no reason to attack this strange tribe. Hearing Zhang Yuan's answer, Black Bear's face showed a little disappointment. He looked at Zhang Yuan, groaned in response, and then led his followers away. Zhang Yuan looked at his back, his eyes slightly thoughtful. Only after the gate of Yunshi Valley closed again did Zhang Yuan walk towards the central lobby of Yunshi Valley. Zhang Yuan said, "Yinsher, tomorrow's hunt for mammoths will depend on your performance." "Don't worry, Lord Zhang Yuan." Rock patted his strong chest and said, "With these 2 copper hammers in my hands, I will definitely smash the mammoth's forehead." Zhang Yuan laughed when he heard this. To be honest, the huge copper hammer in Yinsher's hand was the magic weapon that Zhang Yuan used specifically to deal with mammoths. Mammoths are tall, like mountains of flesh, with long manes, thick skin and flesh, and it is difficult to hurt mammoths with ordinary weapons. Sometimes, if you want to kill a giant beast like a mammoth, you need a sharp blow from the copper hammer in Rock's hand to create the power of thunder. Zhang Yuan said to Shou, "Shou, tell the tribesmen of the hunting tribe to prepare giant nets for hunting mammoths. You should also prepare copper spears, copper knives, bows and arrows and other weapons." "Yes." Shou, who had been following Zhang Yuan, responded loudly. He immediately turned around and left to gather the members of the hunting tribe to convey Zhang Yuan's notice. "Huh." Zhang Yuan stopped, looked at the gray sky, and let out a long sigh. His eyes were as calm as a lake, and it was difficult for outsiders to see anything useful from his eyes. The next day, Zhang Yuan got up early and said goodbye to King Gexi. After asking Yi to take good care of the 2 girls, Zhang Yuan came to the front of the valley. At the front of the valley, the members of the hunting and trapping tribes had already gathered. Each member of the hunting tribe wore a copper knife on his waist, held a copper spear in his hand, had a quiver on his back, and a longbow on his shoulder, looking fully armed. Only Rock, holding 2 huge copper hammers, was smiling foolishly at Zhang Yuan with a silly look on his face. Zhang Yuan was very satisfied with the spirit of these people. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Everyone immediately formed a long queue, stepped out of the gate of Yunshi Valley one by one, stepped onto the trench bridge, crossed the trench, and headed towards the vast winter wasteland in the biting cold wind. Behind the crowd, the people from the Public Security Department led by Wolf and the people from the Military Defense Department led by Lin looked away and bid farewell to everyone. Whenever the tribe takes action, the responsibility of defending the tribe mostly falls on the shoulders of 2 people. But after Zhang Yuan and his men had walked several hundred steps, Shou suddenly asked, "Master Zhang Yuan, didn't we say we were going to meet up with the other tribes in Yunshi Valley? What if we leave first?" Zhang Yuan smiled and said, "There is only one road from Wild Boar Ridge to Yunshi Valley. It won't be too late for us to wait for them at Wild Boar Ridge." "Okay." Shou nodded slightly. Wild Boar Ridge is the only way to Yunshi Valley. Zhang Yuan was right. After walking for several miles, Zhang Yuan could only hear rustling sounds. He felt something was wrong and shouted, "Stop." Upon hearing this, the hunting department immediately stopped moving. "Lord Zhang Yuan, what's wrong?" Yinsher asked. Zhang Yuan made a gesture to silence him. The strange noise in the ears became louder and louder, and the other people could hear it clearly. Everyone's face changed. They had walked this road thousands of times, but this was the first time they heard such a strange noise. A head covered with scales emerged from the cracks of a dead and decayed cliff not far away. It looked like both a crocodile and a lizard. This creature spit out long dark purple letters from its mouth, and its dark green eyes stared at the people in Yunshi not far away. It was the kind of creature that Zhang Yuan, Yinsher, and others encountered in the snow when they were heading to Wutao Mountain. It looked like both a crocodile and a lizard, and was covered with scales. Crocodile lizard. There was not just one crocodile lizard. Following the movement of this crocodile lizard, hundreds of crocodile lizards emerged from the cracks of the cliff one after another. Each of them was about 10 feet long. The crocodile lizards shook their heads and tails, twisting their huge scaly bodies and swaying towards Yunshi and the others. The crocodile lizards hissed and spat, obviously considering Zhang Yuan and the others as prey. As they crawled forward, saliva that could kill people flowed from the corners of their mouths. "Is this the thing?" Shohei Yinsher's expressions changed, and he obviously recognized this creature. Zhang Yuan was also impressed by this creature that looked like both a lizard and a crocodile. He looked at the densely packed crowd of at least hundreds of crocodile lizards crawling towards him, and his expression changed. "Do you have a torch?" Zhang Yuan asked loudly. He didn't know how fast the creature could crawl, so he couldn't rashly give the order to flee. "Yes." The people in Yunshi behind him shouted in unison and took out the torches they carried with them. Zhang Yuan felt a little relieved. Fire is the natural enemy of wild beasts. With the torch, he had the confidence to deal with hundreds of crocodile lizards. The hunter drew his bow and shot a bronze arrow. The arrow's tip hit the crocodile lizard's scales and penetrated more than an inch, but did not hit any vital parts. Even so, The severe pain made the crocodile lizard twist its body violently, and the other crocodile lizards also swayed their bodies and chased after it. What hard scales! Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration upon seeing this. Such a sharp copper arrowhead could only penetrate an inch into the body of this crocodile lizard. It is enough to show how hard the scales of this crocodile lizard are. Other members of the Yunchi tribe also drew their bows and arrows and shot a hail of arrows. The crocodile lizards looked for opportunities to attack under the suppression of the hunters. Some of the crocodile lizards were hit in the eyes by bronze arrows and twisted their bodies wildly, while others continued to attack ferociously under the rain of arrows. Yuan looked at the hundreds of crocodile lizards approaching rapidly under the rain of arrows and hurriedly issued an order. Everyone, pay attention, light the torches, and be careful of the secondary attack of these beasts. Yuan's order had just been issued, and within 10 seconds, hundreds of torches had been lit by the fire starters carried by the Yunchi people. The crocodile lizard that was about to attack saw this scene, and its running body suddenly stopped, and its pair of eerie lizard eyes looked at the burning flames. The members of the hunting tribe all had experience in using fire to deal with wild beasts. When they dealt with other wild beasts before, the beasts also reacted in the same way. When they saw the torches, they were stunned and did not react. Everyone immediately took advantage of this opportunity and rushed forward, swinging their copper knives and chopping at the man. With torches by their side, these beasts are most afraid of fire, so the members of the hunting tribe have nothing to fear. The clang-clang sound came, but this time, it was beyond everyone's expectation. The copper knife hit the crocodile lizard's body, but it only split the crocodile lizard's scales and was unable to hurt the flesh inside. Yuan couldn't help but feel even happier when he saw this. He was surprised and thought, are the scales so hard? Many crocodile lizards had chosen to flee after seeing the torches in the hands of the crowd and being injured. He immediately shouted and asked the tribesmen to surround the remaining crocodile lizards and not let any of them escape. The members of the hunting tribe followed suit, and more than 70 people formed a wall of fire, trapping dozens of crocodile lizards in the crowd. The torches in everyone's hands were lowered and aimed at the crocodile lizards in the circle. The scorching heat of the flames made the crocodile lizards dare not approach. Yuan said to Shou, did you notice just now that the scales of these beasts are very hard? Shou nodded. Our copper knives can barely cut through their scales, master. This thing is too hard. That's right. Yuan also nodded continuously, his face showing more joy. I never thought that I would receive such a great gift just after I walked out of the gate of Yunchi Valley. Shou was stunned for a moment and then said, Master, what are you going to do? Yuan did not explain, but ordered everyone present to spread out the giant nets in their hands that were prepared to catch mammoths, and let them cast them towards the crocodile lizard in the center of the fire circle. Immediately, the crocodile lizards were covered by the huge net and could not move. Under Yuan's order, the people in Yunchi stabbed out their copper spears, specifically attacking the crocodile lizard's eyes, mouths, and anus, which were not protected by scales. Soon, the place was covered with blood and alligator lizards were killed by the sword. Yuan sighed. What a pity, dozens of them escaped. This time, they only captured more than 40 of these creatures that looked like both crocodiles and lizards. Chief, why are you catching these things? Shou asked again. His intuition told him that the meat of these ugly creatures must not be tasty. Yuan laughed and said, you will understand later. Let's go back to the tribe. Return to the tribe. Shou was completely stunned. Weren't they going to hunt mammoths? Why were they going back again? Yes. Yuan nodded and said to everyone, since the other tribes haven't arrived yet, it won't be too late to send these dozens of beasts back to the tribe and then go hunt mammoths. Chapter 254 Hunting Mammoths. In Yunchi Valley, the wolf was standing on guard in the watchtower. Lin was chatting with him and had not left yet. Who is that? Why are there so many people? The wolf suddenly noticed some shadowy figures on the ground not far away. Lin followed the wolf's gaze and squinted his eyes for a few seconds. I see. Why does it look so much like the tribe leader, Hunting and Rock? The wolf's tone also sounded a little uncertain. It looks quite similar to me, but the chief and his men just left the valley. How come they are back so soon? Just as the two were puzzled, the figures in the distance continued to grow larger, and the faces of Yuan and others gradually became clear in the eyes of Lang and Lin. The wolf immediately slapped his thigh and said, Oh my, it's really the clan leader Min and his gang. The wolf immediately shouted at his fellow tribesmen to open the gate. He quickly climbed down the watchtower and headed towards the outside of the Yunchi Valley. Chief, why did you come back so soon? The wolf came to Jiang Yuan at a trot, holding the bronze spear. We encountered some trouble on the way. Jiang Yuan pointed at a crocodile lizard that two tribesmen had just barely carried back and said, "Look at these beasts." The wolf looked down and asked in surprise, "Master Patriarch, what is this?" "I don't know either." Jiang Yuan shook his head gently and said, "There are still more than a dozen of these beasts that have not been brought back. Go find some tribesmen later and ask them to bring back the bodies of these beasts." "Yes," the wolf answered immediately and loudly. Jiang Yuan watched his tribesmen carry the corpses of crocodile lizards one after another into the gate of Yunchi Valley and said, "There are about 50 beasts. I will lead the tribesmen of the hunting department to hunt mammoths later. After we leave, peel off the scales from these beasts, being careful not to damage them." The wolf listened to Jiang Yuan's instructions and nodded continuously. Jiang Yuan had seen people eating crocodiles before. The crocodile meat was delicate, white, and delicious. He didn't know if the meat of this creature that looked like a crocodile was as delicious as that of a crocodile. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment and then said to the wolf, "Use the meat from this beast to make some roasted and stewed meat and see how it tastes." "Can this thing be eaten?" After hearing what Jiang Yuan said, the wolf kicked the crocodile lizard's corpse and said in an uncertain tone. Jiang Yuan said to him, "I don't know either. You try it. If it tastes good, keep the meat. If it doesn't taste good, throw away the meat and keep the outer layer of scales." "Yes," the wolf responded loudly, indicating that he would definitely complete the task. After the tribesmen transported the remaining dozen or so crocodile lizard carcasses back to Yunchi Valley, Jiang Yuan waved his hand to signal the members of the hunting department to set out again. When everyone arrived at Wild Boar Ridge, they happened to meet the chief of Fengshe tribe and the chief of Changchuan tribe, who were each leading their tribesmen to Wild Boar Ridge. After Jiang Yuan talked with the two clan leaders for a while, everyone waited for about half an hour before all 10 tribes finally gathered at Wild Boar Ridge. Jiang Yuan glanced at everyone and found that the Yunchi tribe had the best spirits. Everyone had rosy complexions and were strong and healthy. The people from the 5 tribes, namely the Songlong tribe, the Xionging tribe, the Shihu tribe, the Changchuan tribe, and the Fengshe tribe, looked a little listless and were thinner than the people from the Yunchi tribe. The people of the 4 tribes, namely the Barbarian Bear tribe, the Chicken tribe, the Kuan tribe, and the Deerman tribe, were in the worst condition. They were thin and so weak that they seemed like they could be blown down by a gust of wind. This group of people were dragging simple wooden spears in their hands, and each of them looked just like the wanderers Jiang Yuan had seen in the past. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the very different mental outlooks of the tribesmen from different tribes. A cold winter clearly revealed the strength and level of each tribe. Jiang Yuan didn't stay for long. When he saw everyone was there, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The people from the 10 tribes formed a long dragon and moved slowly forward on the withered land. Ahead is the largest herd of mammoths in our Lisan Mountains. Shou walked beside Jiang Yuan, breathing hot air from his mouth as he spoke to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly. "This herd of mammoths, there are probably dozens of mammoths?" Shou thought for a moment and replied, "There are probably dozens of them, each as big as a small mountain." Jiang Yuan smiled slightly. It's not like he had never seen a mammoth before. Since coming to this savage, primitive world, I have seen many giant beasts. For example, when he was collecting clay beside the giant lake, he saw different kinds of giant beasts such as mammoths, giant crocodiles, and giant-toothed wild boars, which really shocked Jiang Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Yuan only felt the earth trembling. Not far away, a black mountain was coming from a distance. It had a long mane that was long enough to reach the ground. Its nose was sliding in the air like a thick python. Its 2 sharp tusks were like snow-white long knives that could easily pierce the body of any beast. It was a mammoth. "Wow," Jiang Yuan murmured, staring at the mammoth, shock showing on his face again. Judging from the appearance of this approaching mammoth, its weight must be over 10 tons. Big, really big. This mammoth was really moving on the ground like a mountain of flesh. When Jiang Yuan stood next to him, he felt like a tiny ant. Jiang Yuan didn't expect that when he led the team here, he would directly encounter a giant mammoth. It was really beyond his expectation. He turned his head and glanced at the people behind him, who didn't look much better than him. Even though these primitive people deal with ferocious beasts every day, every time they see a giant beast, their hearts are always shocked again and again. Shou was in such close contact with a mammoth that he swallowed hard and struggled out of his dazed state. Shou gently pushed Jiang Yuan's arm and asked, "Master, Chief, do you want to move or not?" Jiang Yuan looked at him speechlessly, then rolled his eyes and said, "Do it?" "Shou, You are really brave. You picked the heaviest one right away." The mammoth gradually walked away, seemingly not caring at all about the hundreds of little ants around its feet. Sho gave a bitter smile and did not answer. He also felt that it was unrealistic to take down the giant mammoth in front of him. Jiang Yuan looked up at the dozens of mammoths marching on the ground ahead and said, "Don't worry, just pick some first. After all, the herd of mammoths is not far away." "Okay." Sho nodded slightly. Jiang Yuan waved his arms, signaling the hundreds of people from the 10 tribes behind him to walk towards the herd of mammoths. The mammoth herds were still walking leisurely on the land, and a few mammoths were gnawing on dry tree bark, as if they didn't care at all about the hundreds of primitive people holding spears. After all, in the Lizhan Mountains in the past, no primitive people or tribe had ever dared to provoke mammoths, let alone hunt them. Perhaps in the eyes of this group of mammoths, these hundreds of little ants were not as threatening as a single saber-toothed tiger. "Lord Jiang Yuan, do you have a target?" The chief of the lion and tiger tribe asked in a low voice, panting. He was so excited that the palm holding the wooden spear was shaking slightly. Jiang Yuan's eyes searched back and forth among the mammoth elephants, looking for targets to hunt. A mammoth herd is a group of mammoths, most of which are related by blood. And because mammoths have a long breeding cycle, mammoth herds attach great importance to the safety of their young. What Jiang Yuan needs to do now is to find a lone target. A target not protected by the mammoth herd. Jiang Yuan knew that this target was difficult to find, or even impossible. But he had no choice. If he rashly attacked any mammoth, he would inevitably be attacked by the entire herd. The most suitable ones are the mammoths that were driven away and abandoned by the elephant herd. "Look at that mammoth. What do you think?" Jiang Yuan pointed forward. The dirty and limp mammoth in front seemed out of place with the entire herd of mammoths. While other mammoths were gathered together to forage for food, this mammoth was on the outskirts of the herd, stretching its trunk to look inside. "It looks pretty good." Sho looked at the seemingly abandoned mammoth, his eyes flickering with brilliance. This mammoth doesn't seem to be accepted by the elephant herd. "It seems." Sho hesitated for a moment, and after observing for a while, he said uncertainly, "This mammoth has brown and red hair, while the other mammoths have gray and black hair. This mammoth should not be a member of this herd, so it is not accepted by the mammoth herd." "It looks like that to me too." Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement, agreeing with Sho's point of view. "Let's get started." The chief of the Songlong tribe rubbed his hands together. He seemed a little impatient. After all, the people in their tribe were hungry and were waiting for them to bring back food. Because the chief of the Songlong tribe felt that the sooner they took action, the better. "Don't be impatient." Jiang Yuan stopped him and said, "Wait for the herd of elephants. Go a little further away." The others all nodded silently. Jiang Yuan once again said to everyone with concern, "Don't get close. Stay far away and use the spear thrower to shoot spears or throw wooden spears. Once you have consumed some of the mammoth's energy, we from the Yunshi tribe will take action." "Yes," everyone shouted in unison. After the herd of elephants walked away, Jiang Yuan immediately waved his hand to signal everyone to step forward and block the way of the abandoned mammoth. "Such a big mammoth is enough for our tribe to eat for a while." The chief of the eagle tribe waved the bronze spear, and his eyes were shining with light. The lone mammoth looked at the people who surrounded him, and doubt flashed in his black gemstone-like eyes. But he did not move anymore because he was afraid that he would step on these little ants on the ground to death. The mammoth let out a long, high-pitched, and piercing roar. Its thick, python-like nose waved gently, and its 2 big ears stopped flapping. It shook its head, signaling Jiang Yuan and the others surrounding it to leave. Jiang Yuan released his hands from covering his ears. The mammoth's long roar almost deafened him. "Get started," Jiang Yuan shouted and waved his arms vigorously. Hearing Jiang Yuan's order, hundreds of primitive people from the 9 tribes except the Yunshi tribe shouted and roared, using spear throwers and arms to throw the spears and wooden spears in their hands towards the mammoth. The people of the Yunshi tribe also drew their bows and aimed the sharp copper arrows in their hands at the lonely mammoth. With a loud elephant roar that pierced the clouds and cracked the rocks, the mammoth's body was instantly covered with hundreds of bronze arrows, spears, and wooden spears. The sharp weapon pierced its skin, causing it to feel great pain. The mammoth's skin was torn and it was screaming in pain. At this moment, he was like a hedgehog and a porcupine. The elephant's skin was torn and the wounds were pierced, and blood gushed out, instantly staining its huge body that was as big as a hill, making it look like it was covered in blood. The mammoth waved its trunk, and it screamed in pain while waving its sharp tusks like 2 giant knives. It shook its head and looked like a madman. The mammoth stretched out its 4 hooves like pillars of support, with hundreds of spears and bronze arrows piercing its body. It was about to break through the encirclement of the crowd and escape into the distance. The people, fearing that they would be crushed into meat paste by the mammoth's huge hooves, scattered in a hurry and scrambled to escape from the mammoth's hooves. At this time, they only regretted that their parents had not given them 2 more legs. The mammoth was covered in blood. Although this wave of attacks could not kill it, it was enough to seriously injure it. The loud elephant calls attracted the attention of a herd of elephants not far away. Many huge adult mammoths looked over here, and some were even walking towards this side. Although the elephant herd did not accept this lone mammoth, elephants just like to meddle in other people's business. Faced with predators that kill their own kind, they will inevitably choose to intervene. Jiang Yuan's eyes were cold, and he shouted, "Weave a net." As he shouted, nearly 100 people from the Yunshi tribe worked together to throw out several huge nets with huge rocks tied to the 4 corners. How great was the brute force of primitive people! Several huge nets opened up and flew into the sky, heading towards the mammoth. In the end, there was a huge net covering the mammoth's body. The restraint of the huge net caused the seriously injured and panicked mammoth to stagger, and its body fell to the ground like a collapsed stone, causing the earth to tremble. "Hurry up and kill this mammoth," Jiang Yuan shouted again. The giant net had been stained red by the mammoth's body. However, the mammoth's vitality was too strong. Even if it was seriously injured, it was an existence that primitive people could not shake. Hearing Jiang Yuan's order, the people in Yunshi waved the enlarged sharp copper spears in their hands and rushed towards the mammoth that was lying on the ground and wrapped in the giant net. It is not difficult to imagine that the sharp spear tip shining in the sun is enough to cause fatal damage to the mammoth. Kill! Rock let out an earth-shattering roar that resounded through the sky. Like a violent giant ape, he wielded 2 extremely heavy copper hammers from a distance and smashed them heavily at the center of the mammoth's eyebrows. Chapter 255, Roadblocks. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the fallen mammoth was hit hard on the forehead by a rock. I saw that the fur on the mammoth's head was deeply dented by the heavy blow of the copper hammer. The mammoth raised its trunk high, let out a roar that shook the earth, and then its huge head drooped heavily. "Retreat quickly." Jiang Yuan took a look at the mammoth with a dent on its forehead, and he knew very well that the mammoth had no chance of survival. "Retreat quickly," Jiang Yuan shouted, and ordered the surrounding tribesmen to retreat. The earth shook, the mountains swayed, and in the distance several mammoths were running towards this place with their 4 hooves spread out. As the elephant's hoof fell, the earth shook. Hearing Jiang Yuan's order, everyone didn't even care about the weapons in their hands. Feifei spread his legs and ran away wildly. "Come here." Jiang Yuan had already seen a narrow crevice in the mountain. He hid in it first, and then waved to the tribesmen outside. No matter whether they were from the Yunshi tribe or other tribes, they all swarmed towards the mountain crevice, vying for the first place, fearing that they would be trampled into meat paste by the mammoths behind them. There was excitement on the hunter's face, and his body was shaking slightly with excitement. The Yunshi tribe had never hunted a beast of such a huge size. This was their first time hunting a giant beast. The hunter was very happy. He said excitedly, "Chief, I wonder how much meat we can cut from this mammoth." Jiang Yuan smiled slightly when he heard this. The weight of the mammoth hunted by the group was conservatively estimated to be around 8 tons. Jiang Yuan believed that it would be no problem for them to harvest tens of thousands of kilograms of fresh meat on this trip. Many people have already hidden in the crevices of the mountains. Many people are crowding towards the entrance of the crevice, stretching their necks to look outside, trying to see clearly what the mammoth is doing at this moment. A giant mammoth with a long mane came to the mouth of the crevice. It stretched its neck and roared, waving its sharp tusks, staring at the hundreds of people in the crevice with its eyes, and seemed extremely angry. Jiang Yuan walked towards the entrance of the crevice. People consciously moved to the sides to make way for Jiang Yuan. The mammoth blocking the entrance to the crevice could not enter the crevice due to its huge size, nor could it threaten anyone. After a while, the mammoth shook its ears, waved its tail, and left. The chief of the barbarian bear tribe, Black Bear, looked outside and muttered, "This group of mammoths is really strange. They don't accept this mammoth, but they don't allow us to hurt him." At this time, outside on the ground, the mammoth whose forehead was smashed by the rock with a copper hammer was completely silent, and the herd of elephants that refused to accept it were now circling around its corpse. Shou frowned deeply, staring at the scene outside, and said, "Chief, what should we do? I see these mammoths have no intention of leaving. Don't be impatient. Wait a little longer." Jiang Yuan crossed his arms, signaling Jiang Yuan to be patient, with a very calm expression. Shou smiled bitterly and shook his head. Lord Jiang Yuan, I'm worried that it will attract other ferocious beasts. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, we have hundreds of people here. No matter how many beasts come, they are just our prey. When the others heard what Jiang Yuan said, they had no choice but to be patient and wait quietly for the herd of elephants outside the crevice to leave. If the herd of elephants refused to leave, they would be helpless against these giant mammoths. Hard work pays off. After a long time, a member of the Yunshi tribe pointed outside and shouted, the elephants have left. The elephants have left. Hearing this, everyone instantly became excited, and many people rushed towards the entrance of the crevice. What's the commotion? Don't move. Jiang Yuan frowned and shouted at the tribesmen behind him. The other clan leaders followed suit. The noisy and chaotic crowd immediately calmed down. The herd of elephants that had surrounded the mammoth's corpse finally left. The entire herd of mammoths surrounded the mammoth cub in the middle and were now walking away. Seeing this scene, the crowd suddenly burst into thunderous cheers. The departure of the elephant herd meant that their hunting this time was a success. Their tribe can finally survive this winter, and their people no longer have to suffer from hunger. Members of the 10 tribes cheered and shouted as they rushed out of the mountain crevice. They dragged their spears, brandished bronze and stone knives, and surrounded the mammoth's corpse, sharpening the knife to attack the mammoth. Seeing the tribesmen so excited, the 10 clan leaders headed by Jiang Yuan also had indelible joy on their faces. Dear clan leaders, don't be too happy yet, Jiang Yuan said calmly, smiling at the 9 clan leaders. Looking at the puzzled eyes of the others, Jiang Yuan said, although we all participated in the mammoth hunt this time, some contributed more and some contributed less. We should first clarify how to distribute the mammoth. After hearing Jiang Yuan's words, everyone looked at each other, and the smiles on their faces quickly disappeared like boiling water scalding snow. While the tribesmen from various tribes were excitedly cutting open the mammoths, skinning and bleeding them, a cold wind was howling around the 10 chiefs, and no one made a sound. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Jiang Yuan did not say anything, but instead glanced at the 5 people. The chief of the Songlong tribe, the chief of the Shirhu tribe, the chief of the Xiongning tribe, the chief of the Fengshe tribe, and the chief of the Changchuan tribe. These 5 tribes are all allies of him and the Yunshi tribe. Jiang Yuan wants to know whether these 5 allies will still be on the same front with him when dividing the food. The chief of the Fengshe tribe was the first to notice Jiang Yuan's gaze. As one of the few smart people among the primitive people present, he immediately said, Master Jiang Yuan, we are brothers. My Fengshe tribe will obey you. Jiang Yuan nodded slightly at him. Hearing what the chief of the Fengshe tribe said, the chiefs of the Lion and Tiger tribe, the Songlong tribe, the Eagle tribe, and the Changchuan tribe all spoke in agreement. The chiefs of the Barbarian Bear tribe, the Chicken tribe, the Kuan tribe, and the Deerman tribe did not say a word. It seems that these allies are not willing to turn against me just for a little bit of profit. Jiang Yuan was very satisfied with their actions. He glanced at Black Bear and the others, cleared his throat, and said, this mammoth hunting operation was proposed by our Yunshi tribe and organized by our Yunshi tribe. Moreover, our Yunshi tribe has the most people and has contributed the most. I think our Yunshi tribe should get the most meat. You should all have no objection, right? The chief of the Fengshe tribe nodded again. Master Jiang Yuan, you are right. My Fengshe tribe has no objection. The chief of the Lion Tiger tribe laughed and said, Master Jiang Yuan, how about this? We will listen to you on how to divide the money. Anyway, we have never suffered any loss by listening to you. The chiefs of the Eagle tribe, Changchuan tribe, and Songlong tribe all laughed. The 4 black bears looked very reluctant, but they nodded in agreement. Jiang Yuan pondered for a moment and said, the meat of this mammoth will be divided into 10 portions. My Yunshi tribe will take 4 portions, and the remaining 6 portions will be distributed according to the number of tribesmen you have dispatched. The tribe that dispatches more tribesmen will get more. As Jiang Yuan finished speaking, the smiles on the faces of the other 9 clan leaders froze. Jiang Yuan looked at the reactions of the crowd and said calmly, to be honest with you clan leaders, the number of people in my Yunshi tribe has reached 800, so I think everyone will have no objection if my Yunshi tribe asks for more food. Hearing Jiang Yuan's words, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The 5 chiefs of the Songlong tribe looked relatively calm, while the chiefs of the Black Bear tribe, the Chicken tribe, the Kuan tribe, and the Deerman tribe all looked extremely horrified. They knew that the Yunshi tribe had many people, but they did not expect that the current population of the Yunshi tribe could reach 800. No objection. The chief of the Fengshe tribe said with a forced smile. The others nodded silently. Jiang Yuan stroked the Tang sword in his hand, but in fact he still wanted some more. It was only out of consideration for the feelings of other tribes that the lion did not ask for too much. To be honest, 4/10 is not much. At most, there were only a few thousand kilograms of meat. When distributed to every member of the Yunchi tribe, each person could only get a few kilograms, which was not much. The other 9 tribes combined have a population of about 1,500, so they got even less than the Yunchi tribe. This mammoth hunting can only solve their current food crisis and alleviate urgent needs. If they want to survive this cold winter safely, this hunting trip is far from enough. Now that the distribution plan has been finalized, the next step is to slaughter the mammoth meat and distribute it. The fibers of mammoth meat are extremely coarse, and the meat is very bright red. Even though hundreds of people were busy at the same time, by the time the entire mammoth was dismantled and divided, it was already getting dark and night was about to fall. Everyone, see you later. Jang Yuan said goodbye to everyone. The other 9 clan leaders also waved goodbye. Jang Yuan waved his hand, and nearly 100 people from the Yunchi tribe, each carrying nearly 100 kilograms of mammoth meat, headed towards the Yunchi tribe. Although the other tribes did not receive as much as the Yunchi tribe, each tribe also reaped a great deal. Jang Yuan was also carrying a piece of mammoth meat, and Shou and Yinshi were walking on both sides of him, each carrying a piece of meat. Rock laughed foolishly and said, "Master Jang Yuan, I have never eaten mammoth meat in my life." Jang Yuan shook the flesh on his face and said with a smile, "Then I'll let you enjoy a feast this time." Shou interrupted and said, "Master Jang Yuan, if we each carry pieces of meat, the bloody smell will spread out. Will it attract some wild beasts?" "Shut your bad mouth." Upon hearing Shou say this, Jang Yuan immediately glared at him unhappily. There were gray shadows in the distance, but they did not attract any wild beasts. Instead, they attracted a few jackals. "The hunt can't stop," Jang Yuan muttered to himself as he looked at the small wild animals that appeared around Yunshi and his group. The Yunshi tribe seemed to have reaped a lot this time, but the meat of these mammoths could not be consumed by the huge number of tribesmen in the Yunshi tribe. Jang Yuan once again felt that his past persistence in growing wheat and sweet potatoes was correct. It is really difficult to support a large tribe just by relying on hunting. Animal husbandry and planting are the foundation for the Yunshi tribe to become stronger in the future. Lord Jang Yuan, don't worry. Shou was enjoying the harvest. Seeing that Jang Yuan was still worried about the food problem, he said, "Lord Jang Yuan, winter will be over in a month. By then, all kinds of prey will reappear. Our hunting team will definitely bring back enough prey for the tribe." "Okay," Jang Yuan responded with a smile. Winter was the season that primitive tribes in the primitive times were most reluctant to face. The barbarian bear tribe is also on the way back to the tribe. The black bear led dozens of his tribesmen, carrying pieces of meat and dragging wooden spears, and marched quickly across the land. They had to get back to the tribe before nightfall. They had no sacred fire to use, and naturally no torches for lighting. Moreover, it is even colder in the wilderness at night, and there are countless dangers. "Hurry! Faster!" The black bear stretched out his legs and kept calling out to the tribesmen behind him. The sharp stones scratched the soles of the black bear's feet, but the black bear was completely unaware. Compared to the possible dangers he might encounter, this little pain was nothing to him. Hearing the black bear's call, the members of the savage bear tribe gritted their teeth and quickened their pace. After all, there are still hungry children, hungry women, and hungry relatives in the tribe. As everyone was running wildly, they did not notice the 20 or 30 figures that suddenly appeared in front of them. "Stop!" Black Bear was one of the most powerful men in Lizhan mountain range. He shouted and stopped everyone. The black bear narrowed his eyes and looked ahead at the 20 or 30 figures blocking the way of the savage bear tribe. These people, both men and women, are all in their prime. They were all tall and strong, covered in thick animal skins, and holding the leg bones of an unknown animal as weapons. The leg bones are long and thick, with one section being huge. There is no doubt that if an ordinary person is hit by this kind of leg bone, he will inevitably suffer broken bones and tendons. A member of the barbarian bear tribe next to the black bear squinted his eyes to see the faces of the group of people. His expression suddenly changed. He said to the black bear nervously, "Master, it was these guys who stole the snow deer from our tribe last time." "What?" When Black Bear heard this, his expression suddenly changed and murderous aura filled his whole body. The black bear glanced at his tribesmen behind him and found that their number was twice as many as the group opposite. Black Bear instantly gained confidence. He threw away the piece of meat on his shoulder, clenched the wooden spear in his hand, and said in a very cold voice, "Get ready to fight, and take back the food that was stolen from our tribe last time. Damn it, except for the chiefing tribe, No one dares to treat my barbarian bear tribe like this. Black Bear felt the blood boiling in his body, and he rubbed his hands together as he spoke. The black bear is tall and has a strong physique, with a layer of black hair all over its body. From a distance, it really looks like an upright and savage black bear. At this moment, the black bear wished he could tear the guys on the opposite side into pieces. Come on, you damn bastards. How dare you steal the food from my barbarian bear tribe? I'll tear your heads off. Chapter 256 Crocodile, Lizard Leather Armor. Smoke rose and dust flew. In an area not far from the savage bear tribe, nearly 100 people were fighting. Blood splattered in the air and roars rose one after another. As long as you hand over the food, I won't kill any members of your tribe. A majestic primitive man was seen holding a leg bone of an unknown animal in his hand, pointing at the black bear that had fallen to the ground. Black Bear's face was blue and red, looking extremely ugly. He never expected that he would be knocked to the ground before lasting more than 10 rounds after fighting with the guy opposite him. Hand over the food or not, the primitive man roared again. His name was Ao. You damn bastard, you want me to hand over the food? Dream on. The black bear grabbed a handful of sand and threw it in the mastiff's face. Oh, the mud got into the mastiff's eyes. He covered his eyes and took a few steps back, screaming in pain. Die. The black bear jumped up from the ground, grabbed the wooden spear left aside, and stabbed it towards the throat of the mastiff. Court death. The mastiff, who had already stabilized his body, let out a loud roar, swung his stick, smashing the wooden spear that the black bear had stabbed at him into pieces, and then kicked the black bear to the ground. The black bear covered his torn chest and gasped, his face looking extremely painful. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and every breath he took felt like it was being cut by a knife. Just hand over the food obediently. Why are you looking for death here? The mastiff glared at the black bear. He strode forward and stepped on the black bear's chest. I don't want to kill anyone. Tell your tribe to stop, and I will let you go. The black bear coughed violently and looked around. However, the scene that came into his sight disappointed him and filled him with horror. The number of people in the barbarian bear tribe is obviously twice as many as that of the opposite side, but at this moment, the barbarian bear tribe is in a passive situation of being beaten. The two members of the barbarian bear tribe are no match for the enemy on the opposite side. How could this happen? The black bear's face was pale, as if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. The mastiff looked at the black bear with cold and disdainful eyes. He snorted slightly, kicked the black bear hard in the abdomen, then turned and left, dragging the bone in his hand. He saved the black bear's life. Mastiff believes in the law of the jungle and that the strong are king. He only respects the strong. When he stepped into the Lizhan Mountains in the past, he was only allowed to enter after offering 10 snow deer. No need to kill anyone, just take their food away. Mastiff spoke loudly as he picked up a huge piece of mammoth meat and carried it on his shoulder. Hearing the order issued by Ao, his tribesmen stopped fighting one after another. No one was injured, and all of them were extremely brave. On the other hand, the members of the savage bear tribe had basically been knocked to the ground and were lying on the ground groaning and wailing in pain. Let's go. Ao was very happy. He and his tribesmen carried the pieces of mammoth meat that originally belonged to the barbarian bear tribe and walked away. His tribe only had 30 or 40 people, and in Ao's opinion, such an amount of food was enough to feed their tribe for a long time. The black bear was lying on the barren earth. A biting cold wind was blowing from afar, ruffling his hair. Snowflakes were floating down and landing on his dark and yellow face. Cough, cough, cough. The black bear couldn't help but cough, and a mouthful of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Chief, Chief, a member of the savage bear tribe dragged his wounded body and crawled towards the black bear with difficulty. Chief, how are you? The member of the barbarian bear tribe came to the black bear and lifted up the upper body of the black bear. Chief, are you okay? This member of the barbarian bear tribe was seriously injured, but he still kept caring about the black bear. Black bear's breathing was disordered, and after a long time, he shook his head slightly. Chief, what should we do? The tribesmen of the barbarian bear tribe said to the shadow with a sad face. Our food has been taken away, and the tribesmen in the tribe are waiting for us to bring food back. All the food of the savage bear tribe has been almost consumed. The more than 200 members of the tribe are relying on the food they hunt today to survive. Now, the food that he had just obtained was snatched away by his barbarian bear tribe before he could even warm it up. Black Bear frowned deeply, leaned in the arms of his tribesmen, and did not answer. After a long time, Black Bear finally said with difficulty, Go and see if any of our tribesmen have died. Yes. The member of the barbarian bear tribe responded while wiping his tears, then stood up and looked around. After a while, he said to Black Bear, "Chief, no one in our tribe died, but all the tribesmen were injured." Hearing this, Black Bear's expression eased a little and was no longer as ugly as before. Black Bear was silent for a long time, and then said with difficulty, "Let the tribesmen stand up and return to the tribe first." Now that it was getting dark, they could no longer delay in the wild and had to return to the tribe as soon as possible. "Yes." The tribesmen of the barbarian bear tribe shouted while holding back the pain, and called on the tribesmen around them to stand up. While the people of the barbarian bear tribe were dragging their wounded bodies and struggling to walk towards the tribe, Jang Yuan led the people of the Yunchi tribe and also stepped into the Yunchi Valley. "Master Patriarch, you are finally back." As soon as the wolf saw Jang Yuan, it rushed down from the city wall and ran towards Jang Yuan and others. Then, Jang Yuan shouted, and with great force he threw the large piece of meat on his shoulder towards the wolf. Bang! The wolf was hit by the nearly 100-pound piece of meat, and its body shook so much that it almost fell to the ground. The wolf looked at the piece of meat in his arms, his face full of surprise and joy. "Master Chief, you really killed a mammoth? How could it be false?" Jang Yuan laughed and led everyone towards the Yunchi Valley. Torches were lit everywhere in the Yunchi Valley at this time, and pots of bonfires were burning in the air, illuminating the entire valley as if it were daytime. "Nothing happened in the tribe, right?" Jang Yuan turned his head and asked the wolf. When Jang Yuan was not in Yunchi Valley, he was always worried and couldn't let go. "No." Wolf laughed and shook his head. "Master, Lin and I are guarding the tribe. Nothing will go wrong." "I'm glad nothing happened." Jang Yuan nodded slightly, and he kept nodding in response to the tribesmen beside him who saluted him. "Master Chief." The wolf put down the piece of meat on his shoulder and said, "The tribe has prepared food. You and the hunters should go and eat something. After all, you have been tired all day." "Okay." Jang Yuan patted Wolf on the shoulder and said, "Give all the meat you got back today to you and one to dispose of." "Yes." The wolf responded and turned away. Jang Yuan walked into the central lobby, with Shou and Yinshi on either side of him. Not long after, Chief Tsang, Elder Pan, and Elder Wei also came in. "Chief Tsang, 2 elders, have you had dinner?" Jang Yuan greeted them. The head of the Tsang clan nodded slightly and said, "I have eaten." "How was it today? Did you encounter any danger?" Elder Wei asked, following Chief Tsang's words. Jang Yuan smiled softly. "How can hunting mammoths be without danger? But these dangers are nothing." While they were talking, several female members of the Yunchi tribe brought in sumptuous food in clay basins. Jang Yuan picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of stewed meat, and put it into his mouth. He was surprised by the freshness and rich aroma of the stewed meat. Jang Yuan asked curiously, "What kind of meat is this? It tastes so delicious. Why haven't I eaten it before?" Elder Pan smiled and replied, "This is the 4-legged beast you captured today." 4-legged beasts. Jang Yuan looked puzzled. He asked, "Are you talking about those beasts with scales on their bodies that look like both crocodiles and lizards?" "Yes." Elder Pan nodded and said, "Isn't this thing a 4-legged beast?" Jang Yuan was speechless. He did not refute and concentrated on enjoying the delicious crocodile lizard meat. "Chief Tsang, Elder Pan, Elder Wei, if you are busy, please leave. You don't have to stay here with us." Jang Yuan saw the 3 of them sitting aside, so he advised, "Yes, father, what are you doing sitting here?" Yinshi said to Elder Wei incoherently while chewing on a sheep bone. "You brat." Elder Wei slapped Rock in the face. "Even delicious food can't stop your mouth." Yinshi was slapped for no apparent reason and looked very aggrieved, causing Jang Yuan and Shou, as well as Chief Tsang and Elder Pan, who were standing next to him, to burst into laughter. After everyone finished laughing, Chief Tsang, Elder Pan, and Elder Wei stood up and left. "Eat quickly, we still have things to do after that." Jang Yuan urged Shou and Yinshi while drinking the fruit soup in the bowl. Shou took a big bite of meat, wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth and asked, "Master Patriarch, it's so late. What else do you have to do?" "Yes." Yinshi looked at the sky outside. The cold wind was howling outside the window, and the lonely moon in the night sky was cold. "It's so dark now. Can't we do it tomorrow?" Jang Yuan put down the ceramic bowl in his hand and shook his head gently. "Today, we caught dozens of lizard-like beasts. I have great use for the scales on their bodies." Yinshi looked a little disdainful. "Master Jang Yuan, what use are animal skins? Aren't they just for wearing?" The relationship between Jang Yuan and Yinshi now is like that between Cao Cao and Su Chu. Jang Yuan kicked Yinshi hard on the butt. "You are the only one who knows so much." The kick did not hurt Rock at all. He just smiled and continued to focus on the sheep bone in his mouth. Forget it. Zhang Yuan looked at the two people wolfing down their food and couldn't help but hold his forehead helplessly. You two eat slowly. I will go and watch it myself. Zhang Yuan finished speaking and walked out of the central lobby. Wolf, come here. Zhang Yuan shouted towards the entrance of Yunchi Valley. There was a swaying figure on the watchtower in the darkness. A dark figure climbed down from the watchtower and jogged over. Chief, what's the matter? The wolf came to Zhang Yuan and asked. He held a bronze spear in one hand and a torch in the other. Zhang Yuan asked, where did you put those dozens of lizard-like creatures today? The wolf replied, beside the river at the back of the valley. The wolf lit a torch and said, the dozens of wild animals were slaughtered by the tribesmen, and the meat has been stored. The skins are still hanging on the branches. Come on, take me to see it. Zhang Yuan walked towards the back of the valley. The scales of the crocodile lizard are so hard that even the sharp copper knives forged from copper or by the Yunchi tribe cannot destroy them. Yunchi and his men used all their strength, but they could only barely split the crocodile lizard's scales. The scales of this crocodile lizard are simply natural armor. When Zhang Yuan saw that the crocodile lizard's scales were so hard, he came up with the idea of using the crocodile lizard's scales as armor. That's why he ordered the members of the Yunchi tribe to capture the crocodile lizard alive. Let's call this beast a crocodile lizard. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment. Since this crocodile lizard looks like both a crocodile and a lizard and doesn't have a name yet, he might as well just name it a crocodile lizard. Simple and crude. Okay, chief. The wolf responded. Does the crocodile lizard only appear in winter? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. He had never seen such a creature in previous seasons. However, in winter, groups of alligator lizards appeared. Wolf said hesitantly. Master Zhang Yuan, I don't know either. You can ask Shou, he may know. Okay. Zhang Yuan nodded. Wolves are not responsible for hunting and rarely deal with wild animals, so it is normal that they don't know creatures like lizards. How many crocodile lizards have been caught in total? Zhang Yuan asked in a low voice while looking at the dark forest in the distance. The wolf thought for a moment and replied, there are 49 in total. Not bad. Zhang Yuan nodded, looking quite satisfied. How many animal skins can be made from one crocodile lizard? Zhang Yuan emphasized again. The animal skin clothes I mentioned must cover the chest, waist, back and legs. The wolf replied. The scales of a crocodile lizard can probably only make one piece. Not bad. Zhang Yuan said. If there is a chance in the future, catch a few more crocodile lizards. Try to make sure that the 60 Yunchi soldiers in our tribe can wear leather armor made of crocodile lizard scales. The wolf looked very curious. Master, are you going to let the soldiers in our tribe wear this crocodile lizard scale armor? Yes. Zhang Yuan nodded heavily. You should have also discovered that the scales of the crocodile lizard are very hard. The soldiers of our Yunchi tribe will wear leather armor made of crocodile lizard scales, and they will suffer less damage when fighting against the enemy in the future. Today, most of the tribes around the Lizhan Mountains still use simple wooden spears as weapons. Given the sharpness of the weapons of these tribes, it would be extremely difficult to break through the defense of the crocodile lizard's leather armor. Now that the Yunchi tribe has copper swords, copper spears, bows and arrows, they are lacking defensive equipment. This crocodile lizard just came to the door on its own initiative. How could Zhang Yuan not be happy about this? The Yunchi tribe has gained a new magical weapon when they go on expeditions. Chapter 2, 57 Ascension. The Yunchi tribe made armor out of crocodile lizard scales and obtained more than 50 sets of armor, which were equipped to equip 60 soldiers of the Yunchi tribe. The chief of the barbarian bear tribe, Black Bear, sent people to the Yunchi tribe to ask for help. He explained how the mammoth meat was stolen and promised that the Yunchi tribe would help him get revenge. He was willing to submit to the Yunchi tribe. Zhang Yuan agreed to the request of the barbarian bear tribe and escorted the members of the barbarian bear tribe away. Zhang Yuan sent members of the Yunchi tribe to search for the traces of Ao and his people, and they found them in a valley in the Lizhan Mountains. Zhang Yuan dispatched 60 soldiers from the military department, combat department, and defense department, and nearly 100 tribesmen from the hunting department to besiege Ao and his tribe in the valley. Zhang Yuan used force and wisdom to subdue the mastiff and his people, and made the mastiff reconcile with the black bear. The barbarian bear tribe and the Afghan tribe surrendered, and the population of the Yunchi tribe reached more than 1,100 people. Ao and his tribe members are strong and brave in combat. Zhang Yuan trains them, and the Yunchi tribe gains a special operations team. When a cave bear appeared in Lai Mountain Range, Zhang Yuan asked Shou to lead his people to kill it. On the way back, they encountered the remaining crocodile lizards and strangled them all, and also obtained dozens of crocodile lizard leather armors. Unable to bear the fatigue, Red Fox led 2 members of the Red Fox tribe to flee south, but was intercepted by members of the Man and Bingzhan tribes at the south pass of Lizhan on Wutao Mountain. The barbarians tied him up and took him back to Yunchi Valley. Zhang Yuan beheaded the Red Fox and his clansmen according to the 9 criminal laws. The ice and snow melt, the ground warms up, and winter is coming to an end. The animal herds that migrated southwards moved northwards one after another, and some tribes that migrated southwards also passed through the Lizhan Mountains, wanting to return to the area north of the Lizhan Mountains. Zhang Yuan ordered his men to open the gates of the 3 passes in the Lizhan Mountains, allowing animals to pass through and people from other tribes to go north. The food of the tribes in Lizhan Mountains was on the verge of depletion. The animal groups heading north brought vitality to the tribes in Lizhan Mountains, and the whole Lizhan Mountains started hunting again. A tribe heading north had many people and was extremely ferocious. They wanted to occupy the Lizhan Mountains. Zhang Yuan led the Lizhan alliance to fight against them at Wutao Mountain. After several battles with no clear winner, during the decisive battle at Wutao Mountain, Zhang Yuan ordered Man and Lai to lead the elite troops of Lai Mountain Range to attack from behind and defeat the tribe in one fell swoop. In this battle, the Yunchi tribe's sphere of influence extended to the basin area south of the Lizhan Mountains, and they captured hundreds of prisoners, whom Zhang Yuan incorporated into the Yunchi tribe. The population of the Yunchi tribe was nearly 2,000. Zhang Yuan also gathered the Kuan tribe, the Ji tribe, and the Deer tribe. The population of the Yunchi tribe officially reached 2,000. Zhang Yuan led the people of the Yunchi tribe to rebuild their habitat on the plains of the Lizhan Mountains. The Yunchi tribe was renamed the Yanhuang tribe, and they took Yuan as their surname and the dragon as their totem, and they were called the Lizhan clan. Since then, only 6 tribes remained in the Lizhan Mountains: the Yanhuang tribe, the Canglang tribe, the Shihu tribe, the Xionging tribe, the Fengshe tribe, and the Changchuan tribe. Zhang Yuan ordered Peng to mint coins from copper ore and issue them in the Lizhan Mountains. From then on, the Yanhuang tribe was no longer responsible for the food of the tribesmen, and each department of the tribe was distributed currency and a small amount of food on a monthly basis. The form of eating as a family unit began to appear, and private ownership also began to emerge. This was a big step forward in the development of primitive society. Qing and she gave birth to Zhang Yuan's children. Qing gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl, and she gave birth to a son. Zhang Yuan named the 3 children Jiang Long, Jiang Yu, and Jiang Hao respectively. From then on, the surname Jiang became a noble surname in the Lizhan Mountains, and except for the Jiang Yuan lineage, no one else was allowed to use Jiang as their surname. With the arrival of spring, the Yanhuang tribe began to expand. The Lizhan alliance, headed by the Yanhuang tribe, used the north as its expansion destination. Zhang Yuan ordered Ao, Lin, Lai, Man and others to lead the Yunchi soldiers north to conquer several small tribes with only a few hundred people in the northern part of Lizhan Mountains. The population of the Yanhuang tribe reached more than 2,500 people, and the number of Yunchi soldiers also expanded to 300. The number of tribesmen in the other 5 tribes of the Lizhan alliance also increased. It turned out that the old witch of the Yunchi tribe passed away, and Zhang Yuan officially abolished the position of witch. From then on, the responsibility of communicating between heaven and earth and gods in the Yanhuang tribe was transferred from the witch to the tribe leader Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan further combined the power in his hands with divine power to further consolidate and expand his own status and power. The 5 tribes, namely the Canglang tribe, Fengshe tribe, Changchuan tribe, Shihu tribe, and Xionging tribe, voluntarily submitted to the Yanhuang tribe, and Zhang Yuan gladly accepted them. From then on, the Lizhan alliance was unified and all belonged to the Yanhuang tribe. The population of the Yanhuang tribe reached 4,000, and Zhang Yuan began to build a city on the plain of Lizhan Mountain. The hunting dogs of the Yanhuang tribe were used by Zhang Yuan for hunting and warfare. The custom of capturing wolf cubs and training hunting dogs prevailed in the Lizhan Mountains. The hunting department of the Yanhuang tribe flourished. Zhang Yuan fulfilled his promise and established the position of Imperial Guard, with Yanshi as the chief commander and Ao as the deputy commander. All the members of the Imperial Guard were the elite fighters of the Yanhuang tribe. As summer approaches, wheat begins to mature and the Yanhuang tribe has a good harvest. Zhang Yuan ordered people to reclaim hundreds of acres of wasteland on the plain, save the harvested wheat for seeds, and plant the cultivated sweet potato seedlings on the wasteland, totaling hundreds of acres. The sphere of influence of the Yanhuang tribe and the Ritian tribe in the north of the Lizhan Mountains began to intersect, and a war broke out between the two. The Yinhuang tribe and the Retian tribe fought for a long time and trained dozens of war horses during the period. Zhang Yuan established a cavalry department, and Peng led the engineering department to build saddles, stirrups, and bridles. The First Cavalry of the primitive era was officially formed. When the decisive battle between the Yinhuang tribe and the Retian tribe began, Zhang Yuan asked Shang to lead the cavalry of the Yinhuang tribe to charge from the front and destroy the defense line of the Retian tribe. The Retian tribe was defeated and never recovered. Zhang Yuan ordered his men to gather the remnants of the Retian tribe and its slave tribes, gaining more than 3,000 tribesmen. The population of the Yinhuang tribe expanded to about 7,000. By summer, heavy rain fell continuously. The Lizhan mountain range was affected, and the southern part of the Lizhan mountain range was particularly hard hit. In order to avoid the rain disaster, dozens of tribes wandered northward from the south and were intercepted at the Lizhan south gate of Wutao Mountain. Zhang Yuan broke up and reorganized dozens of tribes that were wandering northward and gained thousands of tribesmen. At this time, the population of the Yinhuang tribe officially exceeded 10,000. Due to severe flooding, the plan to build a city in the Lizhan Mountains was forced to be shelved. Zhang Yuan led 10,000 people from the Yinhuang tribe to migrate north and built a new city on the site of the Retian tribe. At this time, the Yinhuang tribe had more than 1,000 combatants, mainly including 5 major combat departments: the military department, the combat department, the defense department, the iron cavalry department, and the imperial guards. Zhang Yuan then established the armament department, which was mainly responsible for catapults. Peng's engineering department also created several types of chariots, including crossbow chariots, knife chariots, and battering rams, all of which were under the control of the ordnance department. After the flood stopped, Zhang Yuan ordered people to plant sweet potatoes again and continue to reclaim wasteland and build the city. The Yinhuang tribe never stopped expanding, mainly focusing on the areas north and south of the Lizhan Mountains. After a year of expansion, by the summer of the third year, the population of the Yinhuang tribe had reached 40,000, and its sphere of influence included the entire Lizhan Mountains and hundreds of miles to the north and south of the Lizhan Mountains. During this period, Zhang Yuan built 3 cities, each with a population of 10,000. He personally guarded Lizhan City with a population of 20,000, and the other 2 cities were governed by Zhang Yuan's confidants. Winter was coming and the cold wind was still blowing. Zhang Yuan ordered people to create writing, set up schools, and implement them in the Yinhuang tribe. It stipulated that children must receive 9 years of education before they can participate in all aspects of work. The civilization of the Yinhuang tribe made a great leap forward. Zhang Yuan invented writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. The Yinhuang tribe's medical, forging, pottery, and other technologies also developed fully. Some travelers came by boat from the eastern part of Lizhan mountain range, bringing a large amount of aquatic products and entering through the west pass of Lizhan Mountain. They traded with the Yinhuang tribe and took away a large amount of pottery, tools, and bronze artifacts from the Yinhuang tribe. The eastern part of the Lizhan Mountains is full of swamps and large lakes, while further east is the vast ocean. After the eastern merchants returned, they aroused the envy of the tribes in the eastern part of Lizhan Mountains. The tribes in the eastern part of Lizhan Mountains united to attack the west pass of Lizhan Mountains and invaded the Yinhuang tribe. Zhang Yuan ordered his men to build warships, train the navy, wipe out all the major tribes east of the Lizhan Mountains, unify the swamps and lakes east of the Lizhan Mountains, and recruit more than 20,000 tribesmen. The population of the Yinhuang tribe reached about 70,000. Zhang Yuan established a new naval combat department. The Yinhuang tribe's sphere of influence covered all areas from the eastern part of the Lizhan Mountains to the sea. Zhang Yuan built another city here. Zhang Yuan ordered people to dig iron, ore, and coal mines. The Yinhuang tribe entered the Iron Age, and a large number of iron tools were used in agricultural tools and weapons. Zhang Yuan ordered the members of the Bighorn Ox tribe to train oxen for plowing in preparation for large-scale land reclamation. In the summer, under Zhang Yuan's order, he led the tribesmen from the Ministry of Agriculture to start large-scale land reclamation, planting sweet potatoes and wheat alternately. 3 years after entering the primitive era, Zhang Yuan finally had flour to eat. Zhang Yuan crowned himself emperor, calling himself the Emperor of Man, and was on par with the gods, with Lizhan City as the imperial capital. The imperial power in Zhang Yuan's hands was further increased and consolidated. His position was consolidated, and the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Personnel were added, and Qing and Shi were appointed as empresses. The private ownership of the Yinhuang tribe developed further, and its expansion never stopped. Zhang Yuan unified the areas outside the Lizhan Mountains, and even the northern snowfields, and the population of the Yanhuang tribe reached 100,000. Zhang Yuan conquered the various tribes in Xuan, and the tribe's population increased by tens of thousands. Zhang Yuan then established Shuyuan City here. The population of the Yanhuang tribe reached more than 130,000. Later, it was learned that Peng was the son of the tribe leader abandoned by Xuan, and Zhang Yuan also avenged him. From then on, all areas north of the Liaishan Mountains were unified by the Yanhuang tribe. When Zhang Yuan was about to lead the Yanhuang tribe south, he came face to face with the cannibals in the western mountains of Liaishan mountain range. Zhang Yuan formed an alliance with the tribes in the western mountains and fought a great battle with the cannibals on the top of the mountains. Relying on the sharpness of their weapons and their large numbers, the Yanhuang tribe wiped out more than 10,000 cannibals. The tribes in the western mountains surrendered to the Yanhuang tribe, and the population of the Yanhuang tribe increased by tens of thousands. Zhang Yuan established the Kunshan city here. From then on, all areas west of the Liaishan Mountains belonged to the Yanhuang tribe, and the west was pacified. The population of the Yanhuang tribe reached 170,000. The Liaishan Mountains, the wasteland and snowfields to the north of the Liaishan Mountains, the large lakes to the east of the Liaishan Mountains, and the mountains to the west of the Liaishan Mountains all belonged to the Yanhuang tribe. Zhang Yuan established several cities in the above areas. Before they knew it, several years had passed, and the three children, Zhang Long, Zhang Yu, and Zhang Hao, had grown up gradually. Zhang Yuan took several concubines and had several sons and daughters. Except for one daughter who died young, the rest all grew up healthy. After Zhang Yuan saw that the areas north of Liaishan, east of Liaishan, and west of Liaishan were pacified, he formulated an expansion plan to the south. At the same time, he sent out navy along the coastline, brought several islands into his sphere of influence, and migrated his people to the islands. During the period, they encountered an island in the east of the ocean. The people on the island used cherry blossoms as their totem. Both men and women were short and had very ugly looks. Zhang Yuan named the island Wa Island, and the people on the island were named Wa people. Zhang Yuan sent thousands of naval forces on large ships to conquer the island, massacring the Japanese on the island, almost to the point of genocide. Zhang Yuan issued an imperial decree that the Japanese on the island would be slaves for generations, and this would never change. After pacifying the Japanese islands, Zhang Yuan began his expedition to the south. After a year, the major tribes in the south were pacified one by one, and the population of the Yanhuang tribe reached about 200,000. At that time, the detachment sent by Zhang Yuan discovered that there was still a vast expanse of land around them. Zhang Yuan then took the Liaishan Mountains as the center and the base, and once again set out on his conquest. After several years, the Yanhuang tribe incorporated all the above areas into its territory. After continuous expansion and reproduction, the population of the Yanhuang tribe officially exceeded 1 million. At this time, Zhang Yuan was over 30 years old, and Zhang Long was over 10 years old. So Zhang Long was made the crown prince, Zhang Yu was made a princess, and Zhang Hao and other sons were all made kings. On their way south, the Yanhuang tribe encountered a barbarian tribe. There were 81 large tribes in the tribe, and each tribe had a population of over 10,000. The barbarians ate sand and stones, used bronze knives, and were brave and fierce, but otherwise they were no different from ordinary people. The barbarians invaded the Yanhuang tribe, and a war broke out between the two. After several years of fighting, Zhang Yuan led the army in person. Lai, Ao, Lin, Man, Shang, Yanshi and others made many outstanding achievements and finally pacified the barbarians. Zhang Yuan treated the barbarians equally and regarded them as his own people. At that time, the population of the Yanhuang tribe was close to 3 million, and dozens of cities were built. Zhang Yuan built gravel roads between cities to facilitate travel. Zhang Yuan sent soldiers to pacify and subdue the tribes within the Yanhuang tribe's sphere of influence that had not yet surrendered. From then on, the world was pacified. The Yanhuang tribe officially unified the entire primitive world, and the population of the Yanhuang tribe exceeded 3 million. Zhang Yuan founded the country, named it Dahan, and named Jiang the imperial family name. He gave equal importance to the feudal system and the county system, and set up the system of 3 dukes and 9 ministers in the court. Except for the royal family, no one else could be crowned king. No one could be crowned marquis unless he had made great contributions. Zhang Yuan gave lavish rewards to the founding heroes, such as titles and money, but they could not be inherited. Lai, Shou, Lang, Lin, Man, Ao, Yanshi, Yu, Shang, Peng, the son of Elder Pan, Yang, the chief of the Canglang tribe, the chief of the Shirhu tribe, the chief of the Xionging tribe, the chief of the Fengshe tribe, the chief of the Changchuan tribe, and others were all rewarded. As for the head of the Tsang clan, when Hushi's mother, Zhang Yuan, also gave her other rewards. After the founding of the country, there were no more disputes in the world, science and technology civilization developed rapidly, and the population of the Han dynasty increased exponentially. Zhang Yuan, who had just graduated, was doing an internship in a hospital. After receiving his first salary, he asked someone to forge a Tang sword that he had been obsessed with for a long time. 10 years later, Zhang Yuan has reached middle age, with many children, all of whom have grown up and can stand on their own. At this time, the population of the Han dynasty exceeded 10 million. It had dozens of cities, and its overseas territories were also expanding, creating a prosperous scene. However, the giants suddenly appeared and brought chaos to the sky. The emperor of the Han dynasty led the army in person, and it took several years to pacify the country. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yuan's hair was now gray, and he looked old. He was wearing a silk dragon robe and sitting on the dragon throne. Many of his old friends have passed away, and now of the founding heroes who followed him to pacify the world, only a few people, including Lang, Shou, Lai, and Yanshi, are still alive. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Yuan coughed a few times. He was now in his twilight years and had reached the end of his life. Zhang Yuan tried hard to stand up straight and walked out of the hall with difficulty. Looking at the majestic imperial capital, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but have a lot of thoughts in his mind. He felt that his life was like a legend, so wonderful that it was hard to describe. Qing Hushi and Zhang Yuan's concubines came slowly, supported by the princes and princesses. Zhang Yuan looked at the few people and gently held Qing Hushi's palm, which was no longer smooth. Yuan, Qing, and she called out softly at the same time, their voices as sweet and gentle as they had been decades ago. Zhang Yuan nodded gently and closed his eyes contentedly. Just as Zhang Yuan's thoughts were about to fade away, he felt as if he had regained life and vitality. Zhang Yuan opened his eyes and found a figure in front of him wrapped in light. He immediately asked, "Who are you?" When the ball of light dissipated, Zhang Yuan could see clearly that this person was none other than the god, whom he had met once after being seriously injured by the cave lion. The little god has met the great emperor of the Han dynasty. The god no longer had his former arrogance and bowed respectfully towards Zhang Yuan. "I remember." Zhang Yuan looked at him. While feeling his rejuvenated body, he asked, "Why did you appear again?" The god said respectfully, "I will guide the great emperor of the Han dynasty to ascend to the immortal world." Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel dazed when he heard this. The god then said, "Great Han emperor, after you ascend to the immortal world, you will also become the emperor among the immortals." Zhang Yuan looked at him and felt that it was unrealistic, like a dream. "Can I take some people away and let them ascend to the fairyland as well?" The god smiled and said, "You are both the great emperor of the Han dynasty in the human world and the emperor of the immortal world. Why can't you lead a few people to ascend to heaven?